Immortal family, I, who merit in my old age, am like a withered tree reviving in spring. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Doing Business with Yunning is Fun. Shui Yulong gave Zixu Patriarch 5 portions of talisman-making materials. At this time, he still had 45 portions left in his hand. The remaining 50 portions of Soul Fire Curse Water would be useless if he couldn't find talisman paper in Cinnabar. With a dragon soul wandering in his body, Shui Yulong very skillfully refined a cloud dragon talisman in front of Zixu Patriarch. Zixu Patriarch was stunned for a moment. It's done, but why do I feel that you have a flesh dragon soul hidden in your body to succeed? Even if I use this 4th level dragon soul, I may not be able to. Sure enough, within 300 breaths, Zixu Patriarch failed. Shui Yulong narrowed his eyes and smiled, and directly stretched out his hand and pressed on his chest. A soul seed that could only be used once fell into it, directly forming a dragon soul the size of an earthworm. Zixu Patriarch couldn't help but brighten his eyes. You have this trick, why didn't you say it earlier? I have to get a dragon soul to try it. You wait. After saying that, this guy moved away. In the 10 days since he came back, Shui Yulong sensed that many Yuanning's engine flew by. Most of them were going to participate in the large Yuanning auction at Juxin Manor. I don't know if I can buy any good things there. The next breath, Shui Yulong saw a Yuanning figure landing steadily on the island, looking at the bare stone mountains around. Dao, I trespassed into your retreat. I wonder if I can make a deal with you. Of course I can. What do you need? Shui Yulong did not show up, but the breath of the 5th level thunder and fire was undoubtedly a real Yuanning's engine. I have a 5th level low-grade Xianlang Fu pen in my hand. I wonder if I can exchange it for a low-grade magic weapon in your hand. I'm afraid that's not possible. I don't have many Yuanning magic weapons, but I can trade you a 4th level top-grade talisman. After saying that, Shui Yulong flipped his hand and handed over a cloud dragon talisman through the air. It's the famous Yandang talisman. If you have to, this 5th level talisman pen will be yours. I can compensate you with 500,000 spirit crystals. Shui Yulong hesitated and said, 800,000, deal. I'm Honglian's engine. If you want to join in the fun, we'll meet on Juxin Island. Goodbye. After seeing this man off, Shui Yulong got a 5th level talisman pen and felt very happy. Before he could continue painting, another Yuanning's engine came down. Fellow Taoist, I saw you trading with that engine in the distance. I wonder if you have any other treasures here that can be traded with me. Wouldn't you like to introduce yourself, sir? If you have good things, I can naturally satisfy you. Ha ha ha. The man laughed generously. Okay, I'm Zhenjin Sui Han, and here I have a volume of Yuanning Handing Defa. I wonder if you have a 4th rank top grade talisman to exchange. Yuan's Henjin Honglian. Shui Yulong frowned, because old man Honglian had exposed his position. This old thing is not honest. Don't blame me, fellow Taoist. I just saw him showing off the 4th grade top grade cloud dragon talisman in his voice transmission to me, so I came here presumptuously. You are a rare talisman king in the casual cultivator sea, and naturally you are respected by thousands of people. If I have bothered you, please forgive me. A cloud dragon talisman in exchange for your 5th grade nascent soul art is a bit of a loss. Fellow Taoist, I have 3 magical powers in my ice art. The strongest of them, the northern country snow drifting, can instantly freeze 100,000 miles. It is extremely powerful and is considered the strongest attack under the ruled domain. Exchange, haha. Fellow Taoist, you are so straightforward. I still have a low-grade magic weapon, the Ice Soul Jade. I wonder if I can exchange it for 3 cloud dragon talismans. 2, no more. I don't have any extra stock. Well, exchange it. The transaction was completed, and the other party immediately withdrew. More than an hour after he left, Shui Yulong also left the island. Good guy, do these nascent soul true lords also show off to each other? That old man Honglian sold me out now. There may be many Yuanning's engines coming to buy the Yandang talisman later. It's better for me to leave first. Huh? Just before the auction started, old Zixu came back. Seeing his tired look, Shui Yulong showed concern. Old man, are you in trouble? There are no dragon souls for sale in the billions of miles of sea nearby, so I went 30 million miles away to hunt a golden dragon fish. but was chased by a 5th stage late dragonfish. If I wasn't good at running away, I'm afraid I would have been swallowed by it now. Where's the dragon soul? Of course I didn't get it, but there must be a lot of good things at this auction. By the way, I have practiced for many years, and many of my old friends have entered the nascent soul stage. Today we can participate in a small nascent soul meeting organized by them. There will be about 10 nascent soul true lords, which is a good deal for you, kid. As he spoke, the two of them put on the black and white evil masks, which could block the detection of 5th stage spiritual thoughts. With his 5th grade lower grade underworld robe on him, no one dared to provoke him with his evil aura. But without a morning stick, others would not think they were the black and white devils. Back to Juxin Island again. As soon as they landed, Zixu Patriarch took him to the end of the island, until they landed in front of a pine tree, and were stopped by a cultivator. My master only invites old friends. May I ask if you two have an invitation? The Yandang Henrin at the door saw the two people's dress and felt a little scared. These are the black and white devils. Why did they come to the door? If there were not several Yuanying's Henjin in sight at this time, he would be nervous. Fellow Taoist Wusong inside is an old acquaintance of mine. As he said, Zixu Patriarch flipped his hand and handed over a pine egg. The pine nuts on it had already been eaten by him, but this 5-needle pine is also a rare 4th-level spiritual root in the world, with a full age of tens of thousands of years. Except for this Wusong's Henjin, no one else has it. So it's Senior Zixu, please come in. The Yandang Henrin at the door naturally knew several old friends of his master, and the pine eggs were not produced much a year. Apart from the disciples, there were not many people who could receive the gifts from Wusong's Henjin. It happened that the 4th-level upper-grade talisman-making Grandmaster Zixu Laozu was one of them. In the early years, Wusong and I met when we were training overseas. That was 500 years ago. Both of us were just beginning to enter the Yandang stage. Let alone spiritual power, we didn't even have a handy spiritual treasure. Facing a crab demon king in the late Yandang stage, we could be said to have escaped death, and thus formed a friendship. Seeing Su Yuming's puzzled eyes, Laozu Zixu said with a smile. But if this guy hadn't been guided by my special power over the years, he wouldn't have been able to open up a secret cave in this 5-needle pine. I don't know how big it is. I'm afraid this guy's special attainment is better than mine. As he said this, he glanced at Su Yuming intentionally or unintentionally. He always felt that the boy's special attainment was constantly improving, but he couldn't tell why he was so close to the power of multiple rules. Could he be a favored child of heaven? Sure, the two appeared in a cave of 100 feet in size. At this time, this cave seemed to be deep in the white clouds. The fairy sound was ethereal. 8 Yuanying's Henjin had already taken their seats. Behind them, there were accompanying cultivators, who should be the younger generation or disciples of the sect. Seeing the old ancestor Zixu coming, the true Lord Wusong immediately smiled at him and said, Zixu, I haven't seen you for 100 years. Why are you dressed like the black and white devils? I heard that the black and white devils appeared on my Juxin Island not long ago. They fought with someone and disappeared. Could it be that you killed them? The old ancestor Zixu found an empty long table and sat down. Su Yuming sat behind him. What are the black and white devils? Since I have already entered the nascent soul stage, even if the two of them are added together, they can't beat a finger of mine. Ha ha ha. Zixu, you are still so arrogant, but since you killed the black and white devils, it can be regarded as eliminating a great harm for the righteous path of my human race. I guess you can get 10 million spirit crystals from the bounty offered by the Dao Palace and other forces. A true lord of the nascent soul next to him smiled and said, it was the true Lord Honglian whom Su Yuming had met before. Isn't the one sitting next to him the true Lord Sui Han? Good guy, they are all old acquaintances. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's begin our nascent soul exchange meeting. Master Wusong smiled and waved his hand, and 7 fist-sized pine eggs appeared in the air. These are the 1,000-year-old pine nuts that I picked this year, from the 4th grade top-quality 5-needle pine. 1 pine nut can produce 20 pine nuts, and 1 pine nut can instantly restore 10% of a nascent soul master's magic power. You can exchange them with treasures of equal value, on a first-come, first-served basis. As he spoke, he glanced at the disciples that these people brought with him. Since you youngsters are all present at today's nascent soul exchange meeting, why not join in as well? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold and arrogant young man sitting behind Master Dao Han spoke. I want this item. 200,000 spirit crystals are enough. How dare you? Daozan. This item is a 4th grade top grade spiritual item. Its effect is comparable to many 5th grade spiritual medicines. 20 pine nuts are worth at least 1 million spirit crystals. Since you want it, I will give you 1.2 million spirit crystals. Yes, this Daohan's Henjin seemed to be scolding, but in fact he was reminding him and praising Wusong's Henjin, which made the other party very happy. It's okay. For Brother Dao's sake, I can give your grandson one. However, the production this year is not much. I still have a large group of disciples to support, so I can only take it out to exchange for something else. After that, the transaction was completed. He looked around and said, next, everyone must take out at least 4th grade, top quality spiritual objects. Although my pine eggs are not top level treasures, they are also rare in the outside world. You can't fool me with some ordinary objects. Do you want a 4th grade, top quality Kyankan Tsunami Talisman? Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out 20 Kyankan Tsunami Talismans. 1 pine nut in exchange should be fair. Exchange? True Lord Wusong made a casual move and exchanged the 2 items. He couldn't help but tease the Patriarch Zixu. Taoist Zixu, your Zixa talisman sect has a successor. He is so young, his bone age is probably less than 100 years old, and he has already entered the 7th level of the Golden Collar. He is also a 4th rank top grade talisman master. With such skills, I am afraid that in such a vast sea of casual cultivators, only the true disciples of the Asking Dao Palace can compete with the one behind you. Taoist fellow Wusong, you are too kind. Patriarch Zixu waved his hand, and a talisman fell into the arms of True Lord Wusong. I'll trade this for a pine egg. Taoist fellow Zixu, I have another talisman of yours, so the value of this one will be discounted. Then if you sell it, won't it maintain its value? If you don't tell others, who would know that you have another one? Wusong's Henjin was silent for a moment. His old friend seemed to have become more generous and free-spirited after entering the nascent soul stage. Was it because he had a successor, or because he had been trapped in the nascent soul stage for many years and suddenly broke through the shackles and was in a good mood? After he used his spiritual thoughts to scan, he couldn't help but be surprised that this old man Zixu had already entered the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, without knowing when. With this level of cultivation, he was almost catching up with him, who was at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. This old guy must have worked hard over the years. It seems that he is really accumulating a lot of experience. Soon, the 7 pine eggs were replaced. Which Taoist friend is next? While he was staring, Daohan's Henjin flipped his hand and took out a precious sword and dropped it into the cave. This is the cold light blade. I have cultivated for 100 years in the deep sea, using 10,000-year-old cold iron to cut the depths of the sea. It was once a 100,000-li deep abyss split open by one blade. It is a mid-grade magic weapon. If you fellow Taoists have a good sword scripture or a sword rule stone, I am willing to exchange it. The monks around looked at each other and shook their heads. Whether it was a nascent soul level sword scripture or a sword rule stone, it was indeed too difficult for them. Even Su Yuming was tempted by this good sword, but without anything to trade, he could only give up. Next, True Lord Honglian came out with a smile. This is the low-grade magic weapon fire gathering basin that I refined. It can be placed inside the body to melt all the fires in the world and release them. It is no worse than the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Furnace in the Daowen Palace. Let's trade some spiritual fire. If there's a 5th level fire seed, I will also exchange it. Haha. You old ghost Honglian are so shameless. You dare to compare this low-grade magic weapon with the treasure of the Daowen Palace. I want this thing. How about 2 4th level fire seeds? True Lord Sui Han said with a smile. Get out of here, Sui Han, you rogue. You dare to exchange a mere 4th level thing for a 5th level one? No. Su Yuming's mind moved. This thing can help him continue to devour a large amount of spiritual fire beast fire, so that the immortal dragon flame in his body can be completely transformed into his own life fire. I have a 5th level immortal dragon flame fire seed. I wonder if I can trade it. Of course, True Lord Honglian was a little surprised, but he immediately handed over the fire gathering basin, and then smiled and looked at the Zixa Patriarch. Fellow Taoist Zixu, the opportunity of the young man behind you is not small. I have never heard of when your Zixufu sect obtained a 5th level spiritual fire. The old man Zixu glanced at him and said, you should also delve into the opportunity of the young man. Honglian, you are too fussy. Ha ha ha, I spoke out of turn. Chapter 377, A Great Harvest. The possibility of mastering the 5th level spiritual fire. Continue. Next Taoist friend, as True Lord Wusong spoke, True Lord Sui Han narrowed his eyes and smiled, and threw out 2 pill bottles with his sleeves. This is a 5th level soul sealing bottle, and one of them is worth 500,000 spirit crystals. One of the things sealed inside is deep sea magma, which is a source of fire. Although it is only 4th level powerful, it is also extraordinary. The second kind is soul quenching water, which I got when I killed a 5th level deep sea monster with extremely strong soul power. It can probably increase our soul power by 20% to 30%. If you take it after your golden elixir, it is still unknown whether your soul power will enter the great perfection of the golden elixir in advance. I will trade you my magical power or attack and kill you. I want the deep sea magma. I have 2 great magical powers, the wind and fire devil wheels and the cloud and mist turning into the sea. I wonder which one you want, or the 4th level top grade talisman in my hand. Su Yuming secretly sent a message to True Lord Sui Han. The wind and fire dual wheels is a powerful magical power. I want it. The deep sea magma belongs to you. As for the 4th level top grade talisman, it is too weak. The 5th level talisman is almost the same. Su Yuming casually threw out a magical jade slip that he had recorded, and then got a bottle of deep sea magma. Counting the value of the 5th level spirit sealing bottle, it was about 1 million spirit crystals. A huge profit. He casually threw it into the fire basin, ready to refine it into a ball of fire, and then casually separated a wisp of immortal dragon flame to burn it violently. In a blink of an eye, his storage ring was filled with surging firepower. I feel that this immortal dragon flame is much more obedient. If I continue to smelt 10 kinds of 4th level spirit fire, it may have a miraculous effect. Thinking of this, Su Yuming wanted to withdraw. Now if he went out to buy spirit fire, he should still be able to buy it. I want the soul quenching water. Then he saw the old man beside the soul quenching water being taken down. He casually handed over a 5th level talisman. Su Yuming didn't see it clearly. Most likely it was a defensive talisman like the 8 treasures glazed talisman. However, the defensive ability of this thing is not low. It's a bit of a loss to use this talisman to exchange for the soul quenching water. Even if it is exchanged for 3 leaves of the samsara grass, there's still a chance. I am Zhuanghe Zhenjin. This is a 5th level sunflower crystal stone. I took it out from a remote daughter island. It is said that it is the source of their self-pregnancy. However, I didn't go into it. I only know that it contains a strong water rule, but it cannot be refined. I want to trade a 5th level spiritual object. I wonder if you Taoist friends are willing to exchange it. Su Yuming's eyes suddenly lit up. The water rule, how many 100-year sea god talismans can he refine with this? Although the side effects of the 100-year sea god talisman are very obvious, its power is also very considerable. He can beat the black and white impermanence at the 7th level of the golden collar. If he enters the great perfection of the golden collar, he may be able to compete with the late Yuanying cultivators. However, he really has a few 5th level spiritual objects here. After thinking for a moment, he took out the treasure he got from the Zixa Talisman Island. This is the 10,000-year-old sea building stone. It can be used to refine tools and cast a 5th level small magic weapon. I wonder if the senior is willing to trade, exchange. Zhuanghe Zhenjin's eyes lit up obviously. No Yuanying Zhenjin would dislike having too many magic weapons on him. At their level, they are almost more afraid of death. Beside him, although Zixu Patriarch did not stop Su Yuming's actions, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart and secretly transmitted a message. Boy, this is the sea building stone in our sect's treasure house. I have been searching for many years to find such a small piece. You are so generous to give it away, 100-year sea god talisman. After it is successfully refined, I will give you one. Isn't it just a 10,000-year-old sea stone? When I have time, I will find you a 3-foot-long one and forge a 5th level magic sword for you. As the second ancestor of our Zixufu sect, how can you be so poor and have no magic weapon? Okay, old man, I will remember this promise. Su Yuming felt funny. This 100-year-old sea god talisman, this old guy has been coveting it for so long, and now that he has got what he wanted, he is willing to trade it with a 5th level magic sword, which really surprised him. I am the true Lord Honyu. Today I come here with the origin of the 4th level spiritual fire, the 5-colored bull fire, to trade for a magical power. There are also 5 origin fire seeds, trading for 500,000 spiritual crystals. I wonder which Taoist is willing to exchange. Shui Yulong glanced at the Zixu patriarch beside him. How could the latter not know what this little bastard wanted to do? He flipped his hand and took out a magical power and threw it over. Fellow Taoist Honu, I want this 4th level origin. Your 5-colored fireball can breed a new 4th level origin beast fire every 10 years. This has made you a lot of money over the years. Hey, fellow Taoist Zixu, you are joking. I come from the Sea Flame sect of Sanshan Island. I have a big family and can only rely on this old bull to make a living. It's not easy. Ha ha ha, I heard that your sect has more than a dozen 4th level spiritual fires. One day, I will definitely bring my younger disciples to visit you. He has some insights into the flame, then I will naturally be waiting for you. The transaction was settled, and the old ancestor Zixu casually handed the 5th level soul sealing bottle containing the origin fire to Shui Yulong. At this time, in the cave, the true Lord Sui Han, the true Lord Dao Hun, the true Lord Wusong, the true Lord Honglian, and the true Lord Honiu had all sold their products. There were a total of 9 Yuanying people in the cave, and only the old ancestor Zixu and another person were left. Seeing that the other 3 were silent, Patriarch Zixu immediately took out a talisman. This is a 4th level top grade talisman, the Cloud Dragon Talisman, which is as powerful as a Yuanying attack. It can be left to younger disciples for self-defense. Are you interested? 4th level top grade talisman? Zixu, you haven't broken through to the Yuanying stage for hundreds of years. It turns out that you have been making talismans. I didn't expect that you, an old guy, can also step into the realm of Talisman King. God really doesn't have eyes. The fat Yuanying next to him laughed and scolded. Haha. Pangs Henjin, aren't you already a 4th level top grade weapon refiner? Why, you are allowed to break through, but I am not allowed to break through. How can this be justified? Stop talking nonsense. A low-grade magic weapon spirit beast soul ring. You still lack amount to break through to the Yuanying stage? How about trading this thing with you? Pangs Henjin next to him laughed with a big belly of more than 200 pounds. Patriarch Zixu glanced around. Are there any fellow Taoists willing to trade? I have a Abyss Bone Fire here, which is also a 4th level spiritual fire. I wonder if you can exchange it. The Fireball True Lord on the opposite side spoke again. Fellow Taoist Zixu, I also have a Tidal Water here, which is a 4th level top grade spiritual water. Can you trade it? I want both. I want both. The old man Zixu casually took out 3 Cloud Dragon talismans. I want all these treasures. You are good Zixu, why don't you take them all out in one go? Just waiting to compare prices and get a big harvest, right? True Lord Wusong took the lead in teasing. Ho ha, the cave suddenly burst into laughter. Hey, we are all old acquaintances. I haven't seen you for 100 years and I miss you very much. It is also a good thing that I have made a breakthrough in the art of talismans. This is the 4th level Divine Talisman Spirit Wine. It contains the spiritual wine talismans unique to my Zixu Talisman sect, which can increase magic power. Please have it, fellow Taoists. The old man Zixu was quite generous. With a wave of his hand, a jar of Divine Talisman Spirit Wine worth 400,000 top-grade spirit stones was thrown out. A Yuanying's engine had 10 kilograms of it, and he could also share it with the younger generation next to him to taste. Good wine. Master Wusong took a sip and waved his hand. Bring up all the fruits in the cave. I have prepared 12 kinds of 4th level fruits for today's gathering. Please enjoy them. Fellow Taoist Wusong, you are too polite. Thank you for your expense. Wusong, ha, my visit today was not in vain. Listening to the voices of the Yuanying masters, Shui Yulong also observed the 4th level fruits on the table. Most of them were fruits that were more than 3,000 years old and contained spiritual power. Swallowing them and refining them in the body could increase spiritual power. 1 table and 1 plate. This is 200,000 spiritual crystals. Master Wusong is really a kind man. Now it's my turn. Master Peng next to him smiled and took out a brocade box, which contained 3 swords shining with cold light. These are the 3 cold swords that I used in my early years. They are the Cold Light Sorrow Sword, the Cold Moon Liquid Sword, and the Cold Wind Desolate Sword. They are all 4th level medium grade spiritual swords. I sell the 3 swords together, and add a Cold Light 3 talent sword formation to exchange for a 5th level magic sword. I wonder if you are willing to trade. No one around responded. 3 4th level medium grade spiritual swords, plus a sword formation, want to exchange for a 5th level magic sword. This is a bit too much. I have 1.5 million spiritual crystals and am willing to trade the treasure in your hand. I wonder if you are willing. Su Yuming next to him suddenly spoke. You, young man, have bought a lot of good things this time. Well, I'll give it to you. 1.5 million spiritual crystals are enough for him to find the weakest low-grade magic weapon. At this moment, only Lan Zhenjin and Zhang Zhenjin were left without speaking. I have a 5th level hidden secret technique here, called the sea turtle breathing technique. Unless your cultivation level is higher than yours by a major realm, it is impossible to detect your location. In exchange for a great supernatural power or a nascent soul magic weapon, as soon as Master Lan opened his mouth, he was talking about good things. Of course, everyone in the cave was familiar with him, so they would not hide anything. No magic weapon, can I exchange it for a talisman? The old man Zixu seemed to be very good at refining talismans. The old man directly asked for a deal. Talismans are not okay. Master Lan shook his head. His 5th level hidden secret technique was indeed very powerful. If it were not for her lack of attack and killing methods, she really didn't want to trade it. Senior, can I exchange it for a magic treasure? Su Yuming suddenly sent a voice message to the other party. Master Lan seemed to have something urgent to do. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. Compared with the same level, the power of the magic treasure is really stronger than the spiritual treasure. At Su Yuming's signal, the bone cane was put into the brocade box by the old man Zixu and thrown to Master Lan. This sea turtle breathing technique was naturally shared by Su Yuming and the old ancestor Zixu. You old fellow are taking advantage of me. You must buy back all the fire and spiritual fire you see next. No problem. The old ancestor Zixu was secretly happy. Following Su Yuming, he could really pick up some good things all the time. I have a secret technique here. That is, when you use a magical power, you will have another one hidden in your body. If you use both at the same time, the power will be infinite. I wonder if you are willing to trade. Finally, Zhang Zhenjin said, I don't limit the number of transactions. All of you here are trustworthy Taoists. If you are willing, just send a message to me and take out my favorite things. In the end, several people came forward to trade with him. The old man Zixu was also a little greedy for this secret technique, and directly took out 2 cloud dragon talismans to trade. Su Yuming's mouth twitched slightly. He asked you to pretend to be the talisman king and take out 5 cloud dragon talismans in one breath. If it is really useful, let's see how you provide them to these Yuanying in the future. After the Yuanying exchange meeting ended, everyone ate and drank for a while, and then left one after another. After all, they came to Juxin Island. In addition to visiting relatives and friends, they also wanted to hunt for treasures. At this time, the auction venue on Juxin Island had not yet opened, but the ghost market here already had countless good things. Su Yuming and Zixu Laoer were still searching separately. The 4th order low-grade sea soul fire, only 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who needs it? The dusk candle fire, this is the candle spirit fire, and it is also the origin of the candlesticks in the world. It is a 4th order high-grade spirit fire 500,000 spirit crystals. Is there anyone who wants it? The stove god fire, this is the fire of 100 families nurtured by the stoves in the world. It needs to be searched and gathered from under the stoves of thousands of households. The power is comparable to the 4th order top-grade spirit fire, 100 million top-grade spirit stones each. Su Yuming walked a few miles and exchanged 1.6 million spirit crystals for 3 4th order spirit fires. He threw them into the fire basin and immediately felt that the immortal dragon flame he spit in had been somewhat fused. He immediately continued to spit to ensure the purity of the immortal dragon flame. These 4th order spirit fires can only be used as auxiliary at most, and cannot be the main fire of the immortal dragon flame. Even a little bit of characteristics cannot be left. Old man, how many spirit fires did you find for me? 4th grade middle grade dragon whisker fire, 4th grade lower grade fire breathing seahorse origin fire, 4th grade middle grade fire breathing sea cow origin fire, and 4th grade upper grade flame seabird origin beast fire, a total of 4. You are lucky. I really hope that your fire basin can help you master the 5th grade spirit fire, but you don't have too much hope. At least I have never heard of anyone who can master the 5th grade beast fire in the Jinden period. By the way, I spent 1.4 million spirit crystals. You have to reimburse me. Su Yuming was about to put down the sound transmission conch when he received another message. Yuming, you are really a lucky star reincarnation. I heard that a Yuanying sect seemed to be wiped out. It was the volcano sect on Volcano Island. They have a 5th grade lower grade Tonghei spirit fire. This is a good thing. The starting price is only 4 million spirit crystals. Why don't you go to the auction to find this great opportunity? I am afraid I am short of money. Then make the talisman quickly. Now the Yulong talisman is sold for 500,000 spirit crystals. You just need to make 8 pieces. Money is nothing. Trust talisman maker Su Yuming despised it in his heart. I think you, old man, just want me to work for you for free so that you can maintain your external identity as the talisman king. But, with the strength of Zixu, he is a shield for me. It really means he is protecting me. Forget it, then make the talisman. Old man, can you see the 5th level talisman making materials? Yes, but it's a little expensive. I bought 20 pieces. It's comfortable. If there are 65 pieces of 5th level talisman making materials as a base, Su Yuming really dares to give it a try. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Fusion of the 5th Order Spiritual Fire, Physical Infant. The 4th level middle grade Dragon Beard Fire, the 4th level lower grade Fire Breathing Seahorse Origin Fire, the 4th level middle grade Fire Breathing Sea Cow Origin Fire, the 4th level upper grade Flame Seabird Origin Beast Fire, and the 31 4th level Fire Seeds I brought back from the market at a cost of 1 million spirit crystals. That's almost enough. In the secret room of Juxin Island, Su Yuming took a deep breath, and the rolling flames in his body began to be released rapidly. After the ice crystals that comforted them shattered, his internal organs and meridians and various parts of his body were being burned violently. When he screamed, he had quickly integrated all the flames in the fire basin into his body, but it was slowly integrated one by one. The tearing and burning sensations in his body quickly disappeared, and were replaced by the collision between different spirit fires, creating countless vibrations in his body. His stomach swelled and he felt very uncomfortable. He stretched out his hand to hold the stone wall of the cave, and opened his mouth and almost threw out his intestines. This was one of the few times he vomited after embarking on the path of cultivation. The pain of this burning fire is not as bad as the feeling of bloating and vomiting at this moment. The flames suddenly surged from Danshan to the top of his head. When Su Yuming opened his mouth, flames instantly spurted out of his eyes, mouth and nose. He leaned back suddenly and quickly fell to the ground, unconscious. In the dark candlelight, a warm force of the ocean rules quietly emerged from the soul behind him, quickly repairing his body. His body was also growing rapidly, and the originally burned lungs and flesh were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a little bit of the woman's soul was left, and in the eyes of relief and peace of mind, it gradually dissipated, and finally disappeared completely. But I don't know how long it took. The sound transmission clank on Su Yuming's body flew high, came to his ear and floated in the air, releasing a precious light. Yuming, why don't you wake up? The auction has begun. Su Yuming, who was originally unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. After he regained his spiritual awareness, he flipped over and stood up. Moreover, he felt that his whole body was like a new body. With a casual punch, he had the ability to break more than a dozen formations in the secret room. 5th level physical body. He was surprised to find that the power of thunder tribulation in his body was also being quickly refined by the 5th level immortal dragon flame. Once my 5th level thunder and fire are fully developed, with my current 5th level physical body, I am afraid that even the old Zixu will not be able to defeat me. The 3rd level Yuanying, the Zixu ancestor who possessed the Zixu secret technique, was naturally the strongest guy in the early Yuanying period. Su Yuming even doubted that this old guy could match the Yuanying's engines in the cave a few days ago. Among them, the highest level Pang's engine was probably already at the 5th level of the Yuanying. Su Yuming took a little preparation and stepped out, appearing on the long street. Yuming, you finally came out. Your aura. The pupils of Zixu Patriarch suddenly shrank, and then his face was shocked. 5th level physical body, you have entered the physical body of the nascent soul. Old man, you can shout louder so that the whole Juxin Island can hear it. Let's go. You and I will enter the auction venue first. Shua 2 figures quickly shuttled through the crowd and appeared at the gate of Juxin Manor in a short time. Do you two have an invitation? At the door, 2 late giant and cultivators blocked the way. Zixu Patriarch directly released his aura, and Su Yuming did not move, and followed him in. According to the rules, only nascent souls can enter this nascent soul auction, but a nascent soul can also bring 2 followers. Xu Yuming came alone, so he did not need to show his ability. Oh, there are quite a few nascent souls in there, at least more than 300, Xu Yuming frowned. I thought there could be 1,000 or 800 nascent souls here. That's impossible. After all, many people have to go into seclusion. Some even have their lifespans exhausted. They are hiding in the sect, in the spirit beads, to prevent themselves from attracting the 5 degenerations of heaven and man. Others just ask the sect's cultivators and fellow sect members to help buy some things they like. It is also possible that if a treasure appears, they will all come here. By the way, Yuming, have you seen the extreme speed of a nascent soul? Xu Yuming shook his head subconsciously. If flying normally, it is easy for the nascent soul to move within 1,000,000 miles, but if it exceeds 10 million miles, it needs mana to maintain it. It should be no problem to cross more than 100 million miles a day, but this will consume a lot of mana. If you want to keep the mana to be able to adapt to changes, you can only fly 50 or 60 million miles at most. Of course, here we are talking about mastering the flying magic power. In fact, relying on the physical body to fly, it is good for the nascent soul to fly hundreds of thousands of miles in an hour, and the golden core is even worse, only tens of thousands of miles. Xu Yuming shook his head in disbelief, because when he was in the golden core, 10,000 miles was just 2 snaps of the fingers. How could he only fly so little in an hour? But he was also different from ordinary people. After all, his Danshan was 18 times that of ordinary people. Senior, you are in room 18 of Bingzi. Thank you. Zixu Patriarch and Xu Yuming were taken to room 18 of Bingzi by the servants of the auction, and then someone came to ask if they needed a female cultivator to accompany them, and was immediately rejected by Zixu Patriarch. This is an auction. Although there are many Yuanying cultivators who like to be served by female cultivators, they both have their own little secrets. How can they let others see them? Fellow Daoists, the 415 Yuanying true lords present here are from the scattered sea tribes. There are even demon tribes here? Xu Yuming frowned and looked around. He felt some fierce auras and did not dare to contact them. The Yuanying of the sea tribe does not care who you are. As long as you provoke them, they will definitely retaliate with all their strength. Naturally, they dare not easily use their spiritual consciousness to test. If I can find a treasure that can be transformed into spiritual consciousness here, I will definitely take it. Xu Yuming sensed his family wealth, which was only more than 7 million spiritual crystals. This auction had to be used sparingly. In the field, through a crystal window, they could see a kind-looking white-bearded, white-browed, white-haired Yuanying cultivator under the light. His cultivation was in the late Yuanying period. In this auction venue, he was considered to be of upper-class strength. I am the great elder of Juxin Manor, Beima Ezhenjin, and the host of the island. Today's auction items have a total of 88 5th-level spiritual objects, including infant transformation pills, 3-leaf reincarnation grass, soul-gathering spiritual liquid and other rare treasures. If you are interested, you can just open your bid. We are a small family on Juxin Island, and we do not accept credit. Please pay with spiritual crystals now. You old man talk too much nonsense. Get started quickly. Yes, we don't have time to listen to your nonsense here. Hurry up. If you continue to chatter here and disturb my temper, believe it or not, I will smash your Juxin Island. Beima Ezhenjin is respected by the human race, but the guys like the demon cultivators and the Sea Clan don't take him seriously. If they didn't want to get the treasures, I'm afraid they would have started a massacre and robbed them directly. Humph! As soon as the voice fell, a majestic breath burst out instantly, sweeping the whole audience, and almost everyone felt a spiritual pressure that exceeded the limits of their bodies. Sixth order divine thoughts. Zixu Patriarch's face turned pale. I didn't expect that there is a great cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul on Juxin Island. No wonder he has survived for so many years by the Whitebone Sea. If the Divine Transformation clan does not come out, no one dares to attack this auction house. If the Divine Transformation clan tries to snatch it, I'm afraid the Taoist Palace will not turn a blind eye. Xu Yuming's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that the Juxin Island had such a profound foundation. Okay, let's get started. The first batch of auction items, a total of 12 items, are 8 low-grade magic weapons, 3 medium-grade magic weapons, and 1 high-grade magic weapon. The low-grade magic weapons are divided into 4 flying swords, spears, axes, and halberds. If you are interested, just bid directly. The starting price is 400,000 spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. While many nascent souls were a little confused. The starting price was only 400,000, and you dared to bid 100,000 each time? What kind of bidding is this? 1.6 million, I want 4 flying swords, I'll take in. Shui Yulong changed his hoarse voice and shouted first. 500,000, I want that battle axe. At this time, 8 streams of light wrapped around 8 low-grade magic weapons appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The blood-colored streams and the interwoven magic patterns on them could be seen carefully, and it was clear at a glance which one was stronger and which one was weaker. Shui Yulong called the price once and stopped, because the iron sword, the worst of the 4 flying swords, was also sold for 800,000 spirit crystals, which was too high for a low-grade magic weapon. Moreover, magic weapons without their own magic powers and magic weapons with their own magic powers are 2 different concepts. 3 mid-grade magic weapons. One is the Purple Mountain Fire God Robe, which comes with a magical power of the world of fire. The starting price is 1 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals, a Huguang title pot, which is said to be able to hold an ocean at the end of the sky. It comes with a 5th level low-grade Huguang title array. The starting price is 1.2 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. The last one is the Abyss Magic Sword, made of the Abyss spirit crystals in the depths of the sea. It has the aura of the netherworld and the power of the ocean. It has 2 kinds of rule power intertwined. If it were not for the material limitation, it should have been a top-grade magic sword. The starting price is 1.5 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. I'll offer 1.5 million. And I'm determined to get the Abyss Magic Sword. I'll offer 1.1 million, and I want the Purple Mountain Fire God Robe. Beside him, Patriarch Zixu saw that Shui Yulong stopped bidding, and immediately smiled and said, "You have a 5th level robe, but I don't have it. It's a pity that it is a fire-attributed item. If it was a water-attributed item, I would have gotten it no matter what. As for the high price increase, it's to speed up the auction. I guess they should have a lot of good things from Juxin Island this time. But you have to be careful, kid. If it is a thing of the devil, you have to sell it as soon as possible or destroy it. You also have to let the outside world know. Otherwise, there may be righteous demon slayers who are hostile to you, and there may also be evil demons who want to kill you and rob you of your money." Shui Yulong's eyes flickered. In the end, the Abyss Magic Sword was sold for 5.1 million spirit crystals. It was just a mid-grade magic weapon. What are you people crazy about? The last item is the top-grade magic weapon, the Deep-Sea Fire Dragon Sword. It is made of geothermal fire crystals and contains a great magical power of the fire dragon's breath. It is said that it was once the sword of the great cultivator fire dragon's Henjin, who roamed the fire dragon sea. It must contain the fire dragon sword intent of a sword king. Fellow Taoists, don't miss it. The starting price is 4 million spirit crystals, and each bid increase must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals, 4.1 million, 4.2 million. In the blink of an eye, the price climbed to 6 million spirit crystals. Shui Yulong estimated his financial resources. If he sold all the talismans, he would probably have about 8.5 million spirit crystals. 7 million spirit crystals. He started bidding, because if he could get this item, he would master the fire dragon sword intent and have infinite power. If he could cooperate with the undead dragon flame, he would also be considered to have some combat power among the 5th level. 7.1 million, 7.3 million, but he underestimated the financial resources of these old guys who had broken through the nascent soul for 100 or 200 years, or even longer. In a blink of an eye, the price reached 9.1 million spirit crystals. 10 million, in the end, it was bought by a young nascent soul 1st level cultivator. Shui Yulong subconsciously looked back and saw a very immature aura. He was targeted by the Sea Clan and evil cultivators. If he was not from a big sect, I'm afraid he would not survive. If you want, why don't you and I follow behind to pick up some leaks after the auction is over? If you and I work together, it is possible to pick up leaks even in front of the late nascent soul. Ancestor Zixu saw Shui Yulong's thoughts. Old man, stop talking nonsense. How can I, Shui Yulong, be the kind of person who robs and loots? Zixu Patriarch smiled and did not refute. In his opinion, Shui Yulong was an expert at intercepting and killing. After killing his enemies, he snatched the storage bag more skillfully than him. You said that you were a pure white lotus. Then my Zixu patriarch was a great man who was praised by everyone for reincarnation for 9 generations. The auction below is 11 5th level elixirs, and the finale is the infant transformation pill that everyone is thinking about. There are 3 pills in total. Wow, infant transformation pills. Which cultivator present was not excited? Shui Yulong glanced at Zixu patriarch. The old man promised to get him a top-grade infant transformation pill. Don't worry, if there is a top-grade infant transformation pill, I will definitely bid for it for you. If I can't buy it and I don't have enough money, I will snatch it back. Humph! Shui Yulong snorted coldly, and saw 100 pill bottles appearing in the sky. This is the 1-year soul-restoring pill refined by our Jukes and Manners alchemy master in the past 100 years. This thing is a good thing for restoring spiritual thoughts and soul power. The price is 300,000 spirit crystals per bottle. 100 bottles are available now. Buzz! As soon as Shui Yulong cast a spiritual consciousness on the crystal stone at the window of the room, a pill bottle flew over immediately, but it was not grabbed by him, but by the old ancestor Zixu next to him. You are still too young. If you wait and take your time, you will not have a chance. You should hit it when he introduces it. Don't worry about breaking this crystal stone. This thing is a stacked crystal stone, a treasure of 100 forgings, and the specialty of that old man Wusong. Unless you can bombard it with the power of the nascent soul 100 times in a row, it is absolutely impossible to penetrate it. I see. Shui Yulong nodded and took note, looking at the remaining 10 kinds of pills. Chapter 379, Top Grade Infant Transformation Pill. The Purple Void Talisman sect can't even empty its coffers to get it. These 5 kinds of elixirs are all for increasing mana, and they are also snapped up. Quenfa Pill, a 5th grade lower grade elixir, 100,000 spirit crystals per bottle, 10 pills per bottle, 20 bottles in total. Feyan Pill, a 5th grade middle grade elixir, 300,000 spirit crystals per bottle, 10 pills in total. It can store twice as much mana in a body in the form of clouds. Fahu Pill, a 5th grade middle grade elixir, 700,000 spirit crystals per bottle, 10 pills in a bottle. After taking them continuously, there is a chance to break through the bottleneck of a small realm. 2 bottles in total. Xiangxiang Mana Pill, a 5th grade upper grade elixir, 1 million spirit crystals per bottle, 1 pill in total. Once used, all the spiritual energy within a radius of tens of millions of miles will be turned into your own use. It can be used to fight against others, refine elixirs and weapons, or break through cultivation. It is the best among elixirs. Mana Blood Explosion Pill, a special 5th level pill provided by the evil cultivator Dang Huang Lu Yun, can improve 2 small realms within 1 stick of incense, from the 1st level of nascent soul to the 3rd level, and you can immediately kill the enemy in front of you and retreat. But the side effect is that you must devour a large amount of flesh and blood essence to recover, because this pill consumes your physical body. There are 3 pills in total, and the price is 1 million spirit crystals each. Start bidding. Buzz! Almost in an instant, Shui Yulong and the old guy simultaneously shot a beam of mana at the overlapping crystals. After the 2 fluorescent rays fell, the 2 men each took a pill bottle. What I got was the Fahu pill. What did you buy? This is a 5th grade pill. If you buy a higher grade one, it will easily burst your dantian. It's just a celestial mana pill. Are you crazy? If you buy the Mana Blood Explosion pill, you can save your life. Although it is an evil practice, it can also turn the tide. No. You have 100-year Sea God Talisman. If you use it with this celestial mana pill, your combat power will soar to the 8th level of the nascent soul. Have you recovered your lost energy? Almost. Shui Yulong did not hide it, because this is the intersection of evil practice and righteousness. There may be treasures that need to be fought for later. They cannot take action against the human race, but they have to grab the sea race. In order to prevent accidents, Shui Yulong must buy the celestial mana pill. Sure, after all, he had successfully refined a 100-year Sea God Talisman at this time. The following is the top grade elixir that everyone has been thinking about. I can tell you that in addition to the 5th grade elixir, there is also a quasi 6th grade elixir in this auction. Wow, these Yuling's engines couldn't help but be in an uproar. Even the Zixu patriarch sitting next to them couldn't help but sigh. There has been no 6th grade elixir in the Sanxiusi for many years. Where did their Jukes and Manor get the quasi 6th grade elixir? This is really going to cause a bloody storm. So, We put it in the finale of the auction. There's only one of the last 5 elixirs. The first one is a 5th grade top grade Yinki pill. This is a magic cultivation elixir. It is an elixir refined by extracting the energy of the Yuan Yang. It can strengthen the Yuan Yang. The price is 2 million spirit crystals. I want it. As soon as the voice fell, a demonic figure in the ding-shaped room number 11 below bought the elixir. We can't afford to offend this person. He is most likely a demon cultivator in the late Yuanying period. The Zixu patriarch next to him couldn't help but remind him. I won't feel uncomfortable. We have to choose the weaker ones to start with. If we want to find a fat sheep, then we have to find the ones with big forces behind them. The corner of Zixu's mouth twitched slightly. In the sea of casual cultivators, those who can be called big forces have great cultivators who have reached the great perfection of the nascent soul in their families. Our Zixufu sect is a small temple, and we can't expose our identities. Don't worry, old man. The second one is the Huangquan Jiuqu pill, a 5th grade top grade pill. This is the pill refined by Senior Shiantong of the Taoist Palace, a 5th grade top grade pill emperor who has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul. It is also a signature pill, which can refine your meridians and acupoints in your body and complete a post-nascent soul cleansing. It can increase your soul and magic power by at least 30%. If your foundation is very poor and you are lucky enough to break through the nascent soul, there are even examples of a surge in mana and a surge in nascent soul after the cleansing. So the price is 5 million spirit crystals. I want it too. In the end, it was a female nascent soul cultivator who took it down. That's a pavilion master of Shianai Pavilion. You and I can't mess with him. Yes, it's another powerful force, but he's wearing a palace dress and a mask, so I don't know if he looks good. The third one is also from Senior Shiantong. His second 5th grade top grade elixir is Shiantong Jiuqiao pill. As the name suggests, it can open 9 acupoints on your nascent soul, which can speed up your nascent soul cultivation by 9 times, and also allow your nascent soul to feel the heaven and earth energy in advance. The price is 10 million spirit crystals. Hiss. Su Yuming couldn't help but take a breath. He looked back and found that the old guy was also a little jealous. I want it. As soon as the words fell, a voice sounded. It's actually old Pang, the Purple Void Patriarch sighed. I'm afraid this is all his wealth. Why? Does the life of the late nascent soul master Pang is very hard? It's hard to explain. The Purple Void Patriarch shook his head. He will definitely be targeted. If there's a chance, you and I have to help. After saying that, Su Yuming secretly took note. The fourth one, it needs everyone to bid for it. This is the Ocean Pill, personally refined by the 5th level Danherong Danhei's engine of the Sea Clan. It contains the rules of water and the rules of the sea. If any Taoist friends need it, you can bid for it. This is a 5th level top grade elixir. The starting price is 5 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 5.1 million spirit crystals, 5.1 million, 5.2 million. In the blink of an eye, the price reached 7.8 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming shook his head. The foundation of these nascent soul masters was too rich, and he was afraid that he could not reach it. Sure enough, the final transaction price was 9.7 million spirit crystals, and it was won by a mysterious Yuanying's engine. Finally, it's the infant transformation pill that everyone has been waiting for. 1 low-grade pill, 1 medium-grade pill, and 1 high-grade pill. The low-grade pill, 1 price, 1 million spirit crystals. What surprised Su Yuming was that it was actually won by a female cultivator of the Sea Clan. The medium-grade infant transformation pill, the starting price is 2 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals, 4 million. Su Yuming tried to bid once. There are not many pills in the world that can make him unable to break through the realm at this moment. This infant transformation pill is one of them, and it may allow him to form a Yuanying in advance. 4.2 million. Then his price was overwhelmed. This medium-grade infant transformation pill, with a 35% chance of infant transformation, was directly auctioned for 8.1 million spirit crystals. The last top-grade infant transformation pill, the starting price is 5 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 200,000 spirit crystals, 6 million, 6.2 million, 7 million. Under Su Yuming's gaze, the old man next to him joined the auction. When the price climbed to 8.9 million, he spoke again. 10 million spirit crystals. This price still made many Yuanying's engine choose to give up. It was almost 10,000 spirit jades. With their annual search, they might not be able to get the defeat spirit jade. This time, they had to auction off the harvest of nearly 100 years. However, the top-grade infant transformation pill with a 45% chance of infant transformation was indeed very attractive. If the other party had an earth spirit root, it would be almost 100% successful in infant transformation. 11 million, 11.4 million. Su Yuming looked calm, thinking that the price was too high, but the Zixu ancestor next to him seemed to have made up his mind. 15 million spirit crystals. He suddenly raised the price and suppressed the noise of competition again. 15 million once, 15 million twice. The white eyebrow true lord on the stage narrowed his eyes and smiled. The higher the price, the better. If this top-grade infant transformation pill can exceed the market value of 15 million spirit crystals, everyone will be happy. Not only will the alchemist who took it out make money, but the Jukes and Manor can also get a good share. 17 million. As soon as the voice fell, someone else bid. Su Yuming looked in the direction of the voice and found a young man from the Sea clan who was outstanding and wearing a robe. Is he already a golden core great perfection at such a young age? There are 2 guards in the late nascent soul stage around him. I'm afraid he is a royal family in the deep sea. Royal family refers to the existence of a 5th-level great perfection demon king in the Sea clan. In the sea of casual cultivators, guys like the Blackstone Demon King can't be called emperors. 17.5 million. The purple void ancestor beside him was also at the end of his strength. He used up all his spirit crystals just to help Su Yuming get this top-grade infant transformation pill, because he knew that Su Yuming's sense of belonging to the purple void talisman sect was not very strong. If the sect really reached a critical moment of life and death, he would definitely turn around and leave. If he gave this top-grade infant transformation pill again, perhaps Su Yuming's heart would be attached to it in the future. And he felt that it was worth it to use this little spirit crystal to win over a true talisman king. A future 5th-level talisman maker. Old guy, Su Yuming was really moved. Seeing this scene, the purple void ancestor laughed in his heart. 20 million spirit crystals, where did this old human dog come from? He actually dared to compete with my Sea clan for financial strength. Don't you know that the spirit crystals in the deep sea are hundreds of times more than those on your land? The golden royal family was still provoking, and the human Yuanying nearby had already cursed. Where did this little sea creature dare to yell at the Yuanying auction? It's so rebellious. The 2 Yuanying late-stage sea creatures around you should follow closely. If you are a step slower, you will be killed by our human cultivators. Such a top-grade infant transformation pill, it's a pity to feed the dogs. The angry curses nearby were heard by the golden royal family. Instead of being angry, he was happy. After looking around, he slightly bowed his hands. If you want to kill me, please do it. If you don't, I will take this treasure. Su Yuming didn't say anything, but his eyes were signaling the old guy next to him to give up. This golden sea creature looked like a rookie who didn't know the height of the world, but there was definitely a huge amount of spirit crystals in his storage bag. It would be unwise to compete with it. 20 million spirit crystals for 1 time, 20 million spirit crystals for 2 times, and 20 million spirit crystals for the 3rd time. Deal. As the auction fell, the golden sea creature also got the spirit crystals. The other party should be from the Jiaohuang clan. If he is alone in the future, I will kill him for you. When he breaks through the nascent soul, I'm afraid you will not be his opponent. Since he is a Jiaolong body and has such a guard, his bloodline should be very high. If you can get his dragon soul, Su Yuming was somewhat tempted. There are 2 late-stage nascent souls around him, and there may be Jiaolongs among these 2 sea tribes. You and I can't take them down. Su Yuming pointed around. He just provoked me. I guess it's not just you and me who want to kill him. We can fish in troubled waters when the time comes. Okay, everyone. The white eyebrow true lord on the stage sold it at a high price of 20 million spirit crystals. He was overjoyed and actually took out 10 talismans and held them in his hand. Next, I will auction 10 talismans. They are 5th grade lower grade sea moving talisman, priced at 1 million spirit crystals, a 5th grade lower grade 1 thought flame mountain talisman, priced at 2 million spirit crystals, a 5th grade lower grade tsunami storm talisman, priced at 2 million spirit crystals, and a 5th grade mid-grade soul returning 7-day talisman, priced at 5 million spirit crystals, 5 grade mid-grade rule talismans, a total of 5 pieces of the 5 elements rule talisman, Priced at 5 million spirit crystals, the last one is a 5th grade upper grade sea reclamation and land creation talisman, which is a true ancient magical talisman that can change the battlefield in an instant. Priced at 10 million spirit crystals, just as True Lord Baimayi finished reading, the old guy next to him glanced at Su Yuming and asked, "Anyone interested?" "All are interested, but a 5th grade talisman is a bit extravagant to buy for self-defense. My physique is strong, so I don't need it for the time being." Humph. After he finished speaking, countless true lords began to snatch it almost instantly. Sure, it must be said that Zixu is indeed a frequent visitor to the auction, and he actually grabbed one. It's actually the Tsunami Storm Talisman. He just took a look and threw it to Su Yuming. "I didn't get your top-grade infant transformation pill before, so I will find it for you. This thing is an advance reward." Su Yuming accepted it calmly. He knew what Zixu was thinking. If he wanted him to pay for the Zixa Talisman sect, there must be a price. This 5th level talisman is one of them. Next, we are going to auction 3 kinds of puppets: the 5th level low-grade Blood Crystal Sea Shark Talisman, the 5th level middle-grade One-Eyed Sea Beast Talisman, and the 5th level high-grade Roaring Dragon Whale Talisman. The prices are 5 million spirit crystals, 10 million spirit crystals, and 20 million spirit crystals respectively. I wonder if any Taoist needs it. "Old man, why is the price of this puppet so expensive?" Su Yuming seemed to have discovered a new world. If he had known that the price of this puppet was so high, why would he bother to break through the realm of talisman cultivation? There is no other way. Now many sects' nascent souls broke through hundreds of years ago and are getting old. They have no successors and have to consider the future of the sect. Who makes this puppet equal to a nascent soul? True Lord? Isn't the lifespan of a nascent soul 3,000 years? Su Yuming couldn't help asking. That's because the Xianjiao broke through early and had a long lifespan. Like me, I was already 1,000 years old when I broke through. Do you think I need to practice faster or leave a way out for the sect? It's a matter of a few hundred years later. Let's talk about it then. Isn't Wang Guoran already at the 1st level of nascent soul? Old man, take it easy on yourself and don't put too much burden on yourself. Ancestor Zixu was slightly startled, then smiled with relief. "I know." Chapter 380 Picking up a billion spirit crystals, Old Man Zixu talks about the transformation into God. The following are 14 5th level opportunities that will be auctioned off, some of which Shivan Arjuksan Manor doesn't know about. The white eyebrow true lord standing on top saw that the 3 puppets were quickly snatched away, and he was not surprised. After all, these puppets are good things that can protect the house and continue the inheritance of the Yuanying power, so naturally some people will bid for them. You Jukes Manor don't know about them, so why are you auctioning them? Yes, isn't this embarrassing? Ha ha ha. Listening to the laughter around the auction, the white eyebrow true lord bowed slightly to the people around him, as if to apologize, but the corners of his mouth raised, and a cunning look flashed in his eyes. "So, we put these 14 5th grade opportunities into the Xianji brocade box. This is a 5th grade soul sealing brocade box, which is comparable to a 5th grade mid-grade magic weapon. Its own value is also 1 million spirit crystals. Among these 5th grade opportunities, there are 5th grade low grade ones and 5th grade top grade ones. Which one you can bid for depends on your own ability and eyesight. Now these 14 blind boxes will only accept one secret bid from those present. The one with the highest price will win." After speaking, the 14 brocade boxes instantly floated in front of him. With a powerful and overbearing 6th grade divine thought, they were fixed in the air. No one dared to snatch them. Even if the divine thought approached, they only had the opportunity to bid, and had no qualifications to test the truth of the treasures inside. "Old man, your fire-refining divine eyes can see the extraordinary features of these treasures." Facing Su Yuming's question, Zixu Patriarch really sensed it, and then shook his head. "There is a restriction planted inside, and there is a 6th level divine thought partition. Unless my spiritual thought realm is higher than his, it is absolutely impossible to see what is in the brocade box inside. That's not easy to do. The lowest bid should be 1 million spirit crystals. Should we try our luck casually? Boy, just use 2 million spirit crystals to play around. If you invest too much, I'm afraid you will lose all your money. The lowest valued 5th level opportunity is only 100,000 spirit crystals." Su Yuming blinked. Fortune is sought in danger. After saying that, he directly invested 3 million spirit crystals into a brocade box that he used the rules of thunder to sense. Then he invested another 3 million spirit crystals into a brocade box with the strongest power of the Earth's rules. He had no money on him at this time, and couldn't help looking at the old man. I want to invest 3 million spirit crystals in the brocade box of the 14th. How about I lend it to you? Shui Zixu Patriarch did not say anything and directly helped him. Your annual salary after you go back is 10,000 spirit crystals. Just think of it as your advance payment of the salary for the next 300 years. Su Yuming opened his mouth. This Zixufu sect is really good. A yuaning is a salary of 10,000 spirit crystals. If you can stay here for 2,000 years, wouldn't it be 200 million spirit crystals? But protecting a sect for 2,000 years. It's okay to be in name only. If Su Yuming has to stay in one place for 2,000 years, he might as well die. It's so boring. Even the old guy opposite can't stay in Zixufu sect honestly. He wants to bind me to the worship of Zixufu sect. He probably wants to go out and experience it. It's a pity. After I broke through the nascent soul, it seems that the opportunities in the mountain and sea region and the Blackstone ancient region are more for Su Yuming. Moreover, I also have the Zuanjing Lake world, where there are many good things waiting for me to harvest. For example, in the burial pit world, with the body of the nascent soul, maybe I can break into the underground palace of the Four Symbols Holy Sect. If I can become their disciple in front of the ancestors of the Four Symbols Holy Sect, I am afraid I can obtain the true divine method of transformation. Okay, buy it and leave it. About half an hour later, the white eyebrow true lord on the stage shouted to the surroundings, and then came to the first brocade box and shouted out its highest bid. The highest bidder is from room 19, A, who bid 2.3 million spirit crystals. This treasure belongs to you, fellow Taoist. It must be said that the auction at Juxin Manor is indeed very disciplined. The brocade box is not open to prevent the buyer from being coveted by others because of something good. It may also be a very bad thing. If the buyer loses money and is laughed at, wouldn't it be embarrassing? In this way, no one is offended. The second brocade box, 3 million spirit crystals. Congratulations to the fellow Taoist from room 18. See, Shui the old man glanced over in an instant. What did you buy? A thunder type spiritual object. Thunder type. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Even if it is the worst, it is more than 1 million spirit crystals. You are a kid with a 5th level tribulation thunder, and you can definitely target a good thing. If you can open an opportunity to increase your cultivation, how about giving it to me? Sure. Su Yuming soon received the brocade box sent by the maid in front of the door. After he took it and opened it, a transparent crystal the size of a head appeared directly in front of him. My God, it's actually a piece of thunder crystal the size of a head. This is a good thing for practicing the magic of transformation. Just a piece as big as a thumb can be sold at a sky-high price of 2 million spirit crystals on the market. With such a big piece like yours, I'm afraid you can sell it for hundreds of millions of spirit crystals. You've made a fortune. Zixu Patriarch's eyes turned red with envy. He watched Su Yuming open his mouth and swallow the huge thunder crystal into his stomach, and then inject all the 5th level tribulation thunder in his body into it, and from time to time attract a ray of it, and began to merge and fight with the immortal dragon flame he controlled. Your method can be slowly refined, but I guess you won't find a way to fuse thunder and fire without hundreds of years. While the two were chatting, 8 brocade boxes had been offered one after another, and the lowest price was 2 million spirit crystals. After all, there were also people who wanted to pick up a bargain. The highest price actually reached more than 8 million spirit crystals. It's the one that exudes endless ghost energy. I don't want it. Su Yuming's death domain has already taken shape, and he doesn't need this item, so he gave up directly. As a result, even if he took out all his wealth, he couldn't buy it. After all, there are quite a few demon cultivators in the venue. The winning bid for the 11th brocade box is 3 million spirit crystals. Congratulations to the Taoist friend in room 18 of the Bingzi, you won again. What is it this time? After a moment, Su Yuming opened it in front of the purple void ancestor. A palm-sized pottery figurine appeared in front of Su Yuming. He subconsciously planted a soul imprint and manipulated the pottery figurine to move at will. He could easily turn over and jump, and punch in the air, and even let it release magic power. This is the body of the earth pottery figurine. It can replace you. As long as your spiritual consciousness can attach to it, with a limit of your spiritual consciousness, you can stand 100,000 miles away and control it to use all the methods on you. The value is at least hundreds of millions of spirit crystals. The purple void ancestor was so envious that his eyes turned green. What about the last brocade box you bought? Su Yuming shook his head. I just felt that the rules of sword were more intense, so I took a picture of it. You also know swordsmanship, so why not give it to you? Zixu Patriarch shook his head. You are the fourth step sword king. If I don't give it to you, and let an old man like me who knows nothing about the third step swordsmanship take it, it would be a waste of talent. Let's see what it is. If it is a sword move, I can learn it. Brocade box number 14. Congratulations to the Taoist friend in room number 18 of Bingzi. Not long after, the brocade box was delivered, and Zixu Patriarch was responsible for delivering the spirit crystal. Under his expectant eyes, Su Yuming opened it casually. What came into view was a small golden sword, and it was branded in a talisman. This is a 5th-tier talisman. Ancestor Zixu was shocked. And you can sense the aura on it, and it can be used at least 5 times. It's a 5th-tier top-grade talisman. You're rich. This thing must belong to a senior sword emperor. This is his sword. I estimate that it is nurtured with the innate Zhengjin sword energy. I'm afraid that even the gods have to avoid it. If you can master it, wouldn't your combat power be able to cross the golden elixir and threaten the nascent soul? Boy, if this treasure is put out for auction, it will also be hundreds of millions of spirit crystals. Just for these 3 brocade boxes, you used 9 million spirit crystals to gamble a treasure worth 1 billion spirit crystals. The profit is 100 times higher, right? Su Yuming shook his head. But my fortune is also exhausted. Then if you sell me an innate Zhengjin talisman once, I will give you 5 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming stared at the auction venue. There should be about 48 treasures below. Let's talk about it later. If there are any that are worth my attention, I will buy them. You said that this Xiantian Zhengjin Fubao can be used 5 times, and it is worth hundreds of millions. That time must be tens of millions of spirit crystals. Old man, you dared to bid so high before, you must have at least more than 10 million spirit crystals on you. Why don't you give me 10 million? Deal. Fearing that Su Yuming would refuse, the Purple Void ancestor actually agreed directly, which made Su Yuming regret it. Damn, the asking price is too low. However, the old man decisively threw away a storage bag, which was quite generous. Su Yuming only thought that he could make it back in the treasure hunt later. When he looked up, the number of times in the prosperous husband gathering wealth column had returned to 0. It turned out that picking up leaks at this auction was his biggest opportunity at the moment. However, he picked up 3 good things in one breath, which was a huge profit. Next, we will hold a 100 breath auction. These 20 items are sent by the Taoist friends present, and the Taoist friend who bids the highest price within 100 breaths will win the treasure. The first item, the yellow spring ring, is an item for ghost cultivators. It has the same function as the soul calling banner, and can refine a 5th rank lower grade ghost king. The starting price is 1 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals, 1 million, 1.1 million. Soon the price climbed to 5.5 million spirit crystals, and in the end it was this person who won. Su Yuming shook his head. This is the first time I've seen such an auction. I didn't expect there would be so many tricks. As for Juxin Manor, it's not surprising. They relied on this method to rise rapidly in the past 500 years. The Juxin Island, which was originally just 2 nascent soul brothers, has now become a major force with 7 nascent souls. Now, a great cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul has emerged. I'm afraid that in the future, Juxin Manor will very likely become a super force in the sea of casual cultivators, a true sect of transformation. I have an old relationship with True Lord Wusong. Do you want to consider becoming a guest of Juxin Manor with the identity of the self-destructive Talisman King? Anyway, I'm already a nominal guest of their island. I can receive a salary of 10,000 spirit crystals a year. As long as they are in danger and let me take action once, it will be 1 million spirit crystals. It's not cost-effective to pay 1 million spirit crystals for each action. Su Yuming shook his head. If you were to take action, it would at least cost 5 million spirit crystals. The second lot is the 5th level talisman making material, a total of 100 pieces. The starting price is 5 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. Please bid 5.1 million, 5.2 million. In the end, Su Yuming bid 8.8 million. After waiting for 100 pieces of 5th level materials, he began to refine them quickly. Huh? Where did you find this 6 desires purifying heart talisman? If you sell it, it is a top-notch method to deal with the inner demon, and it can also deal with the inner demon level of the nascent soul tribulation. It is worth at least 5 million spirit crystals. Qi was speaking. Shui Yulong had already failed once. After 11 consecutive times, he succeeded once. 880,000 top-quality spirit crystals were lost, but at least 5 million spirit crystals were earned. After 50 times of refining, Shui Yulong had 5 more 6 desires purifying heart talismans in front of him. Old man, I leave it to you. How about taking it out and consigning it for 25 million spirit crystals? Sure, the Purple Void Patriarch could take it out and pretend again. Apart from anything else, his old brothers would definitely be happy to buy such a good thing. After all, who doesn't have a disciple who wants to reach the nascent soul realm? This talisman can easily pass the heart demon passage. It is a good thing for the nascent soul to overcome the tribulation. He came back in less than half an hour. Those old guys took advantage of you. A total of 21 million spirit crystals belong to you. It only took more than an hour, and you earned so many spirit crystals. It's a pity that you don't take charge of my Zixufu sect. When I go back, I will ask Wang Guoran to pass the position of sect leader to you. How about it? Shui Yulong shook his head. You know that the sect can't restrain me. If I have the opportunity to transform into a spirit in the future, the Zixufu sect can also become the top force in the sea of casual cultivators. This is not a loss. Transformation into a spirit? Haha. Do you think the 69 heavenly tribulations are easy to deal with? Wait until your magic power breaks through the nascent soul stage. According to my estimation, you still have at least 30 years to cultivate to the great perfection of the golden core. By the time you have polished your spiritual power to break through, you will be over 100 years old. Infant cultivation is a chasm of great difficulty. You need at least 1,000 years to reach the great perfection of the infant. As for the mortal stage, you may not be able to get through it even after 1,000 years. As for the condensation of the primordial spirit, you have to cut yourself 3 times. I see that you can't even get through the first stage of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the emotional stage, let alone the condensation of the primordial spirit. Shui Yulong was silent. Old man, you know a lot. Don't you want to mortalize now? As for me, I wasted hundreds of years before, and my mind has already been mortal. What stands in front of me is the 3 swords of condensation of the primordial spirit, so I want to hand over the Purple Void Talisman sect to you. As he said, he was full of pride. The one in the Purple Void Talisman sect who has the greatest hope of breaking through the condensation of the primordial spirit is me. You can sit in the sect for me for 500 years, and you can become the first disciple of this condensation of the primordial spirit in the future. How about it? Chapter 381 33 Kinds of Spirit Beast Eggs. Golden Fire Killing Awakens. Everyone, the next thing to auction is the eggs of 33 kinds of spirit beasts. There are those that live in groups, those that fly in the sky, those that swim in the sea, those that run on land, as well as deep-sea creatures, real exotic beasts, and even the bloodline of immortal beasts. Wow, for the cultivators of the San Xiuc, it would be wonderful to have a mount that can travel quickly on the sea, which can be used to carry goods in as a means of transportation. The first 20 are all sea monsters with 5th level potential. Except for the 3 green water white apes, the wind organ willow monster, and the rockthorn monster, the remaining 17 are sea spirit beasts. The price is 1 million spirit crystals per head. Please rush to bid. Buzz Shui Yulong clearly saw the old guy next to him take action and directly took one of them. He was also a little tempted, but he had the beast control flag in his hand. If he wanted a sea spirit beast, he could just catch it himself. Why waste spirit crystals here? Seeing the old guy smiling happily, Shui Yulong couldn't help but feel curious. What is it? It's a psychic dolphin that can grow to the 5th level. It has a temper of steel and a hard skull. Even if it encounters a powerful blood shark in the sea, it can fight it. It is also close to our human race. As long as you ride on it, you can cross tens of millions of miles of sea in a day, which is as easy as drinking water. How many times did you earn? About 3 times. Although this thing is good, its upper limit is just like that. The spiritual beasts on the sea must pay attention to bloodline and opportunity. If the opportunity is enough, even the weakest sardine can become a 6th level demon god. Fellow Taoists, the next 3 types to be auctioned are deep-sea spiritual beasts that can grow to the middle stage of the 5th level, and they are all large deep-sea spiritual beasts. One of them is the Royal Belt Siren. Its body is like a blade and can cross the deep sea to take you to practice underwater, which is safer. The price is 4 million spirit crystals. The second one is a deep-sea crayfish. It has a very strong fighting power in the seabed, which is equivalent to a double-edged sword cultivator. Many ferocious fish monsters in the deep sea dare not provoke it. The price is 5 million spirit crystals. The third one is a coral sea snake. This creature can disguise itself as the color of coral and blend into the seabed. If you attack in the sea, it is your best helper. The price is 5.5 million spirit crystals. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as the auction was called, it was snapped up in an instant. Sui Yulong couldn't help shaking his head. These old dogs of the nascent soul can live for 3,000 years. The wealth they have accumulated is really terrible. Maybe I will be qualified to participate in the auction among them after making talismans for 100 years. Let's go back to the Zhuanjing Lake world first, find out how many spirit crystals are under the ground of those 5th level spirit veins, dig them all out, make a fortune, and then come to the scattered sea for training. Sui Yulong felt deeply poor. The following are 5 adult 5th level spiritual beasts, namely the 5th level early stage 2 soul ghost crab monster, the 5th level early stage spearhead shrimp soldier, and the 5th level early stage purple vine octopus. All 3 are 8 million spiritual crystals at once. The 5th level middle stage swordfish monster and the 5th level middle stage soul returning seaweed. The former is 15 million spiritual crystals and the latter is 20 million spiritual crystals. Start now. I know this swordfish monster. It has a demon bone comparable to a 5th level magic sword. What is the soul returning seaweed? The soul returning seaweed grows 1 foot in 1,000 years. This 5th level middle stage monster has probably grown for 12,000 years. 1 foot can increase your soul power by 10%. If it is 12 feet, wouldn't it be able to more than double your soul power? So they bought this soul returning seaweed to eat it. Sui Yulong was stunned. Eat grass instead of roots, and regenerate after 1,000 years. Sui Yulong was stunned, watching these 5 spiritual beasts being bought away directly. Next, 3 more beast eggs were sent to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the remaining ones were 3 5th stage late stage beast eggs, namely the 5-ring sea snake, the sea spraying cuttlefish, and the black-hearted ray. The price was 15 million spirit crystals each. The price of the egg-shaped larvae and the adult spirit beasts was simply too different. Sui Yulong couldn't even afford it. After watching these 3 spirit beasts being auctioned off, 2 more brocade boxes were immediately brought up. What kind of beast eggs are still in the 5th stage top quality spirit sealing boxes? The old man became interested. The moment the brocade box was opened, he saw a colorful snake egg. Oh my god, it's actually a 7-ring sea snake with the blood of the demon god. This one can at least cultivate to the peak of the 5th stage in the future. I'm afraid its value will break through the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 7-ring sea snake, a snake egg with the blood of the demon god. The price is 30 million spirit crystals. If any Taoist friends need it, just bid directly. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as the voice fell, at least 6 or 7 people bid at the same time. Since everyone has the same bid, the highest bidder wins. Only one bid is allowed, 40 million, 45 million, 50 million. The last person actually called out a high price of 60 million. Sui Yulong looked over and saw that the other person seemed a little mysterious. The brocade robe he wore had patterns that concealed his figure, not to mention his appearance and cultivation level, which could not be sensed at all. Don't look at him. He's from the Deo Deo Palace, ancestor Zixa's side. Compared with the Deo Deo Palace, their inheritance was like a swan and a toad. The last one is the Ink and Wash unicorn ranked 17th on the list of 108 strange beasts. It is said to be able to cure all poisons in the world and can also evolve the Ink and Wash domain. It is like a fish in water on the sea, and it can walk on the void, the sea, and the land. It is not a problem to travel hundreds of millions of miles a day. It is a strange beast and a lucky beast. When it grows up in the future, I am afraid it will have the hope of reaching the state of transformation. If you want to exchange, just trade with spiritual objects. It can be a 5th level magic weapon or a 5th level spiritual object. The highest value can be exchanged. Next to him, after hearing this, the old ancestor Zixa took out the 8 treasure glazed talisman he had hidden and handed it over, but it was turned back in a breath. Because the highest bid on the high platform was a 5th level top grade magic weapon, a Buddhist demon subduing pestle with 18 streamers of light. I didn't expect to see the treasure of Buddhist cultivation here. Sui Yulong couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that the Buddhist monks under the 4 Elephants holy sect in the past also appeared in the sea of scattered cultivators? While he was doubting, A cultivator had already made his move. A fragment of a 6th level treasure weapon that can also deliver a 6th level attack. I wonder if you can exchange it for this ink and wash unicorn. It was a female voice that spoke, and when she spoke, the golden fire unicorn hidden in Su Yuming's left arm had completely awakened, and was already at the peak of the late Jiandan stage, comparable to the 8th level of the Jiandan realm, and it released a message to Su Yuming. Master, take down this ink and wash unicorn egg. Su Yuming shook his head. The most precious of the good things he had was the 5th level Void Mirror, the 5th level top-grade Dragon Soul Sword, and the 5th level top-grade Beast Control Flag. Even if these things were taken out, they might not be able to suppress the opponent's 6th level treasure fragment, so it was better to give up directly. Sure, the opponent turned around and left after taking the treasure. Su Yuming also stood up and walked outside. I'm going to rest outside. If you can't kill them, you can call me for help. How could his words be hidden from the eyes of Zixu? He said it lightly and watched Su Yuming leave the auction house. As soon as Su Yuming left, there were also Yuanying cultivators following behind him. The female cultivator in front actually quickened her pace, quickly passed through the crowd, appeared at the edge of the island, and directly released a spirit boat to fly away. Shua 2 streams of light from the late Yuanying behind her chased after her with black smoke. The ink unicorn, that is the auction order after the 7-ring sea snake of the 6th level demon god bloodline. Everyone knows that this kind of mount that can be used on land, sea and air is the most popular on the sea. If it is put on a large auction and re-auctioned, it can sell for at least hundreds of millions of spirit crystals. Who wouldn't be tempted by such treasures? Shua after Su Yuming appeared on the shore, he tore a purple virtual teleportation talisman directly, and his entire figure quickly appeared 150,000 miles away. The 2 Yuanying's engines who followed him behind him just lost his whereabouts and wanted to chase him, but they gave up thinking that there were still many fat sheep in the market. However, Su Yuming had already discovered 2 evil cultivators who were chasing the female cultivator. Dao are also here for the ink and water killing. If you are willing to help me repel these 2 evil cultivators, I am willing to give you 5 million spirit crystals. The female cultivator was not a fool. Su Yuming instantly teleported and appeared behind her. If he attacked her at this time to stop her, the 2 Yuanyings chasing behind her would definitely catch up with her. Hand over the ink and water killing, otherwise you will not be able to escape today. 10 million spirit crystals. Dao, don't go too far. At most I will crush this ink and water killing egg on the spot. That's just right for me to absorb. Su Yuming grinned, and sank into the depths of the sea. He saw a water giant suddenly rise from the sea in front of him. The female cultivator who couldn't avoid it had already hit it head on. Splash as the water splashed all over the sky, the 2 evil cultivators chasing behind him had already killed him. Little girl, why don't you run? You are being targeted by our 2 soul bones, and you still have the chance to run? Now hand over all the treasures on your body immediately, and we can still leave you a whole body. As she spoke, the female cultivator had already made a move, and she started with a 5th level talisman. A 1,000-foot-long water wave instantly formed around her and ramped her up. She quickly turned into a sea shark water shadow that soared into the sky and flew thousands of miles away in an instant. Still want to escape? Chase? The soul-destroying demon lord snorted coldly, and a sound wave attack instantly penetrated the sea shark water shadow and hit the female cultivator directly. Su Yuming found that the female cultivator's figure stiffened for a moment, but she was still maintaining a flying speed of 1 breath and 10,000 miles. But a water giant appeared in front of him again, and this time, like a tide, a large group of water giants running on the sea surface appeared about 50,000 miles ahead. Great magical power, Sea Soul Giant. Great magical power, Sea God Tide. The Bone Destroyer Demon Lord, who had used 2 great magical powers in a row, snorted coldly, and his hands had already plunged into the deep sea water, instantly stirring up countless water splashes. Splash! The water splashes dispersed the water shadow on the female cultivator's body, and she fell to the bottom of the sea. Give me the ink unicorn. How about I save your life? Su Yuming's voice transmission appeared in her ears again. The other party was silent for a while, thinking about whether to agree. The other party's attack has come close again. Great magical power, deep sea prison, magic power, weak water 3000, gurgle gurgle. She suddenly found that the seawater around her was heavy, and she was directly brought to the bottom of the sea thousands of feet below. Then all her magic power began to explode, but she could not evaporate the seawater around her, nor could she escape the bondage. She could only see the sea giants coming to her quickly, ready to capture her. Get out of the way. In a panic, she directly blew up a 5th-level magic weapon. The moment she was severely injured, she turned into blood shadow and fled. The water on the spot exploded, and the surging waves spread in all directions as if a bomb was thrown into it. However, within a dozen breaths, the 2 soul bones who were chasing her were already furious. Damn it, she blew up her defensive magic weapon, and we lost another 2 million spirit crystals. Don't be afraid, she won't survive the next time I attack. After saying that, True Lord Gumier had already slapped his hands on the sea. The sea surface 100,000 miles ahead began to shake constantly, and waves after waves began to continuously hit the female cultivator gliding on the sea surface. How could she hold on at this time? Please take action immediately. I can't hold on. If I am dying, I will destroy this beast egg in an instant. It would be much easier if you did it earlier. Su Yuming snorted, and his figure turned into shadow and appeared behind True Lord Gumier. The moment he was alert, a sword energy had already exploded. Boom! While the void shadow sword directly scared him away, the female cultivator in the distance had already escaped tens of thousands of miles away. Which Taoist is hiding nearby? Since you are the 4th step Sword King, why don't you act uprightly? Demon Lord Gumier was startled and looked around vigilantly. How could he dare to chase again? It's just a bluff. Chase them, Hunmi, who was 50,000 miles away, snorted again. This time, the escaping female cultivator in front actually dived directly into the seabed. Splash! A soul shadow actually flew out from the seabed, quickly wrapped up the female cultivator who had lost the strength to escape, and drilled into the depths of the seabed. 5th-level cuttlefish demon soul, there are indeed cultivators here. Gumi, you and I will join forces, okay? As he spoke, the 5th-level immortal dragon flame flew out from the distant void with the power of the dragon soul. Aang, looking at the flaming dragon that roared over 100,000 miles, the 2 demon kings were immediately shocked. With such divine power, could it be the Yulong clan? Let's go. The 2 of them performed teleportation in succession and quickly escaped from the million-mile sea area. Shui in the distance, Su Yuming stood more than 100,000 miles away, watching the cuttlefish demon soul salvage the female cultivator from the deep seabed. He reached out and took out the 5th-level spirit beast bag hanging on her body. When he was about to reach out to grab her storage bag, the female cultivator suddenly opened her eyes and glared at him. At the moment when Su Yuming lost his mind, she had already escaped into the seabed. According to the agreement, the ink unicorn egg belongs to you, and the grace of saving my life is offset. After Su Yuming came back to his senses after more than 10 breaths, the woman's voice transmission fell lightly. It seems that she is not completely powerless to fight back. She is just good at soul magic. Chapter 382 Mother-in-law meets son-in-law. Wang Yu Iao is at level 5? Su Yuming moved in a flash and appeared 100,000 miles away. After several times, he had already escaped a million miles away. At this time, the 2 evil cultivators Gumie and Hunmie, who realized that they had been deceived, appeared in the sea area. Gumi, it seems we have fallen into a trap. That kid should not be from the Yulong clan. He just mastered a 5th-order spiritual fire, and it seems that his aura has not even reached the nascent soul stage. Hunmi, is there something wrong with your brain? You can't master the 5th-order spiritual fire before you reach the 5th level? Would you be burned to ashes in an instant? Without the magic power of heaven and earth, how can you restrain the real spiritual fire of heaven and earth? You must know that the 5th-order spiritual fire is not born out of thin air by the nourishment of the earth, but it falls from the sky and is truly accepted by heaven and earth. Hunmi was silent for a moment. Anyway, you and I have memorized the aura of that kid. Let's go back to Juxin Island. I don't believe that kid will not come back. He actually dared to plot against you and me. If we have a chance, you and I must kill them both. Okay, millions of miles away, Su Yuming had already sunk into the depths of the sea. He asked Mo Chang to help him guard, and then immediately prepared to let the golden fire Qi refine the ink and water Qi egg. When he was flying just now, this guy couldn't wait to devour the ink and water Qi. I say, you are also a killing species after all, why bother to kill it? If it hatches, wouldn't it be a great help, Master? Devouring is useless. The ink killin's escape speed and the ink domain are good for escaping and saving lives, but its fighting power is very weak. If my cloud-to-sea magical power can cooperate with the ink domain, it can form a cloud-sea domain. When we fight on the sea, Tens of thousands of miles of cloud sea can be spread out in an instant. Moreover, my bloodline power can go a step further and try to devour the lightning on the master's body to temper his body and reach the peak of the golden elixir. I see. What about your escape speed? It should be faster than the master's rainbow transformation technique, then leave it to you to devour. After speaking, Sui Yulong glanced at Mo Chang, who was guarding outside the water cave. You are also a little greedy for this ink-killing egg, but you are a very strong fighter under me. If I let you become such a larvae, wouldn't it be a waste of hundreds of years of your cultivation? What else can Mo Chang say? He wants this ink-killing, but you won't give it to me. Master, you are right. I am willing to become a ghost cultivator and do the dirty and tiring work beside you without any regrets. Whenever you are in a good mood, you can just find a body for me. What about the two evil cultivators just now? Mo Chang thought of Sui Yulong's method of the 100-year sea god talisman. Master, it's okay to capture and kill one, but there is still one. Let the purple void ancestor hold it back. That should be possible. Mo Chang's eyes flickered. Forget it. It's too difficult for you, a demon, to possess the body of a human evil cultivator. Let me think about it again. Mo Chang was silent immediately. You didn't want me to possess a body in the first place, so why did you bring this up? Are you trying to test me? Mo Chang only felt that the human race was really cunning and suspicious. I have become a demon soul under your command. You can decide my life and death, and you still doubt me. By the way, Master, when the woman was awake just now, I saw her. She seemed to be using the soul returning secret technique of the Wendao Palace. When I followed my ancestor in my early years, I met a great cultivator from the Wendao Palace. When they were fighting, they could instantly return to their souls and recover after being hit by the soul secret technique. Wendao Palace, Sui Yulong frowned. He didn't know why he was targeted by the Wendao Palace. With their skills and strength, the divine transformation cultivators could deliver supplies to all the Xianjiao on the sea and monitor the world. Why couldn't they save one of their own Yuanying? Could it be that they really targeted me? Thousands of miles away, there were two figures standing side by side at this time. One of the female cultivators changed her appearance and restored the arrogance and coldness of a beautiful woman in palace dress. Have you seen it? Yes, that kid is actually not bad. He can master the 5th level spiritual fire and has a nascent soul body. Given time, he can prove his Dao to a great cultivator with the power of his body, but Xiao is already a 5th level physical cultivator, and she has also awakened an ancient magical power, which is a bloodline magical power. You should know how much potential a physical cultivator has with a bloodline magical power. The nascent soul is invincible. The beautiful woman in palace dress stared at the compass in his hand. Through the endless void, she could see Sui Yulong hiding deep in the sea. The golden fire unicorn next to him is just an acquired evolution. It is devouring the eggs of its own kind. This junior is too cruel and not suitable for Yao. After saying that, the beautiful woman in palace dress turned and fled. Then should I give him a reward? He did it anonymously. If you want him to be exposed, why ask me? The figure of the beautiful woman in palace dress came from the distant horizon. If someone saw her in the void, they would be surprised to find that she was actually crossing the sky in her physical body. The Taoist stood there and shook his head with emotion. What a pity, only those with such mental means can embark on the road of transformation. Ning Su, you can't let it go, so you will be trapped in this shackle for the rest of your life. His figure walked into the void, and the moment he entered the space crack, he faded and disappeared with the space crack, as if he had never existed in this world. Shua deep in the sea, Sui Yulong couldn't help but open his eyes. The feeling of peeping just now was indeed right. There must be a great master peeping at him. Sui Yulong endured for a while and looked down at his own state. What kind of spiritual roots will Chu Qinglun and Zhu Yingguo, who are about to give birth, bring to him? Or his own earth spiritual root talent, which has been silent for a long time. In fact, as long as the spiritual root talent is above the 5-element spiritual root, it is already a gift from heaven and earth. Sui Yulong still wants to improve. It is extremely difficult. Heavenly spiritual roots are almost the darlings of heaven and earth. As for the spirit body, Sui Yulong knows that there are many spirit bodies in the Taoist palace. If they are not born in a place of extreme yin or yang, or the parents are extraordinary, the spirit body will pass on the spirit body, or the heavenly spiritual root plus the earthly spiritual root will give birth to a mutant spirit body. There has never been any real genius. Many are reincarnated. Confident, Wang Yuio, physical body 5th stage early stage. Su Yuming's eyes widened suddenly. Yao, who had lost his whereabouts after coming to the sea of scattered cultivators, unexpectedly got such an opportunity, and his cultivation level ran ahead of him without paying attention. He had not observed his own state for many days, so he ignored Wang Yao. He didn't expect that she would step into the 5th stage of the physical body, one step ahead of him. How did she do it? She jumped directly from the 3rd level to the 4th level, and then suddenly reached the 5th level of her physical body. Could it be that she is not a human, but has the blood of the sea race, or her reincarnation memory and cultivation level awakened at the same time, or did she accept the salvation of a senior like Nangong Huner? From then on, her cultivation level could no longer be improved, no matter which one it was. Su Yuming was a little confused. Shui. Then he felt that there was something extra in his body. At the moment he hesitated, a new talent entry appeared in his body. Inheritance. Inheritance or awakening? My goodness, Wang Yao obtained an inheritance. What inheritance? Is it about physical cultivation? If I inherit it, it will naturally be very beneficial. After all, Su Yuming felt that it could instantly break through her physical body from less than the 4th level to the 5th level in one breath. That must be an extraordinary inheritance. Maybe it was left by a 6th level physical cultivator. However, the big forces that have this kind of inheritance usually attach great importance to the leakage of inheritance. If I awaken, I might cause some unnecessary troubles, asking how I got it. Can I still drag Wang Yao into it? Su Yuming was silent for a while, and chose to awaken directly. It seemed that the blood evil spirit he had cultivated originally, the blood evil spirit extracted from the weak water of Huangquan, was now fully erupted. The sea area of millions of miles in radius instantly turned into scarlet red. It was not the red of blood water, but the blood evil spirit in the floating state. It must be tens of billions or hundreds of billions of demon souls that can condense such a terrifying scene. Even if the Yuaning Demon King saw it from thousands of miles away, he would be scared and immediately fled. Are you kidding? There is such a fierce god with such evil spirits in his every move. Which one is not a peerless macho? Su Yuming felt a bloody aura that burst out instantly, and in the blink of an eye, it merged with his own death domain. In his astonished eyes, his right arm was quickly wrapped in a layer of black death aura, and then formed a ghost face with his appearance and imprinted it. He struck with his bare hands, and under an island thousands of miles away, there was a huge black-hearted ray peeping at his situation. It was instantly hit, and even if it was at the peak of the 4th level, it was instantly corrupted into a pile of pus and blood. After floating on the sea, it jumped violently like boiling water. And then all the creatures within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles could not survive. This magical power is called the Death Evil Light. When I go to the underground bone pit of the Four Symbols Holy Sect and refine the Yellow Spring weak water again, I may be able to directly advance this move. In this way, the power will be even more terrifying. Ordinary nascent souls will have to run away when they see me now. In the future, even if the nascent soul masters see me, they will have to run away, but this will not be good for my title in the future. Now I can still be called the Three Absolutes True Man. Will I be called the Death Evil True Lord in the future? Su Yuming felt a chill and saw that the golden fire Kirin was already intertwined with a layer of ink and water. With a flick of his finger, a thunderbolt stunned it and threw it directly into the seal of his left arm. With a touch of his feet, it had turned into a cannonball and instantly flew thousands of miles away. After breaking through the sea, it quickly swept towards Juxin Island. Go and see if there are any other good things. Ancestor, can you buy the Quasi 6th level elixir? Stinky boy, is that something you and I can covet? I did buy the inheritance of a 5th level alchemist and a 5th level weapon refiner, but it was too expensive. Oh, and there was also a Talisman King inheritance that was taken out by the Asking Deo Palace and was snatched away by the Sea Shark sect. You and I can keep an eye on it. If there is a chance, you must snatch it back. There is at least a 4th level top grade talisman and a 5th level talisman in it. Okay, then I will wait for you overseas. As Su Yuming said this, he had already sensed the two familiar figures rushing towards him. It's really haunting. Mo Chang, can you hold one of them? Su Yuming said to Mo Chang, who was hidden in the Being Beast control flag. 100 breaths, Master, this soul destroyer is too targeted at me. I can only hold the Bone Destroyer Demon Lord. That's enough. Su Yuming snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, as if he had discovered the two auras chasing him, and instantly fled into the distance. HMPH, a cold snort echoed in the depths of his soul. In the depths of Su Yuming's soul, a deer cry suddenly sounded, and the moment he dispersed the soul attack, he had already stumbled and hid in the void. Escaped. With his cultivation, it is impossible for him to move too far. You and I will sense it here. If there is any fluctuation of the void power within 200,000 miles, just kill it directly, okay? The moment the two sensed Su Yuming step forward 100,000 miles away, the soul-destroying master appeared in front of Su Yuming in a flash. Buzz, after launching soul attacks continuously, a ghost face in the shape of a death hammer appeared in the depths of Su Yuming's soul, but the 6 desires purifying heart talisman in Su Yuming's body suddenly activated. At the same time that his spiritual platform was clear, the death evil divine light wrapped around his right arm was instantly activated and hit the soul-destroying master. Not good. Soul-destroying True Lord was also decisive. The moment he cut off his right arm had already turned into a ball of pus and blood in the air, and dripped onto the sea surface. Immediately, a large area of the sea was corroded, and all the sea fish in the area were left with only dry bones floating on the sea surface. What a sinister method, Taoist friend, you should stay. With a loud shout, the bone-destroying demon lord behind him took action, and the continuously fluctuating power of the sea instantly enveloped Su Yuming. It was too late for Su Yuming to crush the purple void relocation talisman at this time, but he still had a trump card, which was the 100-breath sea god talisman. In just a moment, the tide surrounding him instantly turned into the water flow around him. How is it possible? My magical power has become yours. What kind of method is this? The moment the bone-destroying demon lord was astonished, he seemed to have discovered something. Not good. It's the 100-year sea god talisman. Since you have come to my door, then I will send you on your way. After saying that, Su Yuming opened his mouth and bit the celestial elephant monopill in his mouth. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly sucked out by him, and at the moment when it was all integrated into his body, the seawater within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles appeared under his hands. Overturn the sea. With a sudden lift, the entire sea has already overwhelmed the 2 demon kings in front of him. Not good. Run. The 2 demon kings on the opposite side were at least in the late nascent soul stage, but at this time they were so scared that their livers and gallbladders broke, and they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. They turned into 2 beams of light and fled. One of them even broke a leg directly, and performed the blood escape, and the speed soared 3 times to move hundreds of thousands of miles away. But the instantaneous beating of the sea was the power of nature. Who could escape? Chapter 383. Kill the 2 demons soul and bone and take refuge in the sea of bones? Bang! The impact of jumping from a cliff hundreds of feet high into the sea is no less than facing a mid-level spell head-on. Not to mention that at this time, the waves of hundreds of thousands of miles in radius suddenly rolled up and then smashed down heavily. Su Yuming also overestimated his own strength. Under this blow, his body almost collapsed. However, in just one blow, he had already seen 2 fleeing Yuanying, and the demon cultivator's body that had already turned into disintegrating flesh and blood on the seabed. One blow. He killed 2 Yuanying in the late stage in a second. So, is it really a waste to use 100 thoughts sea god talisman and a celestial monopill? Su Yuming relied on the void transfer talisman to catch up with the 2 people in an instant. With both hands, he grabbed each of them, and with the power of the robbery thunder, he instantly knocked the 2 Yuanying unconscious and knocked them into the 5th level soul sealing box. If it weren't for the small gains at the auction before, he would not have been able to seal the 2 Yuanying. Buzz! The next moment, the rapidly collapsing flesh and blood in his body made his face change drastically, and he subconsciously dodged with a flash. After disappearing into the space crack, an old figure suddenly appeared where he was. After sensing the surroundings, his eyes instantly locked onto 2 piles of flesh and blood that were being fought over by fish on the seabed. Are they actually the 2 evil cultivators Gumi and Hunmi? Who is the one who made the move? He has the power of the void and can open a void tunnel to slip away before I show up. In the entire sea of casual cultivators, there are definitely no 5 people with such special attainments, except for the great cultivators, and there are only a few people who are qualified to kill Gumi and Hunmi at the same time, except for the great cultivators. In this way, the scope is even smaller. Also, he seems to have used the 100 thoughts sea god talisman. Is he the descendant of the Taoist palace? It would not be surprising if the god transformation directly took action to capture him away through the air. It would be natural that I could not catch up, if the aura of my appearance threatens him. That would be really dangerous. The biggest trump card of Juxin Manor was still in fear at this time. With such a big commotion, all the spiritual energy of the world within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles disappeared out of thin air. A cultivator of his level could naturally sense the airflow nearby, which was pushing endless spiritual energy to replenish this area of the sea. This was also a great means of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Besides the divine transformation, there are also nascent soul cultivators. When he moved away, the Purple Void Patriarch who was in the auction at the time was also shocked, because he sensed the 100-year Sea God Talisman and the power of the Void Tunnel. This kid actually attacked the Bone Destroyer and the Soul Destroyer, and didn't even call me to join him. He really doesn't regard me as his own. Witnessing Su Yuming disappearing at the end of the sky, the Purple Void Patriarch still watched the auction attentively. The next item, fellow Taoists, is the quasi-6th level elixir you've been dreaming about, the One Thought Transformation Pill, which can allow you to surpass the nascent soul great perfection in a short period of time and directly possess the nascent soul transformation pill. With this item, your sect will have a 6th level trump card. This item is only traded for 5th level top grade magic weapons or 6th level spiritual objects. In the end, this One Thought Transformation Pill was taken by a mysterious evil cultivator. The 50,000-year-old yellow spring ghost crying stone that the other party took out made countless people present jealous. This is definitely a 6th level spiritual object. Although it is covered with the ghost and evil spirits, for a strong man of the transformation spirit, isn't it easy to remove these means? Su Yuming sensed that there were at least a dozen nascent soul auras nearby chasing after him. It seems that there are still people who are not afraid of death and are curious. His body shape changed, and he turned directly into the appearance of a sword cultivator. With a flash, he had already stepped into the territory of the Whitebone Sea. Under his feet was a Whitebone ship, which was only 10 feet long, but it was at the level of a top-grade spiritual weapon. At this time, he closed his physical body in magic power, and only used his spiritual consciousness to observe the 2 storage bags he had just obtained. Some cultivators with high cultivation have always liked to use storage bags, just because this thing is more like a money bag and is more useful, Su Yuming thought, and he had already seen the 12.11 million spiritual crystals hidden inside, and then he saw 200 pieces of spiritual jade. This thing can be worth 200,000 spiritual crystals, and it is extremely rare. The difference between spirit crystals and spirit jade is that spirit jade is rare. In the absence of too many 6th-order spirit veins for casual cultivators, it is difficult for all Yuanying's engine to popularize spirit jade. However, spirit jade can directly replenish their mana. Therefore, if you want to trade spirit crystals for spirit jade in the market now, the normal ratio of 1,000:1 is impossible. You have to add at least 30%, and it depends on whether there is anyone willing to exchange with you. If I can continue to devour spirit jade, the loss of mana can be restored quickly, and my cultivation may be able to go a step further and step into the 8th level of the golden elixir. As for the physical body, Su Yuming frowned. The speed of repair was very slow. It seemed that the side effect of the celestial mana pill, fused with the 100-year Sea God Talisman, was very large for him. This effect was equivalent to him casting the death field to deal with plants and creatures. That piece of reef had almost extinct all vitality, which was the deprivation of that place by the death rule. And now, it seemed that the power of his physical body was backfired by the rules of heaven. It seems that I have to find a way to get 1 or 2 5th-level physical cultivation spiritual objects. There should be quite a few in the Whitebone Sea. I remember there should be many large and small sects here, or I can go directly to the Skull Island where the demon Lord Hateo is. Maybe I can meet his descendants. This old guy boasted about how powerful he was back then. He is indeed a top-level nascent soul expert. I can also go to him and give it a try. Thinking of this, Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out the 6th-level Mirage bead in his palm. This thing was worn by the demon Lord Hateo. There was also a 5th-level top-grade skill Whitebone Blood Sky skill in it. Maybe I can successfully infiltrate the enemy and have my own identity in the Whitebone Sea. Hula the next breath, there was a figure on the Whitebone ship where he was. The person was hidden in a black robe and held a soul-calling banner of the top-grade spiritual weapon level in his hand. My fellow Taoist, my flying spiritual weapon is damaged, so I'd like to lend you my bone boat for a ride. Is that convenient? We are all magic cultivators, so we should take care of each other. As long as you don't fight with me when you get up here, it'll be fine. Sui Yulong sensed the aura of the other party at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. With such cultivation level, he could easily destroy it, so he decided to ask some questions first. Dao you are too polite. Although I am a demon cultivator, I don't kill people often. I don't know your name. I am Zhelongzi from Ghost Island. I wonder how far Ghost Island is from Skull Island. I wonder whether you want to go to the Skull Island in the Whitebone Islands in the Whitebone Sea, where it is said that the great demon god lives, or to the small Skull Island in the 10,000 Wave Sea. What's the difference? Sui Yulong frowned, then explained with a smile, I follow the advice of a senior and came here to find his old friend, so that's how it is. Dao I may have obtained an extraordinary inheritance. Let me tell you, in my territory of demon cultivators, if you return treasures for a certain family force, you might fall into their trap and be robbed by them, leaving you with nothing. It's better to quit while you're ahead and go back immediately. Don't be so kind. Sui Yulong pretended to be seen through. Be loyal to the people who entrust you with things. I, Daogas Henrin, will never go back on my word, Master Daoga. Fellow Taoist, you really are from the outer sea. I have never heard of your name, fellow Taoist Zhelongzi, you are joking. There are more than 10,000 golden elixirs in this Whitebone Sea. How can everyone have seen them? Since we know each other today, why don't you give me a sea map to the little Skull Island in the Wantao Sea? Okay, Zhelongzi smiled and nodded, then threw out a scroll. When it landed in Sui Yulong's palm, a ball of black air dissipated, as if it was about to swallow Sui Yulong in an instant. The Being Beast control flag suddenly appeared in his hand. Sui Yulong just waved it violently, and the black air in the sky was shattered. The 5th level demon soul Mo Chang appeared on the boat and instantly subdued Zhelongzi, who was standing opposite. Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. I am just a casual cultivator who makes a living by robbing on the sea. This is my first time to do something. First time. Sui Yulong grabbed his storage bag with a casual move and took a look inside. There were hundreds of sets of clothes for men and women, tall and short, fat and thin, belly bands, broken flying swords, jade hairpins, and so on. How could an ordinary person wear them all? Wait for me to go to Little Skull Island, or I will kill you immediately. Yes, I will lead the way. While speaking, his forehead was touched by a tentacle of Mo Chang, and a black mark was planted to prevent him from playing any tricks. Mo Chang, this is a holy land for demon cultivation. And there are also many ghost cultivations. If you want to cultivate here, I can exchange a 5th level top level ghost cultivation technique for you. Thank you for your kindness, Master. I still choose to take over another body or reincarnate. Mo Chang also has his own pursuits. What ghost cultivation technique? It is 10 times more difficult to pass the thunder tribulation of ghost cultivation than that of cultivators, okay? He didn't want to be blasted to pieces by the thunder when he was going through the 49th heavenly tribulation. Then you better stay alive until the day I meet a 5th order sea monster. Senior, are you going to find a 5th order sea monster? There are many 5th order sea beasts in my Whitebone Sea. Oh? Is there anyone with a stronger bloodline and powerful innate magical powers? Sui Yulong asked subconsciously. Yes, there are, but their cultivation is all above the late 5th stage, so I'm afraid they are a little difficult to deal with. That's easy, just make a list for me. By the way, there are 5th level physical cultivation treasures in this Bone Sea, the kind that can repair the body. There are probably 3 types. The first is the Whitebone Holy Spring of the Whitebone Holy Sect under the command of the great demon god on the Whitebone Islands. This is a 6th level spiritual spring that can bring the dead back to life. The second should be the bone corpse water accumulated from the billions of lives deposited in the mass graves deep in the Whitebone Sea for countless years. However, this is the best material for refining corpses, comparable to the 5th level best spiritual objects. It is probably much worse for repairing the body, and not many people dare to use it. This is also the easiest to collect. As long as you have the means of nascent soul, you can get it under the deep sea. The third type is the Yuan Ying's engine on the Bone Demon Island. They can extract the jade material, which can make the body as crystal clear as jade, with amazing defense. It is also a 5th level spiritual material. However, it is not easy to get it on the Bone Demon Island, because what they want is too tricky. Sui Yulong pondered for a moment, and it seemed that the Bone Demon Island was the best place to go. Go to the Little Skull Island first, and then go to the Bone Demon Island. Don't play any tricks. If you work for me sincerely, maybe I can give you an opportunity. Yes, Zhulongzi was trying to please and obey, but he was calculating Su Yuming's family background in his heart. The flag just now was able to summon a 5th level demon soul, so it must be a 5th level magic weapon, and it's not a low level one, it must be of a very high grade, and this white bone demon boat, this person only uses his spiritual consciousness to drive it, and he has to find a treasure to repair his body, so his body must be damaged, and even his magic power has some problems. His eyes moved around, thinking about how to get out, and then plot against Su Yuming. Buzz, as the void crack beside him opened, Su Yuming suddenly froze for a moment, then reached out and grabbed a pill bottle in his hand. As soon as the tadpole-like words appeared in front of him, Su Yuming covered them with his bare hands. Su Yuming, the 11th on the golden pill list, the 11th in the mountain and sea region, the 11th in the San Xiuc. A person who can cross a major realm with a late golden pill to kill a late Yuanying, and kill two at the same time. The reward for being on the list, the 4th level top grade elixir, Zuoyanki pill. Zuoyanki pill? Wow, the effect of this thing seems to be no weaker than the Qi refining powder in the Qi refining period and the foundation building spirit liquid in the foundation building period. They are all top grade elixirs of the same realm. I didn't expect that I would have this opportunity. Now I have finally been exposed to all the nascent soul forces. Before I was on the list, I killed nascent souls with a golden collar, but it was just a show in front of many forces. There have been countless geniuses who have been able to do this throughout history, but to kill two late nascent souls with a late golden collar, there are actually 10 people ahead of me with better records than me. I really have to go back to the Asking Temple if I have a chance. I want to know what records the people in front of me have made. A peak golden core killed a nascent soul cultivator, and he is a natural noble, a descendant of the demon god. Su Yuming couldn't help feeling a little unconvinced. But he knew that as long as his spiritual power recovered, relying on this bottle of Zuoyanki pill, he would probably be able to step into the 9th level of the golden core within 5 years. Whether he can enter the nascent soul at that time depends on the accumulation of the future. I don't know if there are any magic cultivators who can help me refine the 2 nascent souls in my hands. If I can make them become a weapon like the Xianlizi in my hand, and throw them out to detonate, it will definitely become a 5th level weapon for me. When I face some nascent soul true lords, I will not lack means to fight against them. Seeing the space crack being repaired by Su Yuming, Zhulongzi, who was sitting at the bow, broke out in cold sweat. He was crazy, and he dared to plot against this person. He could deal with this space crack easily. What else could he be if he was not a nascent soul? Chapter 384 One Tao C, Little Skull Island. Zhulongzi, please introduce Little Skull Island. Yes, Senior. Zhulongzi was suddenly called by Su Yuming's cold voice, and he trembled all over and answered cautiously. Little Skull Island is located in the Wantao Sea. It is a deep sea cliff area at the junction of the Skull Sea. The water depth is about 8,000 feet. If a Yandang Mountains falls into it, he will be taken to the deep sea bed by the increasing water pressure. There are some powerful sea beasts that have been fed with blood and flesh for a long time. If the senior wants to hunt the 5th level sea beasts, he can try to lure them out. If you sneak in to fight, I'm afraid it's a bit dangerous. Is it dangerous for Yuanying strongmen too? Su Yuming asked subconsciously. Yes, because the water pressure inside should be more than 10,000 times that Yandang Mountains can bear. Su Yuming understood that this should be the junction of the 2 seas. The impact of the seabed plates formed here, except for the divine transformation cultivators who mastered the power of the void, others might not be able to survive in these places. Tell me about the situation on the island. Yes, the situation on the island is probably that ghost cultivators, evil cultivators, and demon cultivators are fighting against each other. This can be seen everywhere in my White Bone Sea, which is hundreds of millions of miles in radius. Ghost cultivators mainly control ghosts and souls, while demon cultivators mainly devour souls, eat flesh and drink blood. As for the evil cultivators, most of them are cruel and bloodthirsty, and dare to do anything. I only heard that there was a Bai family on the island 1,000 years ago. After a Yuanying demon cultivator broke into the deep sea cliff, he freed himself and created the limit that no one could break into the deep sea for tens of thousands of years, so he became famous in the White Bone Sea. Now I'm afraid that demon cultivator has also fallen. After all, even if you come out of the deep sea cliff alive, your body will be crushed, and it may cause a lot of internal bleeding. Oh, if there is no Yuanying on the island, it would be a good place to stand. As the White Bone ship continued to sweep across the sea, They also encountered many demon cultivators along the way, but after Su Yuming released a bloody aura all over his body, no demon cultivator dared to approach. Just when they entered the Wan Tao Sea, they were discovered by an old demon in the nascent soul stage. I thought there was no fat meat in the sea area, not even a nascent soul. I didn't expect there to be an ownerless 5th level demon soul. Hey, I deserve to be rich. With the outbreak of a horrifying blood evil aura, the pupils of this demon shadow shrank slightly. 5th level aura, but I've just entered the 5th level. I'm not afraid of anything. Wait, when did the death aura come to entangle me? Damn, it's the power of the rule of death. Swish, the demon shadow quickly escaped 10,000 miles away. On the sea, Su Yuming took back the death domain and the blood evil aura. Senior is so powerful that even a 5th level demon king doesn't dare to provoke him. From what he said, it's probably been many years since a nascent soul expert was born in this white bone sea. If Senior can take advantage of the opportunity to take over this place, he may be able to dominate the entire sea. Although this Wan Tao Sea is only a few million miles in radius, there are at least 5 or 6 5th level spirit veins. If they are well occupied and mined, at least tens of millions of spirit crystals can be mined. How many years will it take to mine? Su Yuming glanced at Zhu Longzi. Do you know about other resources? Well, the Bai family on the Little Skull Island should have a chance to get a nascent soul. Their nascent souls are all dead, so their opportunities and inheritance will be taken away, not necessarily. After all, the demon cultivators have the means of using the demon heart seeds and the demon blood to lock their bodies, and the corpse cultivators have the means of refining corpses. It's even possible that the other party will transform into a fierce ghost to protect the family. I see. While Su Yuming was speaking, he could see a steady stream of ships in the distance. Kill. It seemed that two forces were fighting, with at least more than 100,000 cultivators fighting. There were many Qi refining cultivators on both sides. Ghost cultivators fought on the sea with ghostly shadows, and then the fighting cultivators used spiritual energy to control the boats. The demon cultivators directly release infinite demonic energy to sweep the entire battlefield, and then released some magic spells to start sneak attacks. Shui, a figure appeared directly in front of the bone ship 100 steps away, stepping on a stream of light and slightly clasping his fists towards the ship. Dao on the boat. I am the demon fire master of the He family of Lingzhou Island. This is the battlefield where my Lingzhou Island and the Little Skull Island are fighting. Dao, please don't interfere in this matter. My Lingzhou Island will definitely reward you handsomely. How to thank you? Su Yuming asked subconsciously. How about 10,000 spirit crystals? This gift is not light, but what if I have a history with the Bai family of the Little Skull Island? The demon fire immortal on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly attacked. Then I can only ask you to die? Stupid, you actually attacked a passing cultivator. Demon fire, you are also alive. A white bone hand appeared out of thin air in the distance, and actually blocked the 100-foot fireball that demon fire spit out from his mouth. At the same time, it suddenly shattered it. This area of the sea was already covered with demonic energy, and it was pitch black all around. Su Yuming sighed. Attack, cleaned it up. Yes, Mo Chang, whose body was wrapped in the Beyond Beast control flag, flashed and appeared between the two fighting people. With a wave of the flag in his hand, the soul of the opposite demon fire disappeared from his body at the moment of his surprise. Haha, old demon fire, die? The figure on the opposite side was overjoyed, and directly held it with the white bone hand, quickly pierced the opponent's golden elixir with one blow, and then treated the flesh as a treasure, and just grabbed it in his hand and handed it over. Thank you for your help, Senior. This corpse of a giant and demon cultivator should have been yours. Su Yuming waved his hand, and immediately a guy named Zhu Longzi flew forward and took down the corpse of the demon cultivator. Excuse me, Senior, if you are willing to help, do you know my Bai family's ancestor? I have been to the Soul Tomb, and met a 5th level peak powerhouse, Demon Lord Heiteo, there. He said that he came from Skull Island in the Bone Sea. I wonder if he has any relationship with your Bai family. Swish, Bai Wuang looked up suddenly. Senior actually knows my ancestor Heiteo. He was a figure from 10,000 years ago. May I ask how my ancestor is doing? He was killed by a god on the tidal riot in the Soul Valley. Bai Wuang was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of anger and regret. It's a pity that the ancestor didn't live a second life in the Soul Tomb. Thank you for telling me. I am very grateful. If you are willing to visit my Bai family, everyone in my Bai family will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. It just so happens that Demon Lord Hateo asked me to bring some words to you, so go. Please come this way, Senior. Bai Wuyan came to the bow of the ship and showed the way for Su Yuming. You don't intervene in the fighting on the battlefield. Aren't you afraid that your Bai family members will suffer heavy casualties? Don't worry about that. If not all of them died, it doesn't matter if there are hundreds or thousands of casualties. We, the demon cultivators, must grow up in the fighting. Otherwise, we will be the same as those weak and talented disciples of the Taoist sect. If we are left in the wild, we will be like lambs. Soon, the white bone flying boat appeared on an island tens of thousands of miles away. This small skull island really looks like a skull, with two bloody lakes in the middle. Looking down from a high place, it looks like two eye sockets. The place where the skull head is the ancestral land of the Bai family, and the place where the skull's big mouth is seems to be another force. There are three forces on this island now. The one occupying the skull head is our Bai family, the one occupying the skull eye is a group of ghost cultivators. The two lakes are filled with sea monsters and sea creatures captured from outside. Their life essence and blood are directly injected into them to refine souls and control ghosts. The one in the south is a group of corpse cultivators, so the yin energy is heavier. Why did you make enemies with a He family of Lingzhou Island? It's nothing more than our white bone bodies taking over their market. These guys are also body cultivators and can also make some powerful bone frame puppets. I see. Su Yuming nodded slightly and stepped out of the white bone flying boat. After landing, his old appearance was surprisingly a senior demon cultivator. Senior, please, let me introduce you to the great elder of our Bai family, Shui. Not long after, the two of them stopped in front of their Bai family ancestral hall, where about 5 Jindans Henrins sat. Let me introduce you. The one on the top is Bai Zucheng, the elder of my Bai family. The two on the left and right are Bai Zufang and Bai Zushan, the second elders of the Bai family. The other two are my peers, Bai Wunian and Bai Wunyu. One is at the peak of the Golden Core, 2 are at the late Golden Core stage, and 2 are at the early Golden Core stage. The Bai family is not weak. If Su Yuming is not mistaken, there is also a Golden Core true person outside directing the battle on the battlefield. Hello, fellow Taoist. The other party recognized Su Yuming's aura of the late Golden Core stage. Bai Zucheng solemnly clasped his fists towards Su Yuming. Fellow Taoist, since you are an old acquaintance of my One Tao Demon Lord, may I ask what words my One Tao Demon Lord has for you to bring back? He just wanted me to come to his family to take a look. If possible, he also wanted to teach me his White Bone Demon Sutra. It's a pity that he has passed away. I just miss him when I see the things. As he said that, Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out a piece of cloth from the White Bone Demon Lord and threw it to the other side. It is indeed the Hateo robe that our ancestor wore in the past. The patterns on it are all 5th level patterns. This is definitely a powerful magic weapon. May I ask, fellow Taoist, can you see the bead in my ancestor's hand in that soul tomb? You are talking about the 6th level mirage bead. I have seen it, but I am not qualified to take it. After all, the one who attacked and killed your ancestor is a god. Then how did you escape? Su Yuming sat safely on a chair they brought up. Of course I escaped with the help of talismans. I am good at refining bone talismans. Fellow Taoist is actually a talisman cultivator. It really opens my eyes. I wonder if you are willing to stay on our little skull island for a few days. In view of your one-time encounter with my ancestor, my Bai family is willing to serve you as a guest elder and provide you with a 4th level top-grade spiritual spring as a cave. Thank you very much. Su Yuming smiled and accepted their welcoming banquet. He then met a group of Bai family disciples who had returned from defeat. Finally, he was respectfully sent to a cave guided by a bronze lamp. In the darkness, he could clearly hear the conversation between these guys in the ancestral hall. Great Elder, now is a time of turmoil in our Wantao Sea. We found an ancient tomb on the cliff under the sea. We haven't explored it yet, but the He family on the opposite Lingzhou Island suddenly attacked us like a shark that smelled blood. Do you think this kid is here to find out what's going on? Maybe he's from the He family. It's probably not such a coincidence. He can talk about the 6th level Mirage Pearl. He probably really knows our Bai family's ancestors. But he also knows the cultivation method of our ancestor Hateo. Could it be that he has really seen the ancestor? He can get in and out of that soul tomb. He must have some means. Maybe he is here to ask for benefits from our Bai family, not necessarily. The servant beside him seems to be a mid-stage giant and cultivator. If he can be subdued by him, if he doesn't have a great background, He must be a person of extraordinary strength. If we can make good use of him, it seems that we can integrate the power on the island first. In recent days, the group of ghost cultivators and the corpse cultivators in the south have been pressing forward step by step. After we eat them, it would be great to conduct underwater exploration, then do it. Listening to them discussing the details of the attack, Sui Yulong shook his head. It was indeed a holy land for demon cultivators. These guys practiced and fought all day long. The ghost cultivators in the south had 3 golden elixirs and the corpse cultivators had 2 golden elixirs. But the ghost cultivators had fierce ghosts and the corpse cultivators had corpse puppets, all of which could fight one against many. How dare you start a war without authorization? Are you really that brave? Zhulongzi, what do you think of the Bai family? The big tomb they are talking about might be the one that was impacted out of the deep sea by the underwater cliff. The ancient tombs are generally the tombs of extremely powerful people. In our place, they are mostly the tombs of evil demons and evil ghosts. The Bai family wants to open it, probably to offer sacrifices. The evil ghosts in the hands of the ghost cultivators in the south, and the essence and blood that those corpse cultivators like to accumulate are good things. Oh, Sui Yulong had never heard of this statement before and found it interesting. Then do you think, should we get involved? With your strength, I think you should directly capture these guys and force them to tell you the whereabouts of the underwater tomb. Otherwise, wouldn't it be boring to waste time with them here? Sui Yulong shook his head. If his magic power and physical body could move, it would be easy to capture these guys, but the other party casually gave him a 4th grade upper grade spiritual spring, which was enough to prove that there was either a 4th grade top grade spiritual vein or a 5th grade spiritual vein under this island. This little skull island is not simple. The water is very deep. Let's talk about it after you and I watch their fight in a few days. Don't let anything happen. I guess that the Bai family has so many Jindans Henren and has not been taken advantage of by the Yuaning demon lord. Most of them have something to rely on. As Sui Yulong spoke, a demon soul had turned into cuttlefish and began to fly towards the Bai family's ancestral hall. Mo Chang was a skilled and daring guy. He didn't dare to steal treasures from his ancestors when he was alive, but after his death, he dared to spy on the ancestral hall of a 10,000-year-old Yuaning family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Megalodon and Evil Ghost, 2 nascent soul fighting forces. How time flies, and it is already 5 days later. Sui Yulong released his spiritual consciousness, and a vague shadow gradually appeared on his spiritual platform. That was his nascent soul. His nascent soul will not be fully manifested before his spiritual power breaks through the shackles of the law and enters the 5th level. If he condenses it by force, he may have a fake infant. The result is that it is easy to become a cultivator in the false pill realm and never be able to form a real golden elixir. However, the range of his spiritual consciousness has reached 210,000 miles, which is even comparable to the range of some weak nascent soul mid-stage cultivators. And he who has mastered the power of the void, doesn't he look more orthodox than those nascent souls? Shuo Chang, who spied on the Bai family's ancestral hall for the 5th time, came back, with a tired face, but his eyes were full of excitement. Master, I've made a fortune. The old man in the middle nascent soul stage of the previous generation of the Bai family refined himself into a fierce ghost and sealed it right below the Bai family ancestral hall. I stole his urn back. As he said this, he was about to open his mouth and spit out the Behoon Beast controlling flag, but Sui Yulong raised his hand to stop him. You can't use the Behoon Beast control flag. If you release it at this time, it only needs to roar, and you and I will become the mortal enemies of the Bai family of this small skull island. And we will be besieged by a group of cultivators, but if we refine this old thing, won't we also become their mortal enemies? That's different. We can return his urn. After all, we are also their guests and can fight with them. Their ancestors are their trump cards and they will not use them easily. By the time they want to use it, I will have refined their ancestors long ago. By the way, have you been to this deep sea cliff? Yes, I found a behemoth with a body length of 3,800 feet, which can be used for me to sacrifice my body. The cultivation base is the middle stage of the 5th level, but the physical body is strong. I estimate that it can reach the late stage of the 5th level. It is also a Megalodon clan, with at least 5 innate magical powers. I am afraid that one of them is an ancient magical power. If I can refine the soul and take over the body, I will definitely become the most powerful demon king around the master. Then go down and have a look. Shui Yulong tore a space crack with his bare hands, and his figure instantly entered it. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the underwater world of 3,000 feet. Buzz, the mighty seabed water pressure suddenly appeared on his body surface. His 5th level body had not yet fully recovered, so he was a little unable to resist it at this time. It's really not possible to go down further. You evil ghost, do you have the ability to lure it up? It likes to brutally swallow the whole sea monster alive, and likes to eat those larger fish. After Shui Yulong said this, he understood it. With a casual gesture, the being beast control flag, a top-grade magic weapon, directly tracked a 1,000-foot tuna monster thousands of miles away. After its demon soul was instantly wiped out, its body was still wriggling slightly. Shui Yulong controlled it in front of him, bent his finger, and directly bled it. After all, the Megalodon is also a shark. How can it bear such a bloody smell? What if other powerful fish monsters come? Master, the area within a radius of 300,000 miles is its territory. If the breath of such a powerful Megalodon has not disappeared, other fish monsters dare not trespass into its territory. Is that so? Qi along with the scarlet blood that instantly dyed the sea area within a radius of thousands of miles red. Deep in the sea, a huge monster suddenly opened its slanted and scarlet eyes, and with a slight swing of its tail, it had left the 8,000-foot seabed and swam quickly upwards. Master, although this Megalodon is full of treasures, it cannot recover after being severely injured. If you can find some treasures that can recover, let me swallow them, and use the ability of regenerating broken limbs. I am willing to provide you with some of my own essence and shark fins, so that the next time the master's body is injured, it can recover quickly. You are here to ask me for benefits. Wait until you succeed in taking over the body first. Yes, under the gaze of the two of them, a huge monster broke through thousands of feet of water in an instant and appeared under the huge body of the Tuna King. A bloody mouth opened like a volcano, jumped out and bit the Tuna King floating on the sea steadily and accurately, and swung left and right, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood and swallowing it into its stomach, and then frantically dragged it to the depths of the seabed. It didn't even notice that the beast control flag hidden in the Tuna King's body had been swallowed by it at this time. Shui Yulong just rubbed his fingertips slightly, and the huge Megalodon screamed and spat out the delicious food in its mouth, and then spat out countless flesh and blood, trying to spit out the things that caused severe pain in its body. But how could an ancient beast like him have the ability to force a top-grade magic weapon out of its body? Sure, the next moment, its demon soul lost its luster and was directly occupied by a flag, which then quickly absorbed its soul power and turned into a stream of light before flying back to Shui Yulong's body, leaving a residual soul belonging to Mo Cheng on it in the depths of the Megalodon Sea of Consciousness. Master, it will take at least 15 days for me to refine it, please wait. After saying that, the huge Megalodon had quickly sunk to the depths of the seabed. Under Shui Yulong's perception, its breath began to recover rapidly at the moment it disappeared. There were several powerful breaths peeping in a radius of 200,000 miles away. After discovering that the Megalodon was not dead, they also quickly fled. The Shark Clan is also a vengeful clan. They dare not offend them casually and retaliate. Shui Yulong felt that it was not good to refine the ancestors of the human family, so he opened a cave under a reef 100,000 miles away. The moment the evil spirit was released, the 10-foot secret room was instantly wrapped in ghost energy. The deadly evil, blood, violence, and the gloomy breath made Shui Yulong uncomfortable. But when the death field broke out, the other party instantly regained consciousness. The evil spirit was already a weapon that only knew how to kill, but now it has regained its intelligence. He looked at Shui Yulong in front of him with a surprised expression. The death aura and murderous aura of a lifetime in my body were suppressed by you in an instant. May I ask who you are? Shui Yulong took out the 6th level Mirage bead and handed it over. This is your Bai family's thing. Do you want to get in by yourself, or wait for me to suppress you and take your soul? Bai Yanhui was silent for a moment, but just stepped in silently. His spiritual thoughts were still echoing in Shui Yulong's ears. May I ask you, my ancestor Hai Tao, dead, his soul flew away, and he was killed by a powerful incarnation. I came here to protect your Bai family. You have the soul power realm of the 5th level of the nascent soul. If you are willing to obey my orders, I can find a body for you to possess. I am a fierce ghost who was forced to transform when my life limit came. I just want to help the family survive and leave a real nascent soul trump card. If I can survive in your death domain, I can survive. If I am outside, I am afraid that I will be taken away by the netherworld gate when I see the sky. I will protect you. As for the chance of survival you want, it won't be difficult for me to obtain it in the future. Now, swallow this 5th stage Megalodon demon soul first. Swallowing the demon soul, won't I become a demon? Bai Yinhui was a little reluctant. After all, he had just received Su Yuming's promise that he had a glimmer of hope to be reborn. But after seeing Su Yuming's unwavering eyes, he realized that he was no longer the Yuanying ancestor who had the final say on the Little Skull Island, but a plaything in the palm of the hand of the young man in front of him. Yes, master, from now on, you will be called Xiaobei, Xiaobei. I have lived for 3,000 years? But when he saw the Megalodon demon soul in front of him, his eyes widened. Is this the Megalodon under the deep sea cliff? I have seen it when the last Yuanying of the Bai family was still alive. It swallowed our 100-meter-long ship with just one bite and chewed up hundreds of cultivators inside. I didn't expect that it would practice for thousands of years and finally fall into your hands. His eyes were a little complicated. It's okay for you to swallow it, but please protect me, master. That's easy. Su Yuming knew that the old man was worried that his mind would be wiped out by the evil spirit in the Megalodon's demon soul. Now that he has regained consciousness, he still wants to have his own personality. Ding ding ding. Su Yuming frowned suddenly because the sound of a bell to summon cultivators came from outside. Senior Daoge, our Bai family is about to launch an attack to the south. We must take back the Bloodskull Twin Springs while the ghost cultivators in the south are off guard. We ask for your help. I'm in seclusion at a critical moment and cannot go out. But I will send Zhilongzi to lend you a hand. He is in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and has powerful means. He should be able to help you hold down one of the opponent's Golden Core combat forces. Then, thank you, Senior. Bai Wang outside the door could only clasp his fists and give up. After all, it was good to get the help of a Golden Core true person. As for Daoge true person, since he was unwilling to come out, he must be in a critical period of cultivation. Forcing him to come out would inevitably anger this powerful Golden Core true person. This guest official was equivalent to 2 Golden Cores. This was the combat power that their Bai family had obtained for free. No matter what, they had to wait until they unified the entire Little Skull Island before they could turn against them. Kill. Su Yuming saw all the fighting in the south. The small Skull Island, which was less than 20,000 miles in size, had more than 3,000 ghost cultivators occupying the Bloodskull Twin Springs. Under the siege of more than 30,000 Bai family cultivators, they were quickly defeated. What was a little surprising was that the Bai family used the Yanquin of the Righteous Way. This thing was a 3rd-level spiritual spring, and it was specifically used to deal with the ghost cultivators. These demon cultivators were using the righteous things, which was a bit too bullying. Roar, a real 4th-level peak evil ghost appeared. As soon as it appeared, it tore apart a skeleton puppet of the Bai family, and then destroyed 3 4th-level puppets in succession, making the Bai family in a mess. Zhilongzi, this kid, actually had good swordsmanship. He dragged the opponent to fight, but the opponent's 2 golden elixir peak cultivators had already arrived. Su Yuming had no choice but to reach out and pat their urns. With a bloody roar, Bai Yinhui whistled and swallowed the opponent's evil spirit soul with just one bite. The casual cultivator of the Bloodskull Devil Springs immediately ran away in panic. But how could the 2 peak Jindan cultivators escape from his palm? He easily grabbed the Jindan, and then plunged into a spring on the left, and began to refine it with gurgling bubbles. Master, aren't you afraid that he will get out of control? Zhilongzi couldn't help but ask after learning that it was Su Yuming who made the move behind the scenes. This old guy is a smart man. If he doesn't want the Bai family to be extinct, he should be obedient. Besides, the person who has already refined himself into an evil spirit has died once. Now he is alive. Who doesn't want to continue to live? Besides, his soul power has now left a mark on my 6th-level mirage bead. He can't escape from my palm. It is too difficult for the 5th level to break free from the shackles of the 6th level. Su Yuming was shocked to see that the more than 10,000 bone cultivators in the south had actually fled overnight, and the direction they were heading was the He family of Lingzhou Island. This is a smart force. The He family of Lingzhou Island lost a demon fire master. If they could have 2 more giant and late-stage cultivators and 2 giant and late-stage corpse kings, their combat power would have greatly increased. It's a pity that they left too fast, and the good things left in the ancestral land were all cheaply given to the Bai family, Shui Yulong was thinking, and then he saw that the ghost shadow had quickly rushed out of the blood spring, and it had landed in front of him in a dozen breaths. Feeling his soul power that was close to the late nascent soul stage, Shui Yulong and him looked at each other, and after more than 10 breaths, the other party knelt on one knee in front of him. There was no way. The death domain alone was enough to subdue him. If he didn't bow his head, he could only wait to be suppressed by him. My death domain can deal with evil spirits in the world, and my being beast controlling flag can also deal with countless demon souls. So, I can develop my own power in this demon cultivator's territory. The next Lingzhou Island seems to be backed by a Yuanying power outside the Watao Sea. Shui Yulong's eyes flickered, thinking. Perhaps, we can let Mo Chang, who has half transformed, deal with them, but before that, we have to find a few helpers for Mo Chang. He looked at Zhu Longzi, thinking that he could let Zhu Longzi replace him and become the person in charge of the Bai family. Those elders of the Bai family were really disgusting. It seemed that they had been calculating themselves all the time, without considering whether they had the ability. Old Ghost Bai, your younger generation is not very capable. Do you want to do it yourself or let me do it? Bai Yinhui was silent for a while, and walked towards his own ancestral hall. If Shui Yulong took action, they might only have one way to die, so he would naturally be gentle. Chapter 386, To Control Little Skull Island. Do you need a natural spiritual root or a special spiritual body? Bai Zucheng, Bai Zufeng, Bai Zushin, Bai Wuang, Bai Wunian, Bai Wuniu, come to see me. With the temper of a person like Bai Yinhui, he would naturally not accept someone to take action on his behalf. If he wanted to reorganize the family and serve Shui Yulong as a dog, he would of course choose to clean up the family by himself. The ancestor is awake. Bai Zucheng was the first to receive the message. He showed a look of astonishment on his face. This is impossible. He has refined himself into a fierce ghost. He only has the ability to kill enemies with blood and has no self-awareness. Could it be that he was seriously injured by forcibly attacking and is about to die? Sure, no matter which situation it is worth it for Bai Zucheng to take people into the ancestral hall to find out. But the first time he came in, he saw Bai Yinhui standing in the ancestral hall without any shadow under the moonlight, as well as Shui Yulong sitting behind him, and Zhu Longzi, who is in the middle stage of the golden elixir. You are very skillful, Master Daoge. I think you are Master Lianhen. You can refine the soul of my ancestor. Your skill is amazing. As he spoke, Bai Zucheng waved his hand, and the 6 golden elixirs of the Bai family had already formed a battle formation, each offering a spiritual treasure, staring at Shui Yulong with eyes fixed. How dare you? The next breath, a terrifying Yuanying ghost energy burst out, directly blowing away the 6 figures. Have you had enough of the trouble, ancestor? Bai Zucheng was stunned for a moment. This temper was very suitable. It was their sober ancestor. I was refined by this Master Su, but I followed him voluntarily. He has amazing skills, with 5th level skills. You are so presumptuous here. Are you looking for death? Bai Zucheng's face turned green and white, until Mo Chang, who had a shark head and a human body, stepped in. Megalodon, this is the big guy under the deep sea cliff. He was also refined. They were really scared this time. A 5th stage evil spirit, a Megalodon comparable to the 5th stage late stage, and a Master Su whose strength was bottomless. What could the Bai family use to resist? Voluntarily leave a soul imprint. From now on, this small skull island will still belong to your Bai family. Shui Yulong casually released a beast control flag. It is also good to use it to control these demon cultivators temporarily. Yes, Bai Zucheng gritted his teeth until they had no other choice. If only their own ancestors were controlled, they could still run away desperately. At most, they could not escape the cultivators in the clan, and it would be good for them to escape. But now, there is also a Megalodon staring at the door. Even though this big guy has already landed on the shore and manifested a human form, with his cruel methods for thousands of years, I am afraid that he can tear them to pieces by himself. Only those senior Yuanying can make all the major giant and not even a match, and the Megalodon in front of them is one of them. Their Bai family is really unlucky. Mo Chang, here, you continue to refine this body. After 15 days, attack the He family on Lingzhou Island. I will let Bai Yinhui and you attack together. Yes, From now on, let Yulongzi handle some of the affairs of the Bai family. Yes, Bai Zuchang could only nod. Your Bai family will go all out to encircle and suppress the He family on Lingzhou Island. As long as you take down their island, you can get a lot of cultivation resources. I will try my best to help you exchange for Yuanying opportunities and help your Bai family to produce at least one more Yuanying's engine. Okay, hearing this, Bai Zuchang and others' resentment at being controlled dissipated a lot. Earth spiritual root +3. At this time, Su Yuming returned to the secret room where he was in seclusion, but fell into deep thought and confusion. Because he already had 3 more descendants, and their talents were not bad, why didn't his earth spirit root break through? He subconsciously asked Bai Yinhui, who was floating outside the house, "Old Bai, do you know the difference between heavenly spiritual roots and earthly spiritual roots?" "I have earthly spiritual roots, so of course I know," Bai Yinhui replied with a smile. Oh, Su Yuming was a little surprised. This old guy has a good talent for cultivation. No wonder he could cultivate to the middle stage of the nascent soul and live for 3,000 years before dying of old age. Earth spiritual roots are the limit of our generation of cultivators. Without the blessing of heaven, it is destined that we cannot become heavenly spiritual roots, because earth spiritual roots can be acquired later. For example, I am born with the best golden water spiritual roots, and I can also find a deep sea spiritual root fruit to break through the limit of my talent. As for heavenly spiritual roots, I have not seen many in my life. In my skeleton sea, there are only 2 people at most. One is now the second island master of the White Bone Sea, and the other is Ning Heicheng, the young master of my White Bone Sea. There are also many special spiritual bodies, but most of them are acquired later. Innate spiritual bodies, well, very few. That belongs to the potential of Yuanying great cultivators and God transformation God lords, which is different from us, Su Yuming sighed. So that's it. It seems that without the real innate opportunity, he can't think of achieving heavenly spiritual roots in this life, so this earth spiritual root 3 times can't make him break through. Then he fell into choice again. The opportunity of 3 times of superposition is not good, then what if it is 10 times, 100 times? Changing into a special spiritual body, he could have done it with his flame demon body a long time ago. Now he can also rely on the 5th order immortal dragon flame and the 5th order turbulation thunder to achieve the body of thunder and fire. This is one of the spiritual bodies with a great reputation on the sea. In the future, he will not be able to achieve the transformation of the gods, but at least a nascent soul great monk. But after the natural spiritual root, if he is transformed again, he can directly achieve the innate spiritual body. If he is like the 5 beasts ancestor, he can be reincarnated and reborn to impact the talent of the transformation of the gods. How cool would that be? I'll bear it and wait and see if I can get the innate energy and transform myself into the innate. As for this acquired spiritual body, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Anyway, I haven't cultivated to the nascent soul yet, so I'll just break through step by step. Tens of thousands of miles away, under the sweep of Su Yuming's spiritual thoughts, on the Lingzhou Island across the sea, the 7 golden elixirs of the He family and the 2 golden elixir corpses who had just escaped to them were sitting together. The leader was the ancestor of the He family, He Zuteo, who was known as the false infant realm. 2 Daoists, you are in such a mess. Did something happen on the little skull island? Did someone from the Bai family break through to the nascent soul stage, or did a great terror come ashore from the deep sea? Neither. The Bai family mobilized the evil ghost body of their last nascent soul ancestor Bai Yinhui to kill the group of ghost cultivators hiding in the Blood Skull Twin Springs. They wanted to kill us, so we came to take refuge with your He family on Lingzhou Island. The left hand was replaced with bone ice, which was good at refining zombies. In his hand, there was a late Yandang Zuanbing body corpse king. His combat power was extremely strong. It was difficult to hurt his zombies under the 5th level and magic weapons. Evil ghost body, that old ghost Bai Yinhui had entered the middle stage of the nascent soul before he died. If his evil ghost body could still be used, I'm afraid the Bai family would have come to Lingzhou Island to kill him. Although He Zuteo frowned, he was not afraid at all. I know that your He family has the foundation to deal with Yuanying. If the He family is willing to help, after destroying the little skull island, except for the mass graves in the south of the island, the rest of the territory is willing to be handed over to your He family. The person on the right is Gu Xin. This guy has been practicing for many years. He is probably more than 900 years old. He is also in the 8th level of Yandang. Qixi is particularly powerful. His corpse king is a deep-sea iron refining, covered with seaweed. He is 3 meters tall, strong and powerful. This chip is not enough. If the two Taoist friends are willing to join our Lingzhou Island He family sincerely, we can help you take back the territory that originally belonged to you. He Zuteo obviously had them in his hands, and his face was full of confidence. Master He, we have come from thousands of miles away to seek refuge with you and voluntarily become your guests. That's enough. Do you want us to leave our souls behind and take poison pills to accept your control? Gu Bing's eyes were cold. If you trust anyone in the White Bone Sea, you will die 1,000 times. No one is a good person. The reason they can come here is that they have a common enemy with the He family of Lingzhou Island. If they are asked to trust the He family, what good things can they do? Forget it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. As long as you two bring your corpse refining methods to the He family's ancestral hall, you will be our honored guests. In addition, you can choose one of the 3 nascent soul inheritances of our He family to practice. How about that? Gu Bing and Gu Shen looked at each other. The former sneered. In the world of cultivation, robbing someone of their skills is equivalent to killing them for money. At our level, everyone knows how to restrain the other person by taking away their skills. Besides, corpse refining is a dirty and despised job. Can you family cultivators do it? Or, if there is a nascent soul corpse in your family, you can let us help refine it. In the end, it will be controlled by your He family anyway, so we can do you a favor. He Zuteo said nothing, playing with a skull in his hand, which was a 5th level item. I can give this item to you too as a gift. If you don't appreciate it, please leave our Lingzhou Island. We will naturally go to war with the Bai family of Little Skull Island, and we will not cooperate with you too. As soon as these words came out, Gu Bing on the opposite side narrowed his eyes and smiled. Since the He family's kindness is hard to refuse, then we will voluntarily offer this blood-refined living corpse method, which is a 5th level technique. I wish that the He family can refine their ancestors into corpse puppets as soon as possible and have the real 5th level top combat power. Thank you, both of you. He Zuteo was not angry when the other party ridiculed him for refining the remains of his ancestors. As the ancestors of the family, they were willing to leave the corpses here, that is, to let them refine them by themselves as the family heritage. Although their souls were scattered, their bodies were still familiar with this land. Who wouldn't want to protect the family that gave birth to him and raised him 100 years ago? It was late at night. Gu Bing and Gu Shen sat together. Brother, what do you think this He Zuteo means? Gu Shen narrowed his eyes. It's very simple. Just as you guessed, the He family has probably been coveting the corpse refining technique in the hands of you and me for a long time. You and I will wait for them to destroy the Bai family on the opposite side of the small skull island. It's better to leave as soon as possible. No, it's better to wait for them to start a war and then find a chance to slip away, otherwise it will be of no benefit to you and me. Yes, the saying that the cunning rabbit dies and the running dog is cooked is too common in our White Bone Sea. But brother, how many nascent soul corpses do you think the He family has preserved? Their inheritance has only been around for more than 7,000 years, not as good as the Bai family, which has been passed down for more than 10,000 years. I estimate that there are at most 3 nascent souls. 3 is enough, but with 1 false infant, 1 giant in great perfection, 2 giant in peak, and 3 giant in middle stage foundation in their clan, they can control these 3 5th level corpse puppets, and most likely they will have to ask you and me to do it, but the condition is very likely to be to offer our souls. Then let's slip away now, wait a little longer. If they really have 3 5th level corpses, you and I can stay. After all, there are no Yuaning's engine in the Watao Sea. If we help them conquer the Little Skull Island, we may be able to sweep the entire sea and support their He family to become the strongest in the sea. By then, you and I may have the opportunity to become Yuaning's engine. Hey. That's perfect. While they were thinking, countless coffins were buried deep in the back mountain of the He family. Each one was like a soul sealing box that could preserve the body inside forever. And in the bottom 4 coffins, the last heritage of their He family was buried. Did you get the thing? After an old voice came from below, He Zuteo immediately knelt down in front of the other party, reporting to the ancestor, I have got it. It's a pity that I was seriously injured by the white Yinhui wood back then. Even if I was lucky enough to find a piece of 10,000-year-old Yinhui wood, I only retained my soul, but not my body. Well, let me refine my own body. I can still control the familiar body and possess real 5th level combat power. Maybe in the future outsiders will regard me as a nascent soul ghost cultivator, and they don't know whether I have already passed away." Laughing loudly, the old man began to refine the skills on the jade slip. This method of controlling zombies is not bad, but it requires a large amount of blood of the same bloodline. There are more than 100,000 mortals on the island, right? Kill 100,000 first, and use their lifeblood to help me refine the corpses. Yes, Yuzuteo obeyed the order and flew out of the cave, and then his face became very gloomy. Because the people on the island are all related to their He family. After more than 7,000 years, they have only produced so few people because they often fight with other forces in the nearby seas, and they have also fought against sea beasts many times. It is much more difficult to survive in the sea of bones than outside. Maybe, the ancestor is right. If the death of some mortals can make the family stronger, it is possible, and it can also kill our mortal enemy, the Bai family of Little Skull Island. Chapter 387, Attacking Lingzhou Island. Su Yuming wants to dominate the Wantao Sea. 15 days passed in a flash, and Mo Chang, who was familiar with his new body, was eager to try. "Master, you can take action now. If you delay any longer, something unexpected may happen." I guess that after the two corpse cultivators arrived at Lingzhou Island, they have already told them about our strength. They have a 5th level spiritual god-trapped sea formation. As long as I have your Being Beast control flag in hand, I can control the deep sea monsters to attack Lingzhou Island. One strike can break their formation, and then kill them all. It only takes 1 day to take Lingzhou Island. Well, I'll let you start the beast tide, old Bai. Su Yuming looked at Bai Yinhui. "My lord." Bai Yinhui hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed to Su Yuming. "You immediately order the Bai family to take action, mobilize 30,000 Bai family Qi refining monks, and send out all the golden cores. I will let Zhulongzi stay on Little Skull Island, and I will personally take action to support you." "Yes, sir." Bai Yinhui has always been curious about Su Yuming's ability. In addition to the fact that the death field naturally restrains undead like him, whether he really has the 5th level combat power. This time he is willing to take action, and he is completely relieved. The Bai family of Little Skull Island sent troops, and the He family of Lingzhou Island, who had been on guard against them for a long time, naturally noticed something wrong at the first time. The old guy Yuzuteo immediately began to deploy troops. "Quick, contact the Zhang family of Demon Turtle Island and the Qin family of Jellyfish Island to send people to help. If we fall, as our allies, they will not have an easy time either. The Bai family will definitely settle accounts with them later. Also, immediately recall all the disciples outside to cover the dozen or so talented disciples in the clan to leave Lingzhou Island and go to the Whitebone Islands to practice. If the family is not out of danger, they will not be allowed to come back for the rest of their lives unless they practice to the nascent soul stage. Yes, quick, activate the formation immediately. All Jinden will immediately go to the edge of the island to prepare to defend against the enemy, and let those corpse cultivators take the lead. The cultivators of our He family on Lingzhou Island are good at spiritual attack and controlling ghosts, but not good at close combat." Yes, soon, Gu Bing and Gu Shen, who were summoned, had arrived at the beach of Lingzhou Island. At this time, Yuzuteo, who is in the false infant realm, was commanding his 6 Jinden to begin to set up a formation along the perimeter of the island. "My two Taoist friends, if the formation can't hold up later, please take action." "No problem, Signori, just take action. I don't think the Bai family of the Little Skull Island has the means to break through the 5th level. Of course, the premise is that you can block the evil spirit body of the old man Bai Yinhui on the opposite side. Don't be afraid, we also have means to deal with it." After saying that, a coffin drilled out of the ground was already standing behind Yuzuteo. Just a glance, Gu Bing and Gu Shen's hearts were hot. With their corpse refining realm, how could they not sense that there was a complete 5th level corpse puppet inside? "Brother, why don't you take this 5th level corpse puppet? This world is so big, you and I can go there." Gu Bing whispered privately. Gu Shen immediately dissuaded him, "Don't act rashly. This He family has more than one Yuanying in their ancestor. You and I can indeed manipulate this thing by using secret techniques together, but what if they have a second or third one? With just the second one, we can kill you and me on the spot." Only those who refine corpses know how powerful a true 5th level corpse is. It can fly into the sky and hide underground, and it's easy to catch fish in the sea. Splash! Look, the sea water seems to be rising sharply. What? As soon as a cultivator discovered the unusualness of the seawater, thousands of Qi refining cultivators immediately gathered at the edge of the island. Something's wrong. This is not the time for high tide. Instead, it seems like a tsunami is coming. Yuzuteo frowned, and the spiritual thoughts of the false infant realm quickly spread over a radius of 100,000 miles. His false infant realm, that is, the spiritual consciousness into thoughts, stepped into the 5th level soul power, and also had a yuaning that was only 1 inch high. Not good. All the seawater within a radius of 100,000 miles is surging. I suspect that there are powerful sea beasts causing trouble in the deep sea. It's raining cats and dogs. It happened that a sea beast attack or a beast tide appeared when the Bai family attacked the island. If it has something to do with the Bai family, it would be a big deal. Originally, the land of the entire Lingzhou island was a full 10 feet away from the sea, but now the sea has flooded the beach and reached the edge of the land. Gurgle and stared at the still surging sea water. Obviously, this tsunami was going to completely swallow up their Lingzhou island. All cultivators, prepare to resist the enemy. Splash accompanied by a huge black shadow swimming wildly in the deep sea. The terrifying sea water suddenly surged 10 feet high, and then quickly hit one wave after another, and in a blink of an eye, it had all gathered in front of Lingzhou island. The first wave of attack was only 100 feet high, but ordinary purple mansion cultivators did not dare to take it head-on. But the formation treasure light vibrated for a while, and it was easily resisted. Crash. The waves in the distance had already climbed to a height of 100 feet, and once again piled up to the seashore. It was 3,000 feet high. After the bang, 3 Yandang Mountains stepped forward together, waved their hands and sacrificed the power of the formation to break the waves. When the 3,000 feet wave swept over, the 5th level spiritual god-trapped sea formation had already fully erupted the power of the formation. Roar, however, in an instant, a terrifying physical force directly hit the formation treasure light. With a crack, the 5th level formation that was enough to trap a Yuaning's engine actually cracked instantly, and then was smashed by the 18 waves, and the formation was instantly shattered. Puff puff. At least 5 or 6,000 Qi training cultivators vomited blood and fell to the ground, losing their fighting power. Even the Yandang Mountain with the worst cultivation was backfired by the power of the formation and fainted on the spot. Oh no, it's the megalodon under the deep sea cliff that has come out. Damn it, it doesn't have any grudges against our family on weekdays. Could it be that there is something on our island that can attract it? The moment Yuzuteo was thinking, countless ships on the opposite side had already rushed over. They were following behind the 5,000-foot wave. At this time, the wave had accumulated to 8,000 feet high in the continuous washing. When it crossed tens of thousands of miles and carried a group of Bai family spirit boats to the front, it was already 10,000 feet high. This great power of heaven and earth can never be attacked by only one 5th level strong man. Oh no, the Bai family of Little Skull Island has hidden 2 Yuanning combat forces. The moment Yuzuteo exclaimed, the terrifying body of the behemoth of more than 3,000 feet had already slammed into their Lingzhou island. More than 100,000 creatures on the island instantly blacked out, and the next breath, there was already a roar. Shui in the coffin that exploded instantly. The 5th level corpse puppet rushed out with a roar, and directly hit the belly of the megalodon, knocking it 100 feet high. The megalodon flicked its tail and blew it thousands of miles away and smashed it into the deep seabed. With a splash of water, it has already landed steadily in the sea. Shui. The 7 golden elixirs of the Bai family have all arrived above the island. Nearly 100 foundation building monks and 30,000 Qi refining monks followed behind them. Today, the He family of Lingzhou Island is stubborn and has been enemies with my Little Skull Island Bai family for thousands of years. Today, I come to exterminate the clan. Those who resist will die. With Bai Zuchang's order, countless Bai family disciples rushed directly to the monks on the opposite side. And the 7 streams of light in the air also faced a golden elixir of the other side. Bai Zuchang saw the fake infant Yuzuteo on the opposite side, and immediately a bone staff of the middle grade magic weapon level smashed down on the opposite side. But Yuzuteo on the opposite side also sacrificed a treasure bowl to block steadily, his eyes flashing with deep pupils, and the 7 giant and real people on the opposite side actually flew backwards. Nascent soul spirit attack secret technique. He old ghost, are you crazy? Just as Bai Zuchang shouted angrily, Bai Yinhui, a fierce ghost, had already killed the He family's ancestral land on the opposite side. And in the depths of the seabed in the distance, The megalodon had relied on the huge terrain to play with a corpse without intelligence on the seabed. When the beast control flag was sacrificed, the group of monsters on the seabed also launched an attack on Lingzhou Island. The dense group of monsters directly swept the entire island. There were about 30,000 cultivators on the island. At this time, they were all fighting hard, but the number of sea monsters was too large. Even with Mo Chang's strength, he could not bewitch them for too long, and it was enough for them to break through the outer defense line of the He family. Roar, the evil ghost roared, and the surging ghost energy instantly hit the 3 golden pills. Amid the screams and wails, one person was directly dragged into the depths of the ground by the ghost, took off his own head with his own hands, and then stood there. In the distance, Su Yuming, who was floating on a white bone spirit boat on the sea, frowned slightly. Why are the dead old things so perverted? Like to take off your own head. Isn't this fooling people? As soon as he looked up, he saw the 2 brothers Gu Bing and Gu Shen standing on the beach. He didn't need to make a move, and immediately a 4th-level peak earth-fire dragon lizard pounced on them. Roar, the ice zombies that were frozen for thousands of miles pounced out and directly blocked the earth-fire dragon lizard. Su Yuming raised his hand and pointed, and the death light flew out. The 4th-level peak ice zombie was instantly wrapped up and turned into a pool of pus and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. We can't defeat this guy, big brother, hurry up. Gu Bing's face changed drastically. As a mutant ice spirit, he naturally knew how strong his little baby was. Even if he faced a 5th-level Yuan Ying's engine, he could resist a bit, but in front of this kid, he was killed instantly with a magical power. And the moment Gu Shen next to him summoned the deep-sea Iron Corpse King, he was suppressed on the beach by the death field released by Su Yuming, and watched Su Yuming take a step towards them. As soon as the 2 of them made a move, Su Yuming had already appeared next to the Iron Corpse King with a punch, and instantly blew up its head. This is the power of the void, and this physical strength can actually crush my Iron Corpse King, a 5th-level body cultivator. The 2 knelt down almost at the same time. Gu Bing, Gu Shen, overestimated his own ability and dared to provoke the senior. Please spare our lives. We are willing to follow the senior and kill the entire He family, then go. Su Yuming stretched out his hand and threw the headless body of the Iron Corpse King to the 2 of them. Don't play any tricks, otherwise you 2 will die ugly. Yes, the 2 stomped their feet, gritted their teeth, and appeared 100 miles away in a flash, then rushed into the foundation building battle group where the He family and the Bai family were fighting, and killed at least 7 foundation building cultivators in one breath. Gu Shen, Gu Bing, you dare to betray our He family? Zhu Teo's face changed drastically, and he roared towards the back mountain. Please help me, old man, or my He family will be destroyed. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura burst out instantly. It turned out that he was also in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, Su Yuming sensed his aura, but he could not sense his decay even when he used the death domain. Good guy, this old man is probably not dead. But corpse spots have grown on his body. The soul power has not reached the limit, but the body is gone. Strange, this person either has the 6th-level soul secret method or a high-level secret treasure. Su Yuming was immediately moved. Before Su Yuming made a move, the headless Iron Corpse instantly blocked Gu Shen, but was torn apart by a claw, and then the other party swung the Iron Corpse King and smashed Gu Shen heavily. After landing, Gu Shen wanted to escape, but a bone spur flew out from deep underground at some point and pierced his body. Brother, Gu Shen's eyes were about to burst, and he opened his mouth and spit out a stream of black air. Gu Shen, who was dying, also spit out a stream of black air, and his black golden elixir flew out of his body. 2 streams of black air entangled the old man. Any zombie in the world would have been controlled and stopped, but the other party was still moving. The secret art of refining corpses will not work on him. Brother, use the heavenly book. When Gu Bing shouted, he turned around and found that his elder brother Gu Shen's golden elixir had been caught in the hands of the 5th-level old ghost. Just when the other party was about to swallow it, his body suddenly exploded with endless crackling lightning. Such a mysterious thing is naturally afraid of heavenly thunder, not to mention the 5th-level tribulation thunder. Amid a shrill and terrifying scream, Su Yuming appeared in front of him, took back Gu Shen's golden elixir and threw it to Gu Bing. At the same time, he used the move in the air, and the beast controlling flag flew over from thousands of miles away. He captured the weak Yuan Ying hiding in the corpse with just a wave, and then turned around. Run, Seeing that his ancestor had been defeated, Hizuteo turned around and fled, but before he could fly far, he was jumped high by a behemoth. The dignified fake Danzhenjin was bitten in the air and turned into a bloody rain. Even the Yuanying was directly detonated by the water prison forbidden technique in the blood-toothed shark's mouth, turning into pure Yuanying Qi that was swallowed by the megalodon with narrowed eyes. Splash! After hitting the sea surface heavily, the megalodon actually cleaned its teeth. There was no other way. Its master was a human. He dared not swallow the flesh and blood of a human cultivator. Otherwise, Mo Cheng would not live long and would be despised by this ruthless master in front of him, and then abandoned or killed. You evil beasts are quite useful. Su Yuming looked back at the megalodon with appreciation and pointed at the Lingzhou island in front of him. Kill them all, including the He family. Don't spare any of them. Since he was a demon cultivator, he even took in the bastards like the Gu family brothers who went back on their words. There was no reason to keep these He family members. Since they were enemies, he would kill them all. Chapter 388, The Book of Corpse Refining? I really don't want to fall into the path of evil. After the battle, the sea still seemed to be filled with turbidity after that tsunami, probably the silt in the seabed, which needed time to recover. At this time, on Lingzhou Island, as far as Su Yuming could see, nearly 200,000 people were slaughtered, half of them, except for the more than 300 scattered cultivators who surrendered, almost all of them were killed. As for the mortals, they were also affected, and the branches of the He family on Lingzhou Island have now been sent back to the Little Skull Island to refine weapons. The Bai family on the Little Skull Island has moved 50,000 mortals to station on Lingzhou Island. Bai Zucheng, I'm here. After experiencing this battle, Bai Zucheng understood the means of the man in front of him, so how could he dare not disobey his orders? I order you to immediately recruit demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and corpse cultivators to strengthen the strength of my Little Skull Island, etc. Now that we have 2 islands, let's call ourselves the One Tao sect. After all, this is the One Tao Sea. Bai Zucheng was shocked. The man in front of him actually wanted to dominate the One Tao Sea? Under the banner of One Tao sect, this ambition is too obvious. Isn't he afraid that all the forces in One Tao Sea will unite to deal with them? With the small body of their Bai family, they can't even rank in the top 50 in One Tao Sea. They could do it before, because they still have the Bai Yinhui ancestor in the middle stage of Yuan Ying, who can sit firmly in the top 10 of One Tao Sea. But with the decline of their era, the old Yuan Ying's engines have passed away one after another, and the new generation of Yuan Ying's engine has not been born. The vast One Tao Sea has become an amusement park for the peak of Jindan and a group of false infants. In addition, I heard from the people who survived on the island that the Jing family of Magic Turtle Island and the Qin family of Jellyfish Island are all relatives of the He family of Lingzhou Island. Let them move their core clansmen to Lingzhou Island. From now on, this will be our base in the southeast corner of the One Tao Sea. The other 3 islands are just distributed around us in a 6 shape, and after swallowing the Jing family of Magic Turtle Island and the Qin family of Jellyfish Island, our strength can be doubled. If we can have 1 or 2 more Yuanyings to take charge, it will be great. As Su Yuming said this, he thought of the Zixu patriarch who was on Zixufu Island at the moment. If he came to help, he might be able to conquer the One Tao Sea faster, but he didn't have any demonic energy, ghost energy, or corpse energy on him. He might be easily attacked by demon cultivators if he came in. Forget it, I'd better conquer the world by myself. Thinking of this, Su Yuming issued another order to Bai Wuang. Let him pay attention to the female cultivators in this sea area who are as chaste as jade and have special physiques. He can use marriage, kidnapping, threats and other means to get them to serve him. Bai Wuang was very respectful on the surface, but there was a storm in his heart. He thought that this ancestor just liked to refine souls, but he didn't expect that he was actually an old pervert. Feeling uneasy, he had to step out of the back mountain of Lingzhou Island. At this time, there were 2 He family Yuanying ancestors who had not yet been refined. They were only in the early stage of Yuanying, but their bodies were still intact. Su Yuming took a look at Gu Xin who had lost his body, and directly bent his finger to seal his golden elixir into one of them, and then used the 5th level Immortal Dragon Flame to refine it. Relying on the vitality inside, he could also keep him alive for a short time. Plop! Just when he was about to wipe out the spiritual wisdom of the He family's late Yuanying ancestor, Gu Bing in front of him suddenly knelt on the ground, holding up a technique with both hands and delivering it to him. The opportunity we found under the deep sea cliff is a corpse refining book, which seems to be used by a powerful 7th level sect in ancient times. It contains a 6th level corpse refining technique, which can refine zombie spiritual roots, such as my ice spiritual root and my elder brother Gu Shen's iron spiritual root. Sui Yulong found that he was sincere in his loyalty, and suddenly stretched out his hand to wave the Beyond Beast control flag in the distance, and directly received a wisp of the two souls. Then Sui Yulong pointed his finger and mastered the corpse refining technique. He could try to slowly refine Gu Shen into a slightly weaker 5th level corpse puppet. After refining for several days, Sui Yulong stopped. The rest depended on Gu Shen's own opportunity, and Gu Bing had become a qualified goalkeeper, and now he was guarding outside the cave to protect him. So, do you want to live too? Sui Yulong saw the shadow of the nascent soul kneeling in front of him, and saw him spit out a piece of 10,000-year-old locust wood from his mouth, and his face suddenly showed a bit of flattery. Please forgive me, Senior, I am willing to serve you. I slaughtered all the people in your He family. How can you, He Lingju, as the ancestor of the He family, not hate me? Sui Yulong snorted coldly, and directly bent his finger to wipe out his spiritual wisdom, and then heard him begging for mercy. I have another ancient spiritual consciousness attack and killing secret technique here, which I saw from a visualization map. Oh, Sui Yulong was surprised, because he remembered his golden eagle visualization map and the black python swallowing the sky map. At this time, the old guy actually used the power of the nascent soul to bring him to a deep, dark, and extremely humid underground sea. What did Sui Yulong see at the entrance? The two deep snake pupils, like the claustrophobia of the deep sea, directly dragged himself into the endless abyss. It seemed that the black python in the depths of his heart suddenly revived, and it opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of black air, instantly hitting the heavy door, and then swallowed the tomb directly into it. Ah! A shrill scream resounded in his ears, as if the black python swallowing the sky technique swallowed up the soul power of He Lingju, a late-stage Yuanying cultivator, and instantly pulled Sui Yulong out of consciousness and returned to the real world. The soul shadow of He Lingju in front of him also instantly disintegrated, and the ownerless Yuanying was touched by his hand, and under the control of the Beyond Beast control flag, it fell steadily into the body of the late-stage Yuanying corpse puppet. In front of Sui Yulong, there was Gu Shen, an early-stage Yuanying corpse puppet who was getting familiar with the flesh, He Lingju, a late-stage Yuanying corpse puppet, and Bai Yanhui, a ghost of the middle-stage Yuanying. In addition, Mo Chang, a megalodon comparable to the late-stage Yuanying, was guarding the bottom of the sea. His Wantao sect already had 4 Yuanying combat forces. He didn't count himself, because he couldn't force his move now. The explosion of his physical body just now had affected his injuries. It seems that I have to find something to repair my physical body as soon as possible. Sui Yulong thought of a deep-sea tomb that the Bai family wanted to explore, and the tomb that he was visualizing in the Zhuanmang swallowing heaven technique at this time, which actually overlapped invisibly. The only difference was that his Zhuanmang swallowing heaven technique seemed to be complete. This attack might become his biggest trump card at present, and under its impact, Sui Yulong was shocked to find that he appeared in the skull. When he looked around, the soul power tide as vast as the sea directly knocked him to the ground. He looked at himself in surprise, who was only 1 inch in size. Could this be considered as having an nascent soul? Perhaps, this should be considered a fake infant. At this time, his aura was at the peak of the 8th level of the golden core, but with his accumulation, it was only a matter of time before he reached the peak of the 9th level of the golden core. This also means that he needs to find the follow-up exercises of Yandang Yunqiju as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the golden elixir is fully matured, he will automatically become a false infant cultivator. By then, I am afraid that his immortal path will be cut off. Black Python Devouring Heaven Technique. Sui Yulong launched this attack at the megalodon 5,000 feet below the deep sea. The latter's face changed drastically, and it suddenly jumped out of the sea, transformed into a beast-headed human body, and quickly knelt down to Sui Yulong and begged for mercy. Master, please forgive me. I shouldn't have swallowed the He family's spiritual crystals. There are almost 3 million spiritual crystals here, all of which are given to you. Sui Yulong chuckled. He didn't expect that the post-war spoils were stolen by this big guy. It seems that he is not honest either. It's really a coincidence that he is looking for him to test his skills. How powerful was my attack just now? I'm afraid it can severely damage my soul in the middle stage of the nascent soul. How is it compared to the ancestors in your clan? Maybe it can make their souls vibrate for a moment, so that the master can escape. It seems that in front of the peak nascent soul powerhouse, it is still vulnerable. Sui Yulong knew the power of the Black Python devouring heaven technique, but he is only a 1-inch nascent soul now. If he can cultivate to 1 foot, the power will definitely increase by more than 10 times. By then, I don't know if the peak nascent soul powerhouse can resist it. Thinking of this, he recalled the nascent soul cultivators he had seen. The Banshan Patriarch had a 1-foot-long nascent soul, and He Lingzhu had a 1-foot-tall nascent soul. It seems that this is the size of a late nascent soul. I don't know how the head can fit such a big nascent soul. It's like putting a piglet in a water tank. It's obviously a bit strange. Master, the matter is done. Not far away, Bai Zucheng broke through the air and fell close. The Jing family of the Demon Turtle Island and the Qin family of the Jellyfish Island are willing to come with their entire clans. They have migrated over 10,000 Qi refining cultivators, more than 70 foundation establishment cultivators, and only 5 golden core cultivators. Among them, Zheng Sufen, the supreme elder of the Demon Turtle Island, is at the peak of the golden core realm and has a 4-order peak 2-sided demon turtle. The Qin family has an ancestor, Qin Shian, who has reached the great perfection of the golden core realm and can break into the false core realm at any time. The other 3 are at the early stage of the golden core realm. Let them find a place to settle down by themselves. Also, send Bai Wunian and Bai Wuni to take charge of the Demon Turtle Island and Jellyfish Island respectively. Appoint you, Bai Zucheng, Zheng Sufen, and Qin Shian as the great elders of the Wan Tao sect. Appoint other golden core true immortals as elders of the Wan Tao sect, and I as the sect master of Wan Tao. Declare myself to be the true immortal Wan Tao. Yes, sir. Bai Zucheng was a little confused. The sect master's aura is already at the real nascent soul realm, so why did he declare to the outside world that he was only a golden core true immortal? By the way, in 2 days, I will lead the 3 of you to the underwater tomb, and the rest of you will stay on the island. I will leave 2 corpses behind. Yes, sir, the soldier Sui Yulong pointed out included Bai Zucheng, a master who had already stabilized the giant in great perfection realm after the war, Qin Shian, a giant in great perfection, and Zheng Sufen, who had dual 4th-level peak combat power. Counting Gu Bing and Gu Shen next to them, the deep sea is big enough for them to go. Hula, but before that, Sui Yulong wanted to go there himself. He asked Mo Chang, the Megalodon, to carry him to the bottom of the sea. Just appearing here, his body collapsed again. But when he appeared in front of the snake cave on the seabed, the water pressure around him disappeared instantly, as if this was the last piece of pure land in the underwater world. And after he performed the Zuanmang swallowing heaven technique, a nose door appeared under the snake pupil, and Sui Yulong stepped into it in a flash. Hiss, all he saw were illusions. Sui Yulong compared the information he had collected about the Gu brothers outside, and it seemed that this was not the place where they got the corpse refining heavenly book. However, the dense and colorful poisonous snakes here have formed a forest. If he wanted to continue moving forward, it would be too gloomy and terrifying. He turned into a black python and swallowed it directly. 1 snake against 10,000 snakes, and in a blink of an eye, he swallowed all the poisonous snakes of different sizes in front of him. As Sui Yulong watched the scene in front of him spinning, the nascent soul in his body also grew to 3 inches tall. It turns out that this is an illusion world. I don't know who arranged it. Sui Yulong was surprised and saw the wide passage in front of him. He summoned the 4th-level peak Earth Fire Dragon Lizard and turned into a person-high figure to explore the way in front. Dang dang dang, countless hidden weapons and poisonous gases along the way were blocked by the 4th-level peak puppet. It only persisted to the first tomb chamber, and it seemed to be riddled with holes. Sui Yulong put it away casually and saw it cried in front of the secret room. It seemed that a huge kite was swimming inside. He was sure that it was definitely not an illusion. It seemed to be a living kite. The eyeballs that flashed by were as big as his own. How exaggerated would the complete body be? I am afraid it would not be inferior to the megalodon outside. Sui Yulong was shocked and had already retracted his steps. He was about to walk towards the second tomb, but found that there was no way out. He sighed and had to use the void teleport to appear outside. Master, is there anything going on inside? The megalodon beside him immediately swam over. Mo Chang, immediately transform into your true form and use that tsunami to pour in. There is a big guy inside. I am going to release it. If you can fight it for me, I will give you its body and demon baby to deal with, and ensure that you can successfully enter the late stage of the nascent soul, Okay, Mo Chang was overjoyed, but when he saw Su Yuming return after a flash and then quickly escape, he heard the ground shaking in the tomb. When he looked around, he didn't know when a mountain-like golden ring snake had crawled out from the depths of the tomb. That huge body was no less impressive than the megalodon shark outside that was thousands of feet in size. Su Yuming even sensed its breath. Nascent soul great perfection? Infinitely close to the god transformation, trouble, can't beat it. Chapter 389, Kill the snake and break through the golden core great perfection. Bang! Then in an instant, it was knocked hundreds of feet away by the fearless megalodon and fell heavily into the deep sea. Master, I need other helpers, it seems to restrain the ghost. Let the corpse puppet help me. Mo Chang was very loyal at this time, but after killing it, I will devour its flesh and blood, no problem. Su Yuming nodded, and used his spiritual consciousness to summon 2 5th-level corpse puppets above the island to fall into the deep sea. Then he used his bare-handed sword, and the void sword covered with the aura of death had hit the Kride in the distance. The latter felt pain and let go of the megalodon in its mouth, because its fangs could not pierce the shark skin of the megalodon and inject the toxin into its body. It could only choose another opponent, but at this time Su Yuming casually created a space crack, and in addition to hiding directly in it, he could also casually send the space crack in front of the Kride in front of the Kride. The latter panicked, and the snake body near its neck was instantly torn into a terrifying scar of 100 feet. Seeing such a good opportunity, how could the megalodon let it go? It suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit it directly. However, he seemed to have fallen into the trap. The huge body of the megalodon had been quickly entangled by the Kride. Under Su Yuming's astonished eyes, the hard body of this big guy and the shark skin that was not injured by the sword actually appeared to be squeezed and deformed. Mo Chang, use your innate magical power, Blood Fang. With a roar from Mo Chang, a row of sharp fangs suddenly grew, turning into 2 rows of fangs 100 feet long, and instantly bit off a section of the snake body that was wrapped around him. However, the other party had many snake bodies, just like vines. If you bite off one, as long as its spine is not broken, it can continue to wrap around. No, Master, this is its innate magical power, death entanglement. It is probably awakened by devouring a crocodile monster. Save me. Su Yuming's face changed, and he silently covered the area of death. Endless death began to surge towards this big guy. The Krite suddenly raised its huge head, and actually raised its head and attacked Su Yuming fiercely. Sure, at the moment when Su Yuming flashed, the space crack was directly blocked by a stream of water. The rules of water, bad, this is a snake demon that has mastered the power of rules. Su Yuming's face changed drastically, and he had already slashed out with a sword to blow its head away. At the moment when he could not avoid it, a void mirror appeared in his palm. Sure, the positions of the snake and himself were instantly exchanged, and he successfully rescued the megalodon that was bound by it and whose bones were almost broken. Bang bang, the snake was still trying to make some moves, but 2 corpses had fallen out of thin air. One of the bodies occupied by Gu Xin actually went directly into its mouth. Perhaps only this kind of corpse refining guy knows the weakness of the snake demon. After he went in, Su Yuming heard a magnificent self-explosion. Boom, the 5th-level body exploded instantly, and a gray soul power instantly turned into a ball of yuaning the size of a fingertip and flew back to his Being Beast controlling flag. Su Yuming looked at it in surprise, but it was Gu Xin who flew back. Kill him while he is sick. The 5th stage corpse puppet began to punch and kick frantically, and all aimed at its injured parts. The megalodon in the sky smashed down, and the huge snake body let out a heavy wail, and was also smashed into the mud. Buzz, feeling the explosion of a terrifying soul power, Su Yuming's face changed drastically. The Kride, which was born with venom to deal with the soul, was naturally good at soul attack and killing secrets. How could they block the soul attack and killing secrets of the Yuaning Great Perfection level? Boom, the 5th stage corpse puppet that approached its wound also instantly detonated itself. While Su Yuming's heart was bleeding, the broken wound really exploded, and the snake head was directly shaken away hundreds of feet. After landing, the accumulated soul power had not dissipated yet, and the original flesh body squirmed for a while, and actually quickly swam towards the direction of its snake head. Bang! After the megalodon pressed it to the ground, it suddenly opened its mouth and released a terrifying sound wave attack. Roar, hiss, although it was weakened by at least 70%, after this soul attack, the megalodon had already flown backwards at least 1,000 miles away, But Su Yuming also found an opportunity. In a flash, he appeared above it and inserted the Beyond Beast control flag in his hand into its head, and then used the mysterious Python swallowing heaven technique. Bang bang bang, the snake had struggled in the mud, but the huge snake body that released the soul attack secret technique was extremely weak. At this time, a demon soul was being quickly dragged into it by the Beyond Beast control flag, and then Su Yuming's mysterious Python swallowing heaven technique was also rapidly refining its soul power. It lasted for several days before Su Yuming fell to the depths of the seabed. While the soul power was feeding back, the opponent almost burst him. His nascent soul actually grew directly to a size of 9 feet 9. If it weren't for his monorealm not being at the nascent soul level, I'm afraid that at this moment it would have instantly broken through 10 feet and become a real nascent soul. However, the biggest gain of this trip is the captured golden ring snake soul. As long as the true spirit of the snake soul is mastered, the snake body in the distance that has not completely lost its vitality can be used as its main body. With a little refining, it will be a powerful fifth-order great perfection puppet. However, when he looked up, a megalodon with half of its face corroded and pitted seemed to be biting the snake meat madly and swallowing it in big mouthfuls by instinct. Su Yuming did not stop Mo Chang, because his demon soul had fallen asleep at this time. If he had not stepped into the fifth-order late stage by chance, I am afraid that the attack of the golden ring snake just now would be enough to make it fly away. You can still rely on it at the critical moment. I will give you a chance. This snake body is too big. As long as it is 10,000 feet, it will be enough for me to refine it. Su Yuming decided to let him eat 3,000 feet, so that the strength of the megalodon would become stronger. Sure, when Su Yuming appeared at the bottom of the sea again, he had already seen 2 broken corpses, which made him feel distressed. Moreover, even Gu Shen's nascent soul had been extremely weak. If he could not replenish his soul power in a short time, he was afraid that he would fall back to a lower realm. Su Yuming tried to use the black python swallowing heaven technique to spit out some nascent souls for him. The nascent soul key filled with demonic and fierce spirits quickly flowed into his body. In a blink of an eye, his breath became irritable and restless, but the nascent soul also recovered to its 10-foot size. Shu, thank you, my lord. Gu Shen's voice was a little hoarse, but he was still conscious at the moment. Gu Shen, go in and see if this big snake has any good things left behind. Yes. Gu Shen went straight through the door of the tomb and soon appeared in front of Su Yuming holding a brocade box. He waved his hand and directly used the power of the void to cut it open, and a jade slip directly broke through the air and appeared in front of Su Yuming. This is Soul Infant Transformation Technique. Wow, it can actually purify the nascent soul. There are only 3 levels in total. If I can refine the first level, my spiritual consciousness can expand to 500,000 miles away. If I step into the second level, my nascent soul can fly in broad daylight, not afraid of the sun's rays, nor afraid of any external objects. Step into the third level, I can cultivate a 6-zeng nascent soul body and achieve the nascent soul great perfection. Su Yuming couldn't help but sigh. It's really a good thing. At least in the nascent soul realm, he hasn't seen many people who can easily step into the realm of nascent soul great cultivator. And in front of him, there is a technique that can allow the nascent soul to be cultivated to the limit directly. This is definitely a 6th level technique. It's a pity that I haven't got the Yandang Cloud Key Ju yet. I don't know where's Hongzhou is. My nascent soul road is really out of reach. As Su Yuming spoke, his breath suddenly surged and steadily stopped at the realm of the 9th level of the golden core, and then the nascent soul in his body directly helped him instantly step into the peak realm of the nascent soul. And he also sensed the situation in his body 10 years. If he cannot form a fetus within 10 years, he will turn into a false fetus, and then he will cut himself off from the immortal path. My lord, there is another stone door inside, but the aura inside is too terrifying. I dare not go in. Oh, Su Yuming was a little suspicious. After stepping into the tomb, he saw an iron door with only railings at a glance, but the things trapped inside could not get out. It was a big guy covered in blackened scales. If he was not mistaken, it was very similar to the earth-fire dragon lizard, but the aura of death was intertwined all over his body. A deep-sea scaled lizard that has mastered the power of the rules of death, and its aura is also at the peak of the 5th level. I didn't expect that the monster in this second door would be even weaker, Su Yuming thought, and actually released the death field directly to inject it into it. The big guy's pupils turned suddenly, and he instantly found Su Yuming's location and looked into his eyes. Huh? Shui Yulong was stunned for a moment. You didn't notice me just now when I was so close? Could this guy be short-sighted? Then he felt the other party's joy, as if he needed Shui Yulong to continue releasing the death domain, which frightened him so much that he immediately retracted the death domain. However, the big guy suddenly turned into a dark shadow and injected directly into Shui Yulong's right arm, leaving a tattoo mark on it. It's over. I actually accepted another prodigal son. Shui Yulong took out a beast control flag and directly tapped it on his right arm. The powerful suction force directly pulled the abyss-scaled lizard out and firmly sealed its body in the beast control flag. You want the power of the death rule. I can help you, but you are not allowed to get close to my body without my permission. Shui Yulong didn't care whether it understood or not, and wanted to step to the next place, but saw a black gun that was 10 feet long in the darkness. It instantly floated in front of him, and what was interesting was that the tip of the gun had blades on both sides. This is a spear that breathes the aura of death, and it is at least a top-grade magic weapon. Shui Yulong looked forward in surprise, but saw the yellow sand under his feet surging. He was sent out of this abyssal tomb before he could react. When he looked up, the castle-like ancient tomb had quickly collapsed, as if it had never existed at the bottom of the sea and disappeared by itself. Which expert captured 2 Yuanying-level monsters and stored them here? After I won 2 opportunities in a row, the tomb will be destroyed by itself. Is it left to test the younger generation of the human race? Shui Yulong thought of this and used his spiritual consciousness to communicate with Xiao He, who was trapped in the beast control flag. Hey, do you know the origin of this tomb? Shui Yulong asked and regretted it. Because the answer of this abyssal-scaled lizard was that when it was still very young, it was caught by a big hand and locked in here, and it was locked up for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years, to cultivate to the peak of Yuanying? Even for a demon beast, it is difficult to live for tens of thousands of years in this realm. Even 10,000 years is already the limit. The demon beasts like turtles that can live very long can live. Is it possible that there is no time flow here? That is not right. Without cultivation resources, how can you two cultivate to this realm? We are natural beasts. We don't need to devour flesh and blood. We only need to practice every day. Moreover, there is a 6th level spiritual vein on the seabed. We are not short of spiritual energy. 6th level spiritual vein? There is such a good thing at the bottom of the southeast corner of the Wantao Sea. Can't it be mined from here? Lingshu and Lingayu? Shui Yulong took a deep breath. There should be at least 100 million spiritual crystals. He's going to get rich. His eyes suddenly turned to look at the megalodon. At this time, Mo Chang's demon soul had slowly woken up. Hey, Master, when did you subdue another powerful demon beast? By the way, why are you looking at me like that? Shui Yulong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Mo Chang, you performed well in this battle. Are you willing to sit here for me to guard the 6th level spiritual vein? Perhaps in your future, you will be a 6th level demon god who dominates this sea of scattered cultivators. 6th level spiritual vein, is it here? I do feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is much richer than that of my cuttlefish demon ancestral land. I didn't expect to have such an opportunity. Wait, Master, you don't want me to stay here to mine for you, do you? I am a powerful late-stage nascent soul. I am a megalodon, your cultivation level is suitable. Do you want my nascent soul great perfection golden ring snake demon puppet to accompany you? Forget it. I feel scared when I look at this big guy. Then you want the abyss-scaled lizard to accompany you. I can't beat it. I can't afford to provoke it. I have to go up and find a way to break through. Also, Gu Xin played a great role in this battle. If he hadn't exploded first, I don't know how I could defeat this big guy. I'm going up. Within a month, I want to see 5 million spiritual crystals. Even the sardines outside don't dare to be so busy. Mo Chang wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only sense that Shui Yulong had torn a space crack, and the next moment he had appeared thousands of miles away. It's over. I have to be a coolie again. Wait, the sand near this tomb is so soft. Let's dig down from here and see if we can dig up any good treasures. Chapter 390, Half a Year, Conquering Half of the Wantao Sea. After about a month, Mo Chang seemed to be good at digging holes, and he actually dug out a lot of good things from the 6th level spiritual vein on the seabed. Gu Shen, who was not afraid of the pressure of the seawater, transported back and forth every day, and he actually mined 5 million spiritual crystals, 30 million top-grade spiritual stones, and almost 3,000 pieces of spiritual jade. All converted, It is worth 8.03 million spiritual crystals. If you go to the auction of infant transformation pills, you can buy at least more than 10 low-grade infant transformation pills. Bai Zucheng, here, Su Yuming looked at the honest and well-behaved Bai Zucheng in front of him. I promised you that I would buy a nascent soul pill for you. You go out of the island and ask where there are auctions for nascent soul opportunities. I will pay for the spirit stones. In the future, you will become the first nascent soul true lord of my Wanteo sect. Thank you, my lord. I will go and find out the news right away. But if my lord wants a nascent soul opportunity, I know that there is a force in the southeast corner that grows two-leaf samsara grass. Oh, Su Yuming couldn't help showing some curiosity. Which sect is it? It's the Liangsan Samsara sect, the strongest force in my southeast corner. They can rank among the top 10 in the Wanteo Sea. They have 2 fake infant true lords sitting in all year round, as well as a nascent soul trump card, and a 5th grade 5 element 6 path samsara array to protect the sect. They have more than 3 million mortals, more than 100,000 Qi refining cultivators, 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators, 200 purple mansion cultivators, and more than 30 golden core cultivators. It can be said that their momentum is overwhelming. It looks like their cultivators are going to be cut off at the purple mansion generation. How can you say this is overwhelming? Pass on my order. In 3 months, send troops to attack the Conscience Samsara sect during this period. Recruit soldiers for me as soon as possible. Anyone who is willing to join my Wanteo sect will be accepted. Yes, report to my lord. True Lord Mo at the bottom of the sea has sent another 9 million spirit crystals. Report to my lord. My corpse refining cultivators have expanded to 3,000 people. We have 2 5th order unconscious corpse puppets, 11 4th order corpse kings, over 100 3rd order corpse generals, and more than 5,000 2nd order golden armored corpses. Report to my lord. With the help of True Lord Bai beside you, my ghost cultivation army has currently gathered more than 34th order ghost kings and more than 15,000 3rd and 2nd order ghost generals and ghost soldiers. My lord, I have dispatched all the corpse puppets to jump into the sea and soak them, and strive to refine them all into special corpses with ice power and iron armor as soon as possible. Moreover, they can walk in the deep sea and help us mine, which should expand the mining volume. Su Yuming hesitated for a moment. Will expanding the mining volume cause the 6th level spiritual vein to dry up early? My lord, no. The 4th level spiritual vein is 10,000 miles in radius, the 5th level spiritual vein is 1 million miles in radius, and the 6th level spiritual vein has probably covered the entire Wanteo Sea, occupying a radius of tens of millions of miles, and even covering the outer domain. I estimate that even if 20 million spiritual crystals are mined in a month, it is a drop in the bucket. After all, there are many spiritual beads in it. As for spiritual jade, we have found at least tens of millions of reserves in it, and this is only in the sea area below my 2 islands. Su Yuming's eyes lit up. This Wanteo Sea is really a gold mine. Even if he is forced to expose his identity and provoke this group of demon cultivators to hunt him down, he must find a way to get the Wanteo Sea. If he cultivates here for 10 years and enters the nascent soul stage, he can also become a wealthy man in the Taoist palace. Then he can go to their market and spend as much as he wants. In a month, Bai Zucheng, who went outside to inquire about the news of the infant pill, came back, looking a little dusty. My lord, the situation outside is still the same. There are still constant fighting everywhere in my Whitebone Sea. Not to mention a treasure like the infant pill. Once it appears, the demon cultivators will confiscate the family property and destroy the entire clan for it. I guess it is impossible to buy it in my demon cultivation sea. I may have to go to Juxin Island to look for an opportunity. Su Yuming stared at him. Do you have a way to go to Juxin Island? I dare not go. Unless it is the nascent soul, otherwise I will not be able to come back even if I buy the infant pill. Then I will let the golden ring snake accompany you. Then I will give you 1 million spirit crystals, and you can go and try it. Yes, thank you, my lord. Bai Zucheng, overjoyed, nodded quickly. With a nascent soul great perfection demon puppet protecting him, he was not afraid of any danger on the road. Unless the god of transformation appeared to intercept him, the golden ring snake could take him away even if he could not defeat him. After dealing with Bai Zucheng's affairs here, Su Yuming felt that his death domain could cover an area of 50,000 miles. Such a range was enough to contact the fighting of 5th level cultivators. As long as the enemy entered this range, his death rule power could entangle him and kill him silently. Time passed quickly, and 3 months passed quickly. Su Yuming counted the spirit crystals in his hands. The number had exceeded 20 million. The number of spirit crystals handed in this month was only 8 million, but 110,000 pieces of spirit jade were handed in, which was converted to 110 million spirit crystals, and spirit jade was very popular among Yuanying cultivators. So Su Yuming was going to try to go to Liang's and Samsara sect first to see if he could do their business. If he couldn't do it, he would kill them. First courtesy, then force. Shui Yulong Islands, located at the mouth that blocked the southeast corner of Wantao Sea to the central area. Kidding, the top 10 forces in Wantao Sea, how could their sphere of influence not be in the central area? After arriving, Su Yuming waved his hand, and a majestic sword of death fell directly on the sea in the distance, shattering the reefs that were thousands of miles long. Fellow Taoist, who dares to make trouble in my Liang's Islands? 2 figures flew out of the island almost instantly, and at this time, a 5th-level superior formation was immediately sacrificed on the Liang's Islands. Su Yuming stared at the 2 people flying close to him, turning into a tall and short old man. I am the Sword Ghost Master of Wantao sect of Lingzhou Island. May I ask if you 2 are the masters of Liang's Islands? That's right. We are both the supreme elders of Liang's and Samsara sect on Liang's Islands. What do you want to do here? Because the other party appeared silently on the outskirts of the island and only attacked the reefs without damaging the foundation of the island. They couldn't just attack casually, so they kept a friendly attitude. Of course, perhaps they also sensed the power of the death rule in the sword energy. The cultivator who stepped into the nascent soul and mastered the power of the death rule must be a strong man. How dare they provoke him easily? I came here to buy the 2 leaves of samsara grass in your hands. Please give me some convenience, brother. Did I hear you wrong? Those 2 leaves of samsara grass are good things that you and I have painstakingly nurtured for 2,000 years. How can we sell them? The ghost heart true lord on the left grinned. Dao, please take back what you said. Seeing that your sword energy is strong, our 2 hearts samsara sect is unwilling to be your enemy. Su Yuming sneered immediately. Are you 2 joking? You 2 are just fake infants. How can you live for more than 2,000 years, unless these 2 people have another opportunity? Su Yuming sensed that they had completed the transformation of spiritual consciousness. I am afraid that they have already condensed a nascent soul, but they are trapped in the realm of fake infants because their physical bodies cannot improve their magic power. But they can live so long. Could it be that they also learned from the ancestor of the He family, whose physical body died and was refined into a corpse puppet, but whose nascent soul is still alive? Still breaking through? How much are you willing to pay? What surprised Su Yuming was that the demon heart true lord next to him was actually interested in trading. How about 300,000 spiritual crystals? Su Yuming's price was considered high, equivalent to 300 million top-grade spiritual stones. Are you kidding, fellow Taoist? This is a 2-leaf reincarnation grass with a 20% chance of nascent soul. Then please make an offer, fellow Taoist. Su Yuming did not continue to make an offer, just waiting for the other party to make an offer. 1 million spiritual crystals, fellow Taoist, take it. How about it? The demon heart true lord on the opposite side hesitated and said. You 2 really like to make a high price, but I just need this thing recently, so you 2 can just take it. As he said, Su Yuming had already grabbed 1,000 pieces of spiritual jade in his spiritual power hand. Brother, this guy still has a lot of money on him. How dare we, the fake infant true lord, use this thing to practice? I see that his aura has already entered the nascent soul, but his magic power is definitely not enough. Most of the time, he is a fake infant cultivator like you and me. Why not rob him? The other party knew that my 2 hearts reincarnation sect had a chance of nascent soul and still dared to come. He must have something to rely on. Don't underestimate him. What are you afraid of? If you and I work together to perform the secret technique, we will naturally accomplish our goal. After saying that, the 2 of them suddenly separated to the sides. The moment Su Yuming's face changed drastically, a terrifying roar had already appeared in the depths of his soul. It seemed that 2 heart tremors instantly fell on Su Yuming's heart and then suddenly exploded. Bang! Su Yuming's heart shattered. At the same time, a black python that was entrenched on his nascent soul opened its mouth and steadily swallowed 2 spiritual attacks comparable to those of the late nascent soul. Not good. The 2 old guys almost turned around and ran away when they found that Su Yuming did not die tragically in the first place. Su Yuming narrowed his eyes, and the death field unfolded. The moment the two were instantly entangled by the power of the death rule, the corpse key intertwined all over their bodies was instantly released. It's really the body of a corpse puppet. Clang a sword energy scared the two and they ran away immediately, but the huge monster that jumped up from the depths of the sea suddenly swallowed them both in one gulp. In the dark belly of the shark, Shui Yulong held the Beyond Beast control flag in his hand and directly summoned the soul of Gixin Zhenjin to control him. The opposite demon Xin Zhenjin instantly detonated his body. The terrifying power of the explosion directly smashed a megalodon on the sea surface hundreds of miles away. After falling on the sea, demon Xin Zhenjin, who wanted to escape through his body, was also caught by Shui Yulong and taken into the Beyond Beast control flag. You two still want to escape? I have two unconscious 5th level puppets here, and I just need you two to take over. No, Gixin and demon Xin Zhenjin's face changed drastically, but it was too late. They were directly wiped out by Shui Yulong's wave of his hand, and his Yuanying was directly refined into two 5th level corpse puppets. Two 5th level corpse monarchs are about to appear. As for the Liangxin Samsara sect, which was close at hand, the 5th grade upper grade 5 elements and 6th path Samsara array was automatically opened after he got the tokens of the two people. He, a fake infant true lord, walked into it with two corpse lords. Wherever they passed by, countless cultivators knelt on the ground. We are willing to follow the senior, and hope that the senior will have mercy on us. Shui Yulong took out the Beyond Beast control flag and pointed it at it, above the purple mansion. Leave a trace of soul power, otherwise I will kill you on the spot. All the cultivators below cooperated. Shui Yulong immediately took out a conch and began to transmit the message. Old Bai, immediately order the cultivators of my Wan Tao sect to be transferred to this island. From now on, my Wan Tao sect will also have more than 200,000 Qi refining cultivators. Only a small number of cultivators will be left on the previous Lingzhou Island and Xiaokualu Island. Yes, after about 10 days, the Liangxin Islands were completely controlled by Shui Yulong. He was playing with the two tokens of Ghost Heart and Demon Heart in his hands, listening to Bai Zushin next to him explaining the major forces in the Wan Tao Sea. Now the strong rise of our Wan Tao sect has definitely attracted the attention of the outside world. My suggestion is to conquer the entire southern part of the Wan Tao Sea first. However, the enemy we need to face is the Ghost Servant sect. It is rumored that they are a subordinate sect of a large Yuanying overlord force. If we face them, I am afraid we will face at least one or two Yuanying evil ghosts, and countless other ghost cultivators. What are you afraid of? We are so powerful now, just fight them. Bai Zufang next to him was obviously a brainless guy who only knew how to fight and kill. Shui Yulong looked at Bai Wuang. Wuang, what do you think? We have resources and strength. It's good to take the initiative, but I think we should do two things at the same time and send people to Juxin Island to buy the nascent soul pill. If the Fujian and Daewon cultivators here can successfully enter the nascent soul realm, the Ghost Servant sect can be destroyed in a snap. Even the sects standing behind them will not be our opponents and can be wiped out at any time. Shui Yulong nodded slightly. Then you go to Juxin Island and meet up with the Elder Bai Zucheng. In addition to the Elder Bai Zucheng, Zhang Sufang and Qin Shine will be the second echelon of cultivators who take the nascent soul pill. If you have accumulated some savings for many years, then start looking for the opportunity to buy the nascent soul now. This seat will only provide you with one nascent soul pill. Yes. The two looked at each other and immediately stood up and bowed to Shui Yulong. As for the two leaves of samsara grass in Shui Yulong's hand, he didn't say to take them out, and no one dared to ask. While Shui Yulong was in seclusion, he also took out the opportunity on the Liangxin Islands. These two tokens can control the 5th level upper grade formation. The Liangxin Islands were the side of a large Yuanying overlord force, the Tongxin demon sect. Why is there no record of this in the Wide Bone Sea? Could it be a large sect 10,000 years ago? When Shui Yulong frowned, he had already seen the secret technique that the two people had performed before. Soul Heart double kill. This move is not bad, it suits me quite well. Although they are two people attacking together, one targeting my heart and the other targeting my soul, I am enough to play both of them. Also, my physical body and Yuanying are both beyond the current realm of mana, and the power should be second only to the Zuanmang Swallowing Heaven technique. Attacking the Liangxin Islands, this secret technique alone is a big profit. Chapter 391, Demon Exorcism Conference. Where's the whereabouts of the female cultivator with the crying ghost spirit? In the central area of Wan Tao Sea, the one who discovered the 6th order spirit bane and occupied it was the Devil Flame sect, which had produced 10 nascent soul demon lords over the past 10,000 years. At this time, the old and seemingly dying, the true Lord Devil Flame was looking at the island owners of more than 100 islands sitting below, the leaders of a faction. Everyone, today I convene the Devil Flame Conference not to hold a trade fair with you, nor to integrate and unify our one Tao Si, but to deal with the faction. Everyone should have some understanding of the faction in the southeast corner that just defeated the Liangtsin Samsara sect. True Lord Devil Flame, what one Tao sect are you talking about? Below, there was only an old monk with a skeleton-like appearance, spewing soul fire from his mouth. A group of yellow-mouthed children dared to use the name of one Tao. We will join forces to wipe them out. What the ghost-crying demon lord said is very true, but if we just wipe them out, how will we divide the dozen islands in the southeast corner? A charming figure with a large area of snow white covered by a veil said delicately. Madam Baigu, please stop hiding it. You want the Baigu Islands, right? Let me tell you, none of us can get this place. Among the 10 major forces, the Shuangju sect, whose resources belong to the Demon Flame Island, a tall cultivator with a demon flame tattoo on his face stood up. The Demon Flame True Lord has ordered that the Samsara Islands in the southeast corner will be used as trading islands in R1 Tao Si. In the future, an auction house and a market will be set up. The forces present here can jointly provide people to manage it. We can invite demon cultivators from the entire Baigu Sea to come and trade, and develop and expand R1 Tao Si. Otherwise, within 100 years, if no 1 or 2 Yuan Yings appear, R1 Tao Si will be swallowed up by the outside world. That makes sense. The Demon Fist True Lord stood up. This person was a false infant cultivator from the Demon Fist sect. There was a bit of hostility in his eyes. If everyone is willing to make a move, then each of our sects must send out at least one Jin Dan. There are 128 forces present here, some with only fake Dan in charge, and some with 70 or 80 golden Dan. Could it be that they want the small sects to lose even their own fortunes? The leader of the Hehuan sect, Yanzai Oyo, is a golden Dan great perfection cultivator who can enter the fake infant stage at any time. Everyone knows that he is waiting for an opportunity to become a nascent soul. Then those who have fake pills will produce fake pills, but they will need 2 more foundation building cultivators. We will dispatch a total of 128 golden elixir fake pills, plus 1,280 foundation building cultivators, 100 purple mansion cultivators, and 90,000 Qi refining cultivators from our 9 major forces. You will dispatch a total of 50,000 Qi refining cultivators to form 140,000 Qi refining cultivators and follow-up. The high-level cultivators from our 9 major forces will first break through the 5 elements and 6 paths of reincarnation array, and then you will work together to wipe out the one Tao sect. Who doesn't know the height of the world? I have no objection. Agree. For a while, the entire Demon Flame Island was filled with ghosts and wolves howling, and everyone was cheering for this. Sending troops together, dividing a large force, and devouring all the flesh and blood creatures on the island is what these demon cultivators like best. Confiscating the family's property and exterminating the family is just a side job. Pulling out the tendons, peeling off the skin, refining the soul, and refining the corpse are what they like best. Huh? Just when they finished discussing and were ready to send troops that day, the news had already reached Su Yuming's ears. Huh? Su Yuming was a little surprised. I haven't dominated the entire one Tao Si yet, and someone wants to deal with me. What is the origin of his Demon Flame sect? The leaders of the Demon Flame sect have been named Demon Flame True Lord. It is said that they have a 5th level upper grade Heaven and Earth Demon Flame as a trump card for the continuation of the sect. There are more than 12 Yuanings in the past generations, all of whom are famous for their magic power of magic flame fire, 5th level body refining, magic flame fire soul and other means. They are very powerful. There may be some Yuaning old bones who are not dead. There may even be several Yuaning demon cultivators who left their bodies and Yuaning for future generations to refine into the means of guarding the sect. Sitting next to Su Yuming was Gui Mei's Henjin from the Ghost Servant sect. This person was a female cultivator with a scar on her face. After Su Yuming arrived at the Ghost Servant sect the day before, he found only her. The rest of the Ghost Servant sect had died tragically in a night parade of 100 ghosts. Although Su Yuming did not believe her lies, after she voluntarily imprinted her soul power on the Bihun Beast control flag, she became the first general under Su Yuming. Such a ghost cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, with 2 nascent soul evil ghosts and the soul servants of more than 80,000 ghost cultivators in the sect, as well as the ghosts they have captured over the years, add up to 500,000 soul shadows. Once they use the night parade of 100 ghosts that they have inherited, it is quite powerful. How many Yuanying can they call upon the entire Wantaoc? I'm afraid there are no Yuanying. The other 7 sects have Yuanying means. Gimai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I had a grudge with a demon flame sect in my early years. The cross scour on my face was given by their sect's young master. Why don't you avenge me, and I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future? I can agree to this, but we have to win first. Gimai stared at the 500,000 pieces of spiritual jade paved across the island. You are willing to use these spiritual jades to track the 6th order spiritual veins deep underground and inject them into the formation. If the outside world does not have the means of the late Yuanying, I'm afraid they will not be able to break your tortoise shell. It's not that simple. Su Yuming stared at the north. The demon flame over there is surging. I estimate that at least they have a trump card of the peak Yuanying. If it is beyond my ability to deal with, I will slip away. Gui Mei was silent. She was still thinking about revenge. Su Yuming had escaped. What could she use to fight against the arrogant demon flame sect? At this time, deep underground in the demon flame sect, the old demon flame true lord appeared deep underground, and then fell directly to the ground. The skin on his body fell off like wrinkles, revealing a middle-aged man with cold eyes. Moduan, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to wear your grandfather's skin? You always asked me to pretend to be my grandfather, but I saw you refine his corpse with my own eyes, and even the nascent soul couldn't be saved. Are you, the ancestors, going to teach me to be calm? Moduan looked coldly at the 11 soul fires floating in the underground palace opposite him, his eyes full of indignation. Moduan, you are obsessed. We have mastered this Yinda soul refining method. If we have a chance to refine this demon sex karma fire to the 5th grade best, perhaps we can live another 100 years. Within 100 years, we will definitely help you enter the late nascent soul stage, or even the peak of the nascent soul stage, and help you go to the Whitebone Sea, and have a place there. Whitebone Sea. Moduan's cold eyes restrained a lot. I don't want to go to such places. You said that the Helhoan sect obtained a female cultivator who was born on a yin year, yin month, yin day and yin hour from the ghost crying island. Is that true? As the leader of the Moan sect, you have access to all the information in the sect, don't you know? Moduan's eyes flickered. If it really is a special spirit body, then it is all my, Moduan's, chance that I have obtained this great opportunity. Your method of stripping souls can also allow me to practice. Moduan, don't be happy too soon. The special spirits that can be found on Ghost Island are mostly born ghosts. Your physique can't withstand it. You'd better come to the demon sex karma fire to refine your body. Sooner or later, the karma fire will add to your body, and your good deeds will protect your body. Even the wife of the king of hell in the underworld can be touched by you. Humph, if I can't touch her, then I will burn her with fire and refine her into my own ghost, and she can still be my helper. In the south, Su Yuming also received the news sent back by Bai Wuang. It's quite interesting. The Ghost Crying Island didn't offer the female cultivator to the Demon Flame sect, but sent her to the Joyous Alliance sect instead. What kind of physique does this female cultivator have? It seems to be a ghost-crying spirit body. This little girl must have grown up listening to the crying of ghosts countless nights after her family was tragically wiped out and they were dragged to a mass grave to be buried. She was born with a very strong spiritual sense and can communicate with the dead in the world. She has the protection of ghosts. I guess she is quite attractive to those evil spirits. There may be a 5th level evil spirit around her who has targeted her and is possessing her. I don't know what the Ghost Crying Island is planning. After listening to Su Yuming's words, Gui Mei immediately showed an expression of watching a good show. The old guy from the Demon Flame Island was injured by the Sea Clan in a beast tide many years ago. I guess he should have passed away. He is still alive now, so there must be something wrong. The person in charge of the Demon Flame Island now is probably my enemy. Tell me, how could he leave such a great female cultivator's cauldron and not use it to collect essence? The Devil Flame Island will most likely be at odds with the Ghost Crying Island and the Hehoan sect. Su Yuming narrowed his eyes. So, then my One Tao sect will have to face more than one Yuanying force, Shua. When he opened his mouth, a voice came from outside. Hehoan sect Qian, I come to visit the One Tao sect. May I ask if the One Tao sect senior is willing to meet? Shua. Su Yuming made a move, and the Kyankan technique in his sleeve was activated. A void force directly led the other party to the island's Samsara Hall. Qi Refinement was only at the peak of the golden core cultivation level, and was the cauldron of the Hahoan sect's leader Yanzai. At this time, it was inevitable that she was a little panicked. This one Tao sect leader actually has such a void method, and with such strength, the Devil Flame sect still wants to attack? I'm afraid he is not here to die. She also has a little more hope for the purpose of this trip. Senior, I'm here on the orders of my clan leader to cooperate with your sect. I think you're already aware of the Demon Exterminating Conference on the Demon Flame Island. We, the Hahoan sect and the Ghost Crying Island, are willing to stand on your side and attack the Demon Flame Island at the same time. I hope you can help delay the army of demon exterminating monks. That's no problem, of course, but what can I get in return? Shui Yulong asked subconsciously. Are one low-grade infant transformation pill and one great magical power enough? Shui Yulong shook his head. If there's that female cultivator with a ghost-crying spirit body, I can agree. Otherwise, after I kill these guys, I will have to take action against your Hahoan sect and the ghost-crying island. I'm very sorry, Senior. The ghost-crying spirit body has been given to our Hahoan sect, and now my sect master is enjoying it. If you don't mind, why don't I come and have fun with you? Shui Yulong looked at her exaggerated and graceful figure and shook his head slightly. You have a beautiful body with both inner and outer beauty. It's a pity that your sect master has taken away your Yuan Yin Qi first. Otherwise, I would be more confident in breaking through the nascent soul realm. Go back and tell your sect master that unless you offer the ghost-crying spirit body, my Wanteo sect will not accept any cooperation. After that, Shui Yulong raised his hand. See you out. Half a day later, at the Hahoan sect 200,000 nautical miles to the north. In a pavilion, Yanzai, the leader of the Hahoan sect, listened to what Qi Refinement brought back. Oh? He is also interested in this ghost-crying spirit body. Could it be that he also has the top dual cultivation secret technique, and is not afraid of the ghost energy and the rules of death entangled around him? Yanzai's eyes moved slightly. What do you think if I transfer this ghost-crying spirit body to him, in exchange for the opportunity on his body? What opportunity? It's the combined attack technique practiced by the two fake infants Guizin and Mozin. I'm afraid the other party won't agree easily. Then I don't care. The ghost-crying spirit body is exchanged for a combined technique that is not inferior to the ancient magical power. It's what you and I should practice. Don't you think so, sister? Qi Refinement smiled and leaned over. I didn't expect that my good brother still thought about me. Okay, then sister will serve you well today. A bit of regret emerged in the depths of Yanzai's eyes. It was a pity that she was not his real sister. With a person like him, the female cultivators around him would have died long ago, and he did it himself. Otherwise, if he entered the Hahoan sect, the female cultivators around him would inevitably be plotted against, and the outcome would be extremely miserable. So he could only eliminate the trouble forever. Liangsan Islands. After receiving the reply, Shui Yulong was stunned for a moment. Are you really willing to give me the ghost-crying spirit? This Yanzai is really willing to do so. It seems that they have been coveting the combined attack secret technique of the Liangsan Samsara sect for a long time. Well, just give them one of the soul attack and killing techniques, and see what other tricks they have. As he said that, Shui Yulong glanced at the ghost beside him. Ghost, please go and bring back the ghost-crying spirit to me. Don't worry, I have my own plans and will not break our agreement. Isn't it just to destroy a demon flame sect? You also know my methods. It will only take a snap of my fingers to destroy them. Yes, the ghost then suppressed a trace of dissatisfaction in her heart. She had seen Shui Yulong's methods. The Megalodon deep in the sea and the powerful 4th level perfect golden ring snake king were actually refined into a puppet by him. This man's magical powers are simply terrifying. Could he be the offspring of those demon kings who are close to becoming gods in the White Bone Sea? May thought of this and couldn't help but feel hot in her heart. Then she reached out and touched the cross scar on her face. She hated Moduan to the core. Moduan, sooner or later I will kill you with my own hands, and then bite all the bones in your body into pieces one by one. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, The Sect Master Takes a Concubine, The Ghostly Spirit Muse Iangai Cries. The Liangsan Islands welcome guests. It was the leader of the Hehuan sect, Yan Zioyo, who personally led the team and brought a sedan chair. Although he looked spooky, the smile on his face and the red aura he released everywhere illuminated the entire island. It's been a long time since I last saw you, sect leader Yan. I am very grateful that you are willing to give up the meat on your lips. Su Yuming appeared above the sea and bowed to Yan Zioyo in the air. Today is the day of your wedding. Why don't you see fellow Taoist Wan Tao wearing wedding clothes? Yan Zioyo looked at Su Yuming, whose aura was at the great perfection of the golden elixir, and smiled with narrowed eyes, but he couldn't help but stir up a storm in his heart. This immortal Wan Tao sect really has some background. At least the cultivation and combat power of the Wan Tao's Henjin in front of him are not inferior to his. Of course, please. Su Yuming invited him to join the sect when entering the Two Hearts Samsara Valley. Yan Zioyo stretched out his hand, and naturally his beautiful wife and concubines accompanied him. Surrounded by a group of beautiful women, he could have fruits and fine wine in his mouth without stretching out his hand, and enjoy the comfort. Fellow Taoist Wan Tao, your sect is facing a disaster now. In the Demon Extermination Conference, the Demon Flame sect is very afraid of you. Why don't you join forces with me to fight them? Swish. Su Yuming smiled and pointed to the ghost beside him. This is fellow Taoist Gimri from the Ghost Servant sect. She has 2 5th-level evil ghosts in her hands. With her help, can I escape from the Demon Flame sect's extermination? So it's fellow Taoist Gimri. You sacrificed a sect to achieve your own nascent soul Ghost Servant body. With this cultivation, it is possible that the demon cultivators who practice the Ghost King Sutra may plot against you at any time. I advise you to find a place to hide, and then find an opportunity to find a ghost cultivation method to disperse your power and start over. Yan Zioyo was instructing Gimei, but his eyes were looking at the cross scar on Gimei's face. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pity. She is a beautiful woman after all. Who can be so heavy-handed? Fellow Taoist Yan may say whatever you want, but if you don't control your eyes, it will easily attract jealousy. The reason why your Hehuan sect has been able to survive until now is only because you have been playing both sides and making bets everywhere. In terms of strength, you probably won't last more than a stick of incense in my hands, so don't be too harsh in saying this. Ha ha ha. Yan Zioyo couldn't help laughing, then turned to look at Su Yuming. Fellow Taoist Wan Tao, I won't bother with women. Where's the reward I want? This is a combined attack secret technique, 1 soul-killing sneak attack, and 1 physical body attack to kill the vital points. They are a perfect match. Okay, since you've already sent the person here, Yan Zioyo, won't bother you anymore. Fellow Taoist Yan, why don't you come and have a drink at the wedding? No need. I will immediately close the mountain gate after I return. If I don't help the Demon Flame sect, it will be considered as my Yan Zioyo's care for you. By the way, fellow Taoist Wan Tao, the Demon Flame sect has more than 4 or 5 Yuanying foundations. That's all I have to say. The previous saint of my Hehuan sect is now the wife of the sect master of the Demon Flame sect. The current saint, the ghost crying spirit, is married to you, so it is inconvenient for me to intervene in this battle. It is best not to help either side. Shu seeing Yan Zioyo leave with the Yingying and Yanayin around him, Su Yuming was thoughtful. On the other hand, the ghost standing beside him frowned slightly. This Yan Zioyo seems to have found the right opportunity to use us. Sect Master, I thought we could take advantage of the chaos in this battle before. Now it seems that if we lose too much, there may be a third-party force coming in to disrupt the situation. Have you found the person behind your Gipu sect? Su Yuming asked instead of answering. The ghost's delicate body trembled slightly, and then Su Yuming asked again. Perhaps the slave mentality of those people in your ghost servant sect is too strong, so you took action to sacrifice them all. Yes, just have this answer. Ghost, you and I, as demon cultivators, are not soft-hearted people. In this battle, as long as you help me defeat this so-called demon exterminating alliance, this Wan Tao will be mine. In the future, no matter which ghost king comes to take your cultivation and make you a wedding dress, I will take it for you. Thank you, sect master. After speaking, Su Yuming stood up. Forget about a concubine ceremony. I'll go directly to see this ghost-crying spirit. Actually, I'm quite curious about her. Someone who buried his parents alone and dared to live in a place like a mass grave. She wouldn't eat. It's jade and mushrooms. I eat mushrooms that grow in places without graves. I can naturally identify ghost energy, and you have the heaviest ghost energy, even heavier than the ghost energy on the 1,000-year-old ghost general I saw in the mass grave. Can you tell me why, at the age of 18, the graceful ghost-crying spirit body just lifted her feet off the ground, relying on her natural ghost energy to float in the air, her long hair fluttering, her eyes full of emptiness, without any emotion? Are you talking about this? Shui Yulong waved his hand casually, and a majestic death domain had already enveloped his cave. It's this breath. It's a pity that I can't absorb it yet. If I succeed in building my foundation, maybe I can swallow it. She was a little happy, like a child seeing candy. Can you swallow the power of the rule of death after building your foundation? Shui Yulong couldn't help but sigh that this girl was too evil. And what he could get from her was just a stream of Yuan ghost energy. Will you suffer any loss? If it's other cultivators, they should, but if it's you, the ancestor, there's no need. Call me master from now on. You are my girl, as you command. It was late at night, and Shui Yulong felt the changes in his body. Earth spiritual root plus 13, or, ghost crying spirit body, good guy. The first choice that appeared stunned him. Ghost crying spirit body, then I really have to go down this road to the end? I am not willing to give up the 5 elements body that I have created with great difficulty. He shook his head and found that his death domain had changed. Originally, he could only be attacked by a deadly divine light. Now his figure disappeared and he turned into ghost energy and began to escape. After flying out for 10,000 miles, Shui Yulong stopped, stretched out his hands, and quickly restored his body. This is the second form of the death domain, the origin of ghost energy. As long as my ghost energy remains in the future, I can retain the origin of my body. This is more outrageous than not dying by dripping blood. He was able to survive the means of soul and heart double killing by relying on the half-step blood drop rebirth. Now it seems that the death domain he has mastered is one step faster, and now he has one more means to save his life. Thinking of this, Shui Yulong directly moved back to the cave. When he looked up, Mu Xiangai behind him was still sleeping. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. 3123W/5000W, a flash of inspiration, 1 time, Zhuanyang Dharma body, 7 times, many children and more blessings, 0, prosperous husband and wealth. 1 time rule collector. 1 time thief. 1 time good fellow. Is this the benefit of a higher physique? Mu Xiangai was only at the 3rd level of Qi Refining, but she can actually bring herself 1 diligence can make up for one's shortcomings? Shui Yulong took a deep breath and subconsciously tried to point to Earth spiritual root plus 3, Earth spiritual root plus 13. Sure enough, the violent beating made him ecstatic. Sure enough, there was a change. He added 10 charges at a time. This can only be achieved if he has 10 offspring. 1 diligence can make up for one's shortcomings can be equivalent to the effect of 10 children. But, it won't really take 100 times to be promoted to Earth spiritual root. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Because it is too difficult to make up for one's shortcomings with hard work, he looked at Mu Xiangai lying behind him. Maybe he could practice from her for 2 or 3 more times. After all, this woman's mind and physique are not bad. She is always on the verge of death, so she should not fall as long as the death aura disappears. This physique is not bad compared to rebirth by dripping blood. Shui Yulong took a deep breath and tried to use the flash of inspiration or the Zhuanyang body to improve his spiritual root qualifications, but found that it was useless. When trying to use the prosperous husband to gather wealth, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He could see a crystal clear grass that looked like a jade carving growing in a dark space billions of miles away. This is, my God, the innate marrow cleansing grass, the legendary 6th level spiritual grass. If I can get it, my spiritual root qualifications can be cleansed once, and at least the innate opportunity of the Earth spiritual root can be increased 10 times. Shui Yulong took a deep breath and must get it, but why did he feel that this place was somewhat similar to the underwater tomb he had entered? Could it be that the underwater tombs that appeared in various places in the Sea of San Xiu were left by a fallen sect for its disciples to venture into and test? Is there any sect that can leave such beings as the abyss-scaled lizard and the golden ring snake master to test its disciples? Aren't they afraid that they will swallow their disciples in one gulp? Thinking of this, Shui Yulong immersed himself in the practice of swordsmanship again. He had already mastered the 4th step of swordsmanship, refining the sword into silk, and the 4th step of sword intent, the rules of sword. The rest, as long as he created a trick of refining the sword into silk, he could exert the combat power of the 4th step of the Sword King, and challenge the cross level easily. Excluding the shadow sword intent and the void sword intent, I created it with my own sword cultivation skills. The rules of sword, with the help of the rule collector, actually reached 1,200. After the 7th time of Xuanyang Dharma body, it broke through to 1900. I didn't expect that at my current level, the power of the rules can be so useful. Su Yuming couldn't help but be surprised, and felt that his system had been sublimated. As for refining the sword into silk, he was standing in front of a 1,000-year-old willow tree on an island. Although the willow tree had not turned into a demon, it was also human-like. It seemed to know that he was practicing magic. It lowered its canopy, let the thousands of threads hang down, and then suddenly raised them up. After dancing in the wind, the willow branches hit Su Yuming's body. He did not dodge, but felt that he was hit by the tide in an instant, and the feeling of thousands of water droplets hitting the ground continued. Intensive, unavoidable attacks, and the feeling of being bound by a net. Thousands of threads, sword key forms a net, 10,000 times of sword key superposition, clang. A sword key instantly cut out thousands of miles away. The dragon soul sword in Su Yuming's hand fell. Under the sword key, countless fish and shrimps that could have been quickly plundered were directly controlled in place and instantly emptied by the sword. The thousands of threads of the sword net bound him, and there were also attacks after 10,000 times of sword key superposition. The overlapping swords. This sword is similar to the sword drawing technique. The sword energy accumulated for a year is different. From today, I will start to accumulate sword energy. If I can accumulate it until the day when the Demon Slaying Alliance comes to kill me, my overlapping sword energy should be extremely powerful. Just when Su Yuming began to retreat to accumulate sword energy, the army of monks summoned by the Demon Flame sect in the north had already stepped on the bone boat, carried the skeletons on their backs, held the soul-calling flags, and controlled various demonic beasts on the sea, killing towards the Liangsan Islands. Outside, Bai Zuchang returned. He successfully obtained a low-grade infant transforming pill and began to retreat to break through, aiming to become the first Yuanying Zhenjin of the Wantao sect. On the other hand, this battle was actually not his turn. Abyss-scaled lizard, how about you and I join forces to overturn all the monsters coming from the sea? Mo Cheng smiled and urged the huge body of the Megalodon, ready to leave the island and attack the Demon-Slaying Alliance monks coming from the sea. Not good. The abyssal-scaled lizard was extremely obedient. Su Yuming told it to stay in the sea area and guard it obediently. It would not move until Su Yuming's next order was issued. After all, it could not find another person who had the endless power of the rules of death like Su Yuming. Only with Su Yuming could it eat its fill every day. Although it lay in the mud and sand of the seabed for thousands of feet, Su Yuming could always eject a stream of pure death energy into its body every day. At first, it felt a little surprised, but later it was relieved when it found that Su Yuming had mastered the power of the void. At the same time, it was a little envious. It was a pity that it was born with a strong body and guarded the gate of hell. It could not master other skills, otherwise it would really like to go out and learn other skills. The devilish energy surged, and when the area of thousands of miles was shrouded in the devilish energy, black clouds rolled, and the big flag of the Demon Flame sect, carrying tens of thousands of white bone flying boats, had arrived. On the side of the Demon Flame sect, the Demon Flame True Lord stepped forward in an old and frail manner, stood at the bow, and burst out with the terrifying power of the nascent soul. Wantao, the kid who occupies the Liangsan Islands, why don't you come out and die quickly? Don't think that you can live in peace hiding in the 5th level upper grade 5 elements and 6 paths of reincarnation formation. After saying that, he nodded to the surroundings, and immediately, tens of thousands of the life essence and blood of the sea monsters were pulled by the magic power and crashed into the opposite formation. These are all good things for breaking the formation, and their effectiveness is no less than a 6th level formation breaking bead. But at the moment they approached, they were directly swept away by a bulging sleeve, and then thrown violently and scattered on the sea. Ah, help! Those monks who came on the building ship and carried ghosts suffered directly on the sea. They were all splashed with the pure and yang essence and blood of the monsters, and suffered heavy casualties. At least those ghosts were completely finished. Chapter 393 Demon Flame Ghost, the Tao Heart planted demon 10,000 years ago. Power of the Void? No wonder you, Master Wantao, dare to establish a sect and dominate our entire Wantao Sea. You actually have such means. Master Moyan snorted coldly, and a whisk appeared in his palm when he flipped his hand. He slammed it down on the light shield of the formation. Su Yuming had already made a move. The death double-edged spear appeared in his palm. He flipped his hand and a deadly light wrapped in the gun energy stabbed out. Boom! The world shook violently. The moment the light shield of the formation was shaken open, two terrifying figures in the depths of the sea suddenly jumped high. Almost at the moment when the faces of the group of cultivators in the air changed drastically, their team on the sea had been wiped out. The megalodon in the late 5th stage and the abyss-scaled lizard at the peak of the 5th stage were two huge beasts that turned the sea upside down. The seawater within a radius of 100,000 miles was violently shaking, and those who were in this area also became the dead souls under the mouths of the two to vent their anger. Not good. There are giant beasts in the sea rushing to help One Tao sect. You all attack together. If you hold back, we will not only fail to eradicate One Tao sect in this battle, but also suffer heavy losses. Mo Yanzhenjin snorted coldly, and threw out 3 coffins in the blink of an eye. 3 5th-level zombies with deathly aura appeared between heaven and earth, and rushed directly to the formation shield. Boom, boom, boom. The formation shield trembled violently. It was obvious that the level of these 3 5th-level zombies had reached the 5th-level mid-stage or above. Every move could burst out the combat power of a 5th-level body refiner. Hiss, however, at the moment when the formation shield was a shadow, a golden ring snake that was enough to cover the entire Liaxin Islands actually swallowed one of the corpses in one gulp, and the deathly aura on its body suddenly shook, and it actually directly shattered it in its body. The moment the remaining 2 corpses came to kill, it opened its mouth and spit out a beast-controlling flag, instantly nailing one of them to death on the beach not far away, and the other 5th-level zombie fought with it. But how could a mere 5th-order mid-stage demon puppet be a match for a 5th-order perfect demon puppet? Attacked together, almost all the streams of light hit the golden ring snake puppet. It turned its huge body and suddenly shrank to a length of 7 inches. After knocking the corpse puppet in front of it away, it was wrapped in the power of the void exerted by Su Yuming and appeared behind the demon flame master. I've been waiting for you. A 5th-order heaven and earth demon flame instantly gushed out of his mouth and hit the golden ring snake puppet head on. Mo Duan's eyes exuded coldness, but he didn't see that a void sword energy had been hidden in the shadow of the flame he shot, and directly cut through the human skin he was wearing. Hula, the human skin fell off, and Mo Duan revealed an ugly face burned by the fire and full of pits. He is not a demon flame master. Who are you? At the first moment, the allies around were confused. We helped you fight for a long time, but you are not one of us? I am the young master of the demon flame sect, Mo Duan. Because my cultivation is only at the early stage of the nascent soul, I cannot convince the crowd. So I have replaced my grandfather's body for many years. If you believe in me, you will do your best. The golden ring snake puppet in front of you is at the level of a great cultivator. If you capture it, you can each take a section of the snake body, which is enough for you to make a good magic weapon. Don't worry, Master Mo Duan, we will definitely help you. Yes, we are allies with the demon flame sect. So we naturally believe in you. The group of cultivators around are all old foxes. How can they not react? If they don't help Demon Flame at this time, are they going to surrender to the One Tao sect? They don't have any friendship with the One Tao sect. Instead, they came to attack them today and made enemies with them. Mo Duan's engine breathed a sigh of relief. The next breath, a ball of death aura appeared under his feet. The moment his face changed drastically, his body was already wrapped in a ball of demonic flames. However, the dozens of Jindin who followed him were not so lucky. After being instantly wrapped in the death field, a breath of 5th-level immortal dragon flames whistled past, instantly sweeping across the vast sea area. Except for a few powerful people from the sects who relied on their own magic weapons and magical powers to block and escape, the thousands of cultivators with high cultivation who followed them had already fallen under this attack. Law field. 5th-level spiritual fire, everyone be careful, this person is extremely powerful, but fortunately he has not entered the nascent soul realm. If you have a nascent soul trump card, take it out immediately. After killing this person, we will share the treasures on his body together. Master Mo Duan, your demon flame sect is the strongest. If we capture and kill him later, what if you don't keep your word and prepare to take it all for yourself? Ghost crying demon lord asked coldly. It's easy. Just let the leader of the demonic sect swear an oath. The delicate white bone lady exuded a white jade-like luster all over her body. The roasting of the immortal dragon flame just now did not seem to pose much threat to her. Instead, it tempered her bones to be more attractive. When the violent immortal dragon flame attacked again, The well-prepared demonic sect had already opened his mouth and spit out the heaven and earth demonic flame to block it. Everyone, demonic sect, swear an oath in the name of the leader of the demonic flame sect. After the Wateo sect is wiped out, the treasures obtained will be divided equally among us. Okay, demonic sect leader is quick to speak. Wenlong, the leader of the Shuangju sect who followed the demonic flame sect, laughed loudly. In a flash, he turned into a demonic flame mountain and fiercely suppressed the fifth order great perfection golden ring snake. Skeleton frame, you are not afraid of being bitten. How about coming to stop it? Hey, I am Madam Whitebone, not some skeleton. Madam Whitebone flashed and appeared in front of the head of the golden ring snake demon puppet. She actually put her body into its snake mouth and held it up. No matter how the snake head swung, it could not throw her out. I say you guys should act quickly. If I am shaken to pieces by it, none of you can escape. The demon fist master took action, and his fists shattered the sea. After forcing back the two huge monsters in the deep sea, he saw at a glance that the strong men of the two ghost cultivation sects, the Ghost Spirit sect and the Resurrection sect, were working together to arrange the Yellow Spring Ghost Crime formation to deal with the two fifth-level monsters in the seabed. Whoosh, he punched in the air with both fists, and somehow they landed on the body of the Krite. Tens of thousands of fists were thrown in a short breath. Even though the Krite's body was like a top-grade magic weapon, it was still dizzy at this moment. It was not for anything else, but the strength of each punch of this guy was mixed with the rules of boxing. He could be said to be one of the fierce men who could fight against a Yuanying and win, even though he was in the false infant realm. Crack, however, along with the thunderbolt spitted out by the Krite's mouth, the white bone lady at the mouth was the first to suffer. The bone frame that could originally withstand the sharp fangs of the Krite was instantly broken into pieces, leaving only a thumb-long section intact. Oh my 1,000 years of practice have been ruined. You guys should avenge me and capture this big guy. It seems to have a fifth-level turbulation lightning in its body. This is a good thing. Crack. The golden ring snake wrapped in electricity once again turned into a 7-inch size, instantly penetrated the boxing rules of the demon fist master and appeared in the void, and was caught by Su Yuming who appeared. Finally came out, the demon flame master snorted coldly and made a move. In addition to the fifth-level corpse puppets that were beaten all over by the golden ring snake, there were 3 more. Su Yuming also felt a soul power from one of them that was not weaker than the great perfection of the nascent soul. The moment the 4 figures rushed towards him almost at the same time, Su Yuming's body had turned into a ghost, and the death area covering a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly shrank to within a radius of 10 feet. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 fifth-level corpse puppets collapsed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though their flesh and blood bodies had been refined by golden stone, and could not be harmed by fifth-level magic weapons, it did not mean that they could resist the corrosion of the power of the death rule. In a blink of an eye, only 5 skeletons were left. They were stabbed by Su Yuming with his bare hands, and they pierced our hearts. Crack. All of them broke into pieces, and he casually danced with them, turning them into bone fragments all over the sky. At the moment when the ghost spirit roared and pounced, he casually made a move, and a 6th-level mirage bead appeared in front of him, directly trapping the soul power comparable to that of a Yuanying great cultivator. No. Old ancestor, the moment the face of the demon flame master changed drastically, he opened his mouth and spit out a demon flame of heaven and earth. This time Su Yuming did not dodge, but just rolled up his sleeves to receive the demon flame of heaven and earth, and then opened his mouth and spit out a deadly light that instantly pierced through the upper body of the demon flame master. His upper body was like being soaked in venom and turned into ashes in an instant. Even the nascent soul was gone, leaving only the lower body falling towards the bottom of the sea. Escape. The several great cultivators who were watching from a distance all wanted to escape, but Ji Yuimei and Bai Yinhua had already rushed out. And even Gu Shen controlled the nascent soul body to devour the 5th-level middle-grade corpse puppet controlled by the Bihun Beast control flag, and then rushed to the front and tore 2 Jindan's Henrin apart with his bare hands. Actually, at this time, a group of 1 Tao sect cultivators standing on the island showed incredible expressions on their faces. Especially those cultivators who had just joined. On the other hand, Bai Wuang and others were full of confidence in Su Yuming. The sect master's strength has improved again. He has the power of 5th-level thunder and fire, a 5th-level late-stage megalodon, a 5th-level peak-level abyssal-scaled lizard, and a 5th-level great perfection golden ring snake demon puppet. Now if there is one more 5th level top grade heaven and earth demon flame, the 5th level spiritual fire in his body may be able to go one step further. You stay at the sect, Shui Yulong suddenly shouted, and his figure turned into rainbow light. He had already quickly flown towards the mountain gate of the demon flame sect in the north at a speed of 10,000 miles per breath. After flying 100,000 miles away, he moved once and appeared more than 100,000 miles away. Then he did not hesitate to use the power of the void. After dozens of moves, he began to breathe heavily, and then quickly recovered his spiritual power and the power of the void. On the other hand, the demon flame sect was just opposite. The more than 200,000 cultivators in the sect, the magic flame lotus in their bodies was burning violently at this time, and like the heaven and earth demon flame trapped under Shui Yulong's robe, they were all withering rapidly. Because the origin of fire would be drawn away through the air. There, Shui Yulong raised his hand and slashed with his sword. The dragon soul sword burst out with a loud dragon roar, directly piercing the 5th level 10 directions demon fire array that protected the demon flame sect. He appeared in the inner space of the array and landed in front of an underground palace. He stepped on the ground and the ground collapsed. He fell 100 feet underground. Candles were quickly lit in the surrounding area of thousands of feet. At this time, sitting cross-legged opposite him, there were 3 dead figures. A ball of demon fire was quickly devouring their bodies. Obviously, they didn't want to leave any blood and flesh essence to Shui Yulong, nor did they want him to get these 5th level corpses. Who are you? This heaven and earth demon flame. I said it shouldn't be obtained by the demon flame sect after all. It is a rare opportunity on the sea. The demon flame sect, which has only one nascent soul in history, can guard a 5th level upper grade heaven and earth demon flame. But forget it, even a big force like Jukes and Manor dare not disclose to the public that there are cultivators in their sect who can open up a secret realm of the void. The 5th level thunder and fire, the sword energy of the void, it really gave me a good show. You should be a cultivator from the righteous side. I didn't expect you to dare to come to my white bone sea to cause trouble. A young face seemed to appear in the devil's heart flame, wrapped in ghostly aura. Shui Yulong couldn't see through his true body, and instantly released the death domain. But the other party quickly restrained the devil flame and disappeared in this underground palace. Forget it. I've been raising goo for 8,000 years and have harvested a lot of nascent soul fire. I've completed my mission. You'd better leave this sea of scattered cultivators as soon as possible. I'm not the only one eyeing this 6th rank spiritual vein on the seabed. By the way, if you are someone on the Yandang prodigy list, that would be interesting. 10,000 years ago, you sealed yourself or were sealed by others, but many of them have come out now. I'm afraid your ranking will drop a lot. Ha ha ha. Shui Yulong watched his breath quickly fade away. With his own means, he could not find the other party's body through the air, unless he could master the power of the rule of cause and effect. On the other hand, the other party is like planting a demon in the heart of Taoism, planting the magic flame of heaven and earth here. As long as the cultivators who absorb and refine, it will become the nutrients of the magic flame of heaven and earth. If more than 10 Yuanying of the magic flame sect and more than 200,000 cultivators are all refined by him, what realm will this person's cultivation reach? I am afraid that the magic flame of heaven and earth also has the ability to devour soul power. The person who was sealed 10,000 years ago, could it be a guy from the same era as the 4 symbols holy sect? Shui Yulong shook his head. It should be later. Maybe the princess should know him, but it's a pity that she has gone to reincarnation. However, Shui Yulong also knew that he couldn't stay in the Wantao Sea anymore. If he continued to stay, he would be in trouble. His own combat power is not bad, but if he really encounters a 5th level great perfection among the magic cultivators, it shouldn't be too difficult for the other party to crush him to death. You are really weak. Let me go back to the Xuanjing Lake world first. If I can complete my cultivation method from it, that would be great. If not, I can also find a nascent soul cultivation method in the burial ground world and form a nascent soul first. As for the Wantao sect in front of him, he really couldn't bear to leave. Chapter 394, White Blood Becomes a Baby. Wantao Sea finally succeeds. 5 days later, the Magic Fist sect of the Magic Fist Islands held the mountain gate to resist, but was directly broken by the Megalodon's station pressure. The Magic Fist True Lord in the False Infant realm was nailed to the mountain gate stone tablet by Shui Yulong with a death double-edged gun, killing more than 60,000 cultivators of the Magic Fist sect above the refining Qi level, forcing the surrender of 2 Yandang, 11 Zifu, 44 foundation-building cultivators, and nearly 20,000 Qi refining cultivators. 11 days later, Bai Yinhui and the abyss-scaled lizard attacked the little Whitebone Island. All the people of the Whitebone sect surrendered directly. Madame Begu obtained a peak 4th-level body that she had nurtured for many years, and regained her false infant strength. Su Yuming planted a soul consciousness mark on her forehead, bringing 8 Jindan True Lords, 19 Zifu Sanrun, 88 foundation-building cultivators, and more than 80,000 Qi refining cultivators to surrender to the Wanteo sect. In this way, Su Yuming had nearly 800,000 more mortals. The Destruction Fist of the Demon Fist sect, and the Destruction Fist Sutra that can be cultivated to the late nascent soul stage, as well as 21 minor magical powers, 3 fist magical powers, a nascent soul great magical power of triple destruction, and a magical power of suppressing the sea with one punch created by the 21st Demon Fist True Lord, are really interesting, but they are not as useful as 23.41 million spirit crystals. It seems that these 10 major forces all know the secrets of the seabed, otherwise they would not be so generous. Each sect has a foundation of almost 20,000 spirit jades. They are really rich. Little Whitebone Island and the Demon Flame sect have also looted good things worth about 55 million spirit crystals, which is a total of 75,000 spirit jades. Counting the harvest of these days, the number of spirit jades in Su Yuming's hands can exceed 400,000 pieces, which is considered a top-level fortune among nascent soul true lords, not to mention nearly 100 billion top-grade spirit stones, a total of 500,000 spirit jades. We can find a way to go to the Askindeo Palace, otherwise these spiritual jades can't be exchanged for the cultivation resources I want. As Su Yuming's thoughts moved, the world changed. It seemed that endless dark clouds were rolling in, all rushing towards the Liangsan Islands. At the same time, all the cultivators under his command floated out, including Gu Bing and Madame Bai Gu, 2 pseudo-infant level fighters. The old man Bai Yinhui instantly hid in the 10,000-year-old Yinhui wood in Su Yuming's hand. After all, he was also worried that this thunder tribulation would easily kill his 5th-level middle-stage Yin soul. Boom! When the first thunder tribulation fell, Su Yuming had already relied on the 5th-level thunder tribulation to draw the thunder and lightning to bathe himself. With his current realm and control over the rules of thunder and lightning, he only needed to stand still and become a natural lightning rod. The thunder tribulation could not see him, but the electric snakes would fall on him. Bai Zuchang on the opposite side was extremely excited. The method used by the sect master was beyond his understanding, but he was still very grateful, because if the sect master took action, he could already steadily enter the nascent soul realm. Without the tempering of thunder tribulation, your nascent soul in the future will inevitably be weaker, but this sect wants you to truly enter the nascent soul realm, and then eliminate all other remaining forces in the Wanteo Sea area, drive all puppets and ghosts to the bottom of the sea, and dig spiritual crystals and jade for this sect. Yes, sir. After kneeling on the ground and sincerely kowtowed to Su Yuming, Bai Zuchang saw the calamity clouds in the sky dissipate. Su Yuming stood in place. Except for the lightning intertwined all over his body, he was like a normal person. The spiritual power in his body was rebounding, and the lightning had been absorbed by him. Moreover, his 5th-level thunder tribulation had also grown a lot, and seemed to be at the level of the 5th-level middle grade. He was extremely restrained against ghosts and monsters, and he was not afraid of the rebellion of the demon cultivators under his command. After leaving the abyss-scaled lizard as a supervisor in a deep-sea cliff, Su Yuming stepped on the back of the megalodon, carrying the old ghost Bai Yinhui and the golden ring snake demon puppet, and quickly rushed to the Penglai Fairy Island where the Wendeo Palace was located. Along the way, he met many demon cultivators. This Whitebone Sea area was very strange. It was clear that after leaving the Wanteo Sea area, the outside was calm. It turned out that many demon cultivators were hunting fish monsters in the sea, and some even made a living by fishing, and simply avoided him. Going to Penglai Fairy Island, it was probably more than 80 million miles away. With Su Yuming's speed, it would only take dozens of days to travel. But now there is a big guy like Megalodon. If he swallowed it in one bite, it would take a month to arrive at the speed of its deep-sea sneaking. For the Golden Core Yuanying, a month is just a snap of the fingers. And Su Yuming also brought his ghost-crying spirit muse Iangayu on this trip. This is his beloved flesh and blood, and he can't give it up. He released the great land boat at will. These 30 days cannot be wasted. During the journey, He also received a message through the conch. The mountain and island of the Five Beasts sect was attacked by more than 10 waves of sea beasts. The strongest one was 4 Yuanying sea beasts. If it weren't for the sudden attack of the second Yuanying of the Moving Mountain Patriarch, I'm afraid that after the formation was broken, no creature on the island would survive. However, the Moving Mountain Patriarch did not blame Su Yuming, the young sect leader, for not being there, and did not even ask where he was. Instead, it was the Chief Master Maishan's Henrin who sent a message. He had obtained the inheritance of the sect's skills and cultivation resources. Now he has entered the realm of the 9th heaven of the Golden Elixir. He only needs 10 years to consolidate the cultivators, and then he can start to impact the great perfection of the Golden Elixir, and then try to form a baby. Su Yuming felt that he had a great chance. After all, he is now the sect leader of the Five Beasts sect, and he is one of the few good seedlings who can impact the Yuanying realm. The Moving Mountain Patriarch should not turn a blind eye to it. Moreover, gathering the cultivation resources of the 2 domains to support a Yuanying, isn't that a sure thing? On the Zixufu sect side, it was the old guy who sent him a message. He stayed on Juxin Island for a month, and returned directly to Zixufu Island after parting with his old friend. Then, after the 3 sects formed an alliance, they had a naval battle with the local sea monsters. If it weren't for the arrival of the Squid Clan, they would have been able to kill the 3 Yuanying demon kings and avenge their previous shame. He asked when Su Yuming would return. Su Yuming hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to the Zixa Patriarch, saying that he was going to return to the Zixufu sect after forming a baby. He also sent a message to Maishan's Henrin, saying that he would try his best to help him find a Yuanying opportunity overseas, and asked him to help look after the people of Yandang sect who after 30 days passed. Su Yuming had already appeared in the Penglai Sea, but he did not rush to order Mo Cheng to float up. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. 4423W/5000W, a flash of inspiration, 2 times, Zhuanyang Dharma body, 10 times, many children, more blessings, 0, prosperous husband and wealth. 1 time rule collector. 1 time thief. 1 time. After 30 days of practice, there were some results. Except that Mu Xiangayu's belly was still a little disappointing. He could already use the Zhuanyang Dharma body and continue to increase his spiritual root opportunities. Earth spiritual root plus 23. After feeling that his affinity with the vitality of heaven and earth had increased a few points, Su Yuming looked at the previous use of prosperous husband and wealth with satisfaction. It should be in the sea area. Yes, if it wasn't for finding the tomb under the sea, Su Yuming would not have rashly appeared in the Penglai Sea. After all, he couldn't figure out the attitude of the Deo Deo Palace towards him. This giant force of the transformation god was almost unmatched in the loose cultivation sea. If they had any bad intentions towards him, he really couldn't stand it. Moreover, there are too many strong people here. If he wants to take advantage of the situation, he must have the capital, so he can only do it secretly. Forget it, let's go buy some things I need first. Su Yuming left all the talismans he made during this period in One Tao sect, so he still needs to buy some 5th level materials. As for whether he will be stopped this time, he, who has the aura of the nascent soul, was warmly welcomed by a purple mansion Sanrin as soon as he landed on Penglai Fairy Island. Welcome to the Penglai Fairy Island. May I ask your name? I am the Sword Soul True Lord. Are you the guide of this island? I am an outer sect disciple of the Asking Deo Palace, and I am here to receive the senior masters who are coming from all directions to participate in the Penglai auction in 3 months. Oh, Su Yuming was a little curious. The Penglai auction is very loud. If compared with the Yuanying auction in Juxin Manor, it must be dozens of times larger. Are there any 6th level treasures? There are also sea monsters with 6th level potential. As expected of a god transforming force, sea monsters with 6th level potential must be the direct blood of the demon god, right? How dare you catch them? Su Yuming couldn't help but smile. Do you have a sword rule stone, or the 4th step sword intent left by the Sword King, or the sword technique they left behind? Of course there are. The sword rule stone, a piece of 30 million spirit crystals, can enhance the sword comprehension, but if you want to absorb the power of the rules in it, I'm afraid it will be a bit troublesome. At least you need to be in the late Yuanying stage to dare to try. If you are willing to pay 10 million spirit crystals for the 4th step sword intent left by the Sword King, I can find you about 10 copies. Most of them are left by senior masters who practice to the 4th step of the sword. If the sword intent inside is not weak, The price will be raised. As for the Sword King's cultivation method, may I ask what kind of sword intent the senior mainly practices? There is a Sword King who has reached the 4th step of the sword on our island. If you are willing to bid 30 million spirit crystals, maybe he will make an exception and teach you once. Shui Yulong was silent for a moment. Do you have a powerful attack and killing method? I want the sword rule stone, but I don't want the 4th step sword intent left. Soon, he led Shui Yulong to the warehouse of Penglai Fairy Island and bought a sword rule stone with 30 million spirit crystals. Seeing the white jade sword in the shape of a sword, Shui Yulong was surprised. If he absorbed it, he would have at least 100 more sword rules. When he performed sword moves, the power would be doubled. I wonder what else the senior needs. Seeing that Shui Yulong did not leave, Haining Sanren beside him asked curiously. He had just led the way for Shui Yulong to buy the sword rule stone, but he took 1/10,000th of the reward, which was 3,000 spirit crystals, or 3 million top-grade spirit stones. It was enough for him to cultivate to the great perfection of the Purple Mansion and covet the Golden Core realm. If he could negotiate 2 more orders, he could try to buy the Golden Core opportunity. Do you have the 5th level talisman making materials? 100 copies, but the price is 500 million top-grade spirit stones. I'll buy it. Shui Yulong nodded in agreement. The other party was ecstatic. It was another 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Yuanying senior in front of him had a rich family background. Senior, do you need any elixirs, magic weapons or something like that? Do you have a broken 6th rank divine weapon? Yes, it's a piece of pagoda fragment, worth 20,000 spirit jades. Are you interested? Shui Yulong came to the place where they had the weapons, observed the thing closely, and then shook his head. The price is too expensive. Do you have any elixirs? Nascent soul opportunities. As for elixirs, there are 2 low-grade nascent soul pills for sale. Both are made from the infants of 5th rank monsters. There is only a 15% chance of forming an infant, and there is a high possibility of being affected by the animal nature, leading to obsession. If senior needs it, you can buy it directly for 2 million spirit crystals. This price, Shui Yulong shook his head. It was too expensive, but it was a rigid demand, so he casually threw out 4 million spirit crystals to buy it. Are there any main cultivation techniques such as cloud energy that can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage? Senior, you are talking about the cloud energy techniques, right? That does exist. We have a total of 3 cloud energy techniques that can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. One of them is the Golden Edge Cloud Sea technique mastered by Yun Pohei, a top nascent soul cultivator in the San Xiuc more than 3,000 years ago. He was born with a mutated cloud spiritual root, and was born with a burst of golden light and clouds. It's a pity that he disappeared later, and no one knows where he fell in a secret realm, and he failed to become a powerful god-transforming cultivator. This technique can be cultivated all the way to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and it is priced at 50 million spirit crystals. The second of them, that is, the Cloud Mountain and Cloud Sea technique, is a 5th level technique that takes the form of clouds and mist and is ever-changing. It can be cultivated to the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, and it is priced at 25 million spirit crystals. The last one is the Cloud and Mist sword cannon, which was passed down by an ancient sword cultivator. One must comprehend the sword intent of clouds and mist before practicing it. It can be deduced to the middle stage of the nascent soul through swordsmanship, and it also contains an ancient great magical power, so the price is also 40 million spirit crystals. Shui Yulong hesitated. I want the Golden Edge Cloud Sea Art and the Cloud and Mist sword cannon. Can I get a discount? Haining immediately stepped forward to interrogate Shui Yulong, and soon came back with a smile. Senior, I can sell it to you for 85 million spirit crystals. Then buy it. Haining and the other 2 were ecstatic. He could make another 8,500 spirit crystals from this deal. After returning, he could really get the opportunity to form the golden elixir. By the way, are there any other nascent soul opportunities, including the 3 treasures of the nascent soul? This. Senior, maybe you can try your luck at the Little Penglai market. Maybe there are some black market cultivators who have them. If I lead the way and the identity of the Taoist palace intervenes, no one will dare to do anything to you. Besides that, there will be some at the auction in 3 months, then you and I will go to Little Penglai. Yes. Chapter 395, Fairy Amaranth, Colorful Impatience. Returning to Xiao Penglai, Shui Yulong could only say that he was extremely relaxed about the previous nascent soul threat. With a megalodon in the deep sea accompanying him, He would not be in any danger unless the god of transformation took action. Fellow Daoists, please come and have a look. Hey, I have a token for purchasing the infant transformation peel of the Taoist Palace. One only costs 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Fellow Daoists, I have a leaf of samsara grass. It costs 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who wants it? The prerequisite is to become a guest of our Yanri Valley. Come and have a look. If you are willing to become our Wanlu Mountain pill tester, let alone the infant transformation pill, even more advanced pills are available here. Su Yuming found it interesting. Why has the gate of this market become a place where major forces recruit people? It's not that the Penglai competition is about to begin. Rumor has it that every 100 years, the major forces on Penglai Island will compete. The 10 major forces, the Wendao Palace, Dragonblood Island, Seven Swords Island, Luofu Mountain, Wanlu Mountain, Ding Mountain, Yanri Valley, Yang Valley, Huhan Valley, and Tidal Valley, will select the best nascent soul seedlings and then compete. As long as the cultivator's magic power is not up to the 5th level, they can participate, but the winners every year are basically the cultivators of the Wendao Palace. By the way, I heard that the reward they gave out this year is the 7-colored impatience flower, which is a rare good thing in the sea of single cultivators, and only the Wendao Palace has it. There is only one flower, and if you swallow it, there is a 70% chance of entering the nascent soul realm. Oh, Su Yuming was a little tempted, but he hadn't found his own technique yet. How many cultivators participate in each competition? If a casual cultivator wins, can he retreat unscathed? No matter how many cultivators participate, there are more than 100,000 Jindans Henrin who have signed up. This is a big event for our casual cultivator sea. And because there is no limit on the tribesmen who come to participate, even the sea tribe, the monster tribe on land, and even the demon tribe and ghost cultivators will come to participate. The top 100 will get rewards, at least a low-grade beast infant pill, and the top 50 will get a plant infant pill, which is also low-grade. The top 20 will get a mid-grade infant pill, and the top 10 will get an upper level. For the top 3, you can get a reward from the Wendao Palace. It seems that there was a scroll of ancient magical powers in the last session, and there was also a lucky person who was accepted as a disciple by a great cultivator of the Wendao Palace. As for whether you can retreat unscathed, with the Wendao Palace's god of transformation in charge, who dares to act rashly? There are people who have killed the participating geniuses, but they can only do it in private. There was one person who was lucky enough to survive in the last session, and he is still taking refuge in the Wendao Palace. It seems to be the second one. I don't know if he has become a disciple of the Palace of Asking Dao. Su Yuming glanced around. Are there any nascent soul opportunities nearby? If Senior wants to find a high-grade one, it will require a lot of spirit stones. Find the highest one, then follow me, Senior. Hai Ning brought Su Yuming all the way to a courtyard at the end of the alley. As soon as they entered, they saw a blind old man, but his aura. I'm afraid he had entered the late nascent soul many years ago. It's a pity that his body is disabled, and it seems that it cannot be repaired at all. Otherwise, with his fighting power, he would be a well-known figure in this sea of casual cultivators. Blind Senior, I've brought people here. Please take out the immortal amaranth for me to see. It's the main material for the infant forming pill of the ancient alchemy method, and you are not qualified to see it. Unless you can help me repair my broken legs, no one can exchange them. If anyone dares to snatch them, I will just swallow them and improve my cultivation. Hai Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and looked back at Su Yuming. Senior, you have to persuade him yourself. This immortal amaranth is a top-notch ancient product. From the time it is planted, it will take 1,000 years to enter the 1st grade. After the 9th grade, it can be transformed into heavenly grade. It will take another 20,000 years for the heavenly grade to become an immortal grade. Even the great cultivators in the Taoist Palace are very tempted by this thing, but his body was eroded by high-level death energy in his early years. Unless the god of transformation takes action personally, it will definitely not be able to get rid of it. Otherwise, I'm afraid his legs would have grown out long ago. If it's dead energy, I do have some ways to deal with it, but how much can this 30,000-year-old amaranth increase the chances of reaching the nascent soul stage? Su Yuming asked subconsciously. Boy, your cultivation is not high, but you are quite arrogant. Considering that you are also a person of my generation in terms of physical training, I will not embarrass you. Tell me, what are your abilities to remove the 6th order dead energy in my body? The blind old man snorted coldly, and was not satisfied with Su Yuming's plain words. Facing Su Yuming's calmness, the blind old man suddenly retracted his contemptuous attitude. This fairy amaranth can only increase your chances of forming a fetus by 50%, but it can give you a wisp of innate fetus energy, which is the dream of all nascent soul cultivators. If you didn't know that there are too few people who possess this treasure, and the cultivators who can cure me are unwilling to trade, because I am now a cripple, and I don't have much time left, who would be willing to invest in me? I will get rid of this 6th level corpse energy for you, and this fairy amaranth will be mine. Wait a minute, do you have any idea about the regeneration of broken limbs? Su Yuming thought for a moment. It is difficult to regenerate broken limbs, but if you want, I can teach you a method that can transform the body into fluid. Even without 2 legs, you can travel freely between heaven and earth, and it will be more comfortable to fight. As he said that, Su Yuming handed over the remaining chapter of the fluid flow of 10,000 snakes. This technique is indeed amazing. Well, you can help me. If you can really get rid of this 6th level corpse key, I can hand over this hot potato to you, and I am willing to protect you and help you break through. Senior, you are joking. If possible, I would like to see the Penglai competition in the Taoist temple. The breakthrough will have to be postponed. Do you believe that as soon as you leave this small courtyard, others will know that you have obtained the fairy quality amaranth from me? As long as you don't leave the island, there shouldn't be any Yuanying looking for trouble with me. Even if it is an ordinary Yuanying, I think I can't deal with it with my methods. The blind old man nodded approvingly. Young people are formidable. When I was your age, I was not as arrogant as you. Please go in. After that, the 2 entered the small courtyard one after the other. Haining, who was at the door, wanted to leave, but was suddenly stunned by a powerful spiritual thought. After you cure me, leave immediately. This guy is from the Taoist palace. If he is the most likely to leak the news, I can't kill him. You should run away first. Thank you, senior. Su Yuming admired the old man in front of him. He was free and easy, and he would think about himself. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. My body is about to die. If you can't cure me of the 6th level dead energy, I will take you away before I die. In the next breath, he felt the endless 6th level dead energy in his body being drawn away, like a child who found a new toy, rushing towards Su Yuming excitedly. How is this possible? I'm almost at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but for more than 1,000 years, this 6th order death energy has corroded my body, causing my blood and ki to decay. I'm only holding on with one breath. Why is it like a mouse seeing a cat when it sees you? As the last wisp of death energy was drawn out, Su Yuming stretched out his hand and stroked it, and the brocade box on the table fell directly into his stored ring. Senior, since everything is settled, I'll take my leave. Power of rules. When Su Yuming left the threshold, he suddenly heard a message from behind him. Boy, you use the power of the death rule well, but you are full of sword energy, upright and dignified, not like a bunch of gutter bugs in the White Bone Sea. This makes me curious. No force in the outside world can cultivate a younger generation as powerful as you. You are treating the senior. Do you still need to ask me where I came from? Ha ha ha. That's not the case. You can leave now. If you encounter trouble in the Penglai competition, I can help you with this 10,000 snakes flow. Shui sound transmitting conch appeared in Su Yuming's palm, and he reached out and caught it steadily. He bowed slightly to the blind old man, raised his foot and disappeared in the yard, completely ignoring Haining, who was suppressed in the yard like a dead dog. After mixing into the crowd, he immediately tore up a void teleportation talisman, and appeared more than 100,000 miles away in a blink of an eye, and then quickly flew towards the main island of Penglai. After hundreds of breaths, Su Yuming landed steadily in Finglingdu, found a 4th level secret room, paid 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and could stay there for about 100 days. There were still 3 months before the auction, and he could retreat here just in time to master the 2 skills he had just obtained. 15 days passed in a flash. Su Yuming suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth and spit out a golden sword energy that directly penetrated the 4th level top-grade protective formation in front of him. His eyes were full of surprise. With only the power of casual sword energy, he had such power. If he burst out the 4th step sword intent with all his strength, what a style it would be. Even the nascent soul would not be able to take his sword. He knew that this sword rule stone would definitely not improve him so much. The only possibility was that when he was practicing Golden Edge Cloud Seiju, All the sword rules on the sword rule stone were entangled with his white cloud sword intent that had stayed for many years. The golden edge sea of cloud sword intent. The attack is a golden edge cloud curtain covering the colorful clouds. He sensed the power of this attack. If the golden elixir supernatural power can amplify the combat power by about 3 to 5 times, and the great supernatural power can amplify the combat power by 10 times, then the sword move he sensed at this time can burst out 50 to 60 times, and enter the power of the nascent soul. The great perfection of the golden elixir and the nascent soul are not far apart. I can form a nascent soul by practicing this golden edge sea of clouds art, and I sense that in addition to the golden edge sea of clouds sword intent, there is also a golden light that shuttles through the clouds and mist. With my current comprehension, I am afraid I can't master it. Gritting his teeth, Shui Yulong performed a flash of inspiration once. In just a few days, his eyes lit up, his figure jumped up from the spot, and then turned into golden light. In just one breath, he swept more than 100 times in the 100 square meter secret room. What an exaggerated glow of clouds. This kind of body movement is really amazing. If I combine it with my 10,000 snakes flow, I won't be afraid of being attacked by magical powers while flying. I can perfectly dodge countless times, and as long as there is a drop of blood essence, I can survive. The Cloud and Mist Sword Classic. It actually contains an ancient great magical power, and it is a real Cloud and Mist great magical power. If I can go to Zhongzhou once and find the subsequent exercises of the Yandang Cloud Qi Ju from my Yandang Mountains Su family, it can be used as a great magical power handed down from generation to generation by my Yandang Mountains Su family. Thinking of this, Shui Yulong used the last flash of inspiration. The first sword is called the Golden Edge Cloud Curtain covering the colorful clouds, and the second sword is 1,000 changes from the clouds and mist. He hesitated for a moment and decided to call this move the 1,000 Changes Life-Taking Sword. The name is similar to those of the Jianghu gangsters. He thought about it and didn't have a good name for the time being. If he thought about it later, he could change it a little. In addition, the sword moves he had comprehended from the White Cloud Sword intention were almost exhausted. Under the Void Shadow Sword key, he could perform methods such as Void Inch Light and Void Crack. If he performed them at this time, he could completely cut out the White Cloud world with one sword, and the Void Shattered world with another sword. The combination of the two would be enough to destroy the world. Perhaps after entering the nascent soul, it will be the time for me to freely perform such swordsmanship, the fourth step of the Sword King realm. If there is no nascent soul cultivation to support it, how can I exert the strength of the Sword King? Shui Yulong was thoughtful. When he woke up, his Golden Edge Cloud Sea Art had already comprehended the late Jinden level. It seems that the effects of these two, flash of inspiration, have promoted the progress of my practice. If it happens again, maybe I can reach the peak of the Jinden, and I can try to form a baby twice. Shui Yulong was a little excited. That was the nascent soul realm. If he broke through the nascent soul and returned to the Five Beast sect, wouldn't he be able to become the second strongest person in the Five Beast sect? Speaking of which, up to now, he still didn't know which five beasts the Five Beast sect had. Could it be that they were the powerful beast kings who inherited the bloodline of the Four Elephants Holy Sect? Especially the beast king of the mountain moving ancestor, who must be a powerful fifth-level demon king. He fought with the Black Stone Demon King until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, but he didn't let the Demon King make a move. Could it be that it is also a mountain beast? Thinking of this, Shui Yulong shook his head and stood up. There was still about a month before the auction started. He had to go to the market to see if there were any good things he could get. After all, he promised Maishin's Henren to find him at least a 10% chance of a baby-forming treasure. He couldn't break his promise. Thinking of this, Shui Yulong looked at his remaining one, prosperity and wealth. Hey, have you heard? Someone exchanged the fairy amaranth from the blind old man in Little Penglay. My god, it's the innate infant energy and a 50% chance of forming an infant. Before, a great cultivator from the Taoist palace took out a top-grade magic weapon, but no one exchanged it. I don't know who dares to take away the thing with the supreme foundation. I don't know how many people on this Penglay island are eyeing him. Shui Yulong listened to the two conversations within a radius of hundreds of miles with a cold look in his eyes. It seems that Haining cannot be kept. Chapter 396, The Golden Ring kills Haining, and a great monk from the Taoist palace suddenly appears? Shoo! In an instant, the golden light turned into a 9-inch-long golden ring snake puppet and quickly escaped deep into the ground. As for Haining's breath, Su Yuming was very familiar with it. The rest was to let the golden ring snake puppet find Haining's position and kill him with one blow. And this kid didn't seem to think that a casual cultivator fake infant dared to attack and kill him, an outer disciple of the Wendao Palace, on their territory. At this time, he was in a station on Penglai Island. The elder in the middle stage of the nascent soul was in charge here. The rest were some golden elixir outer sect deacons, including more than 100 purple mansion outer sect disciples like him. After Su Yuming's golden ring snake puppet broke through the formation guard in this place in an instant, it directly manifested a 100-foot snake body and instantly pierced through the house where he lived. At the moment when he was dumbfounded, it had swallowed his flesh in one gulp, and then quickly withdrew. "You daring beast! How dare you trespass into my Penglai Island and commit murder?" the Yuanying monk of Dao Guang asked angrily. He condensed a huge hand of spiritual power and grabbed it from hundreds of miles away, but it was dodged by the golden light. "Not good, the enemy is stronger than me, and he is a demon cultivator. Please ask the law enforcement monk to take action." He bowed slightly to the distant void. Shui, a figure, stepped in the ripples of the void and appeared in front of the golden ring snake puppet, and smashed it with a rake. Shui, the golden light flashed and spit out a figure, and then quickly fled into the distance. "Huh?" The 8-foot monk frowned and looked at Haning, who had no breath in front of him, and even his purple palace was completely collapsed. He waved his hand and sent him back to Penglai Island. He flew through the air again and caught up with a golden ring snake puppet. "You evil beast, you killed my Taoist priests and you want to get away with it so easily." Boom! In his rage, he used his magical power to sweep tens of thousands of miles, and the seawater was rolled back. This fight also instantly alarmed countless monks and the Taoist priests in the distance, and at least 10 Yuanying auras rushed to the fighting area. Su Yuming cried out inwardly that it was not good, and had to order the megalodon hiding deep in the sea to take action. Roar! The moment the 1 yuan heavy water accumulated for many days was spit out by it, the gravity in the area of 10,000 miles suddenly suppressed, and the face of the 8-foot-tall monk opposite changed drastically. An ancient beast in the late Yuanying period, he quickly sacrificed a golden light to protect his body, which was a bronze bell. Seeing him get rid of it, Bai Yinhui, who was riding on the back of the megalodon, also instantly activated the void transfer talisman. Shu, 3 figures instantly escaped 150,000 miles away. When the 8-foot great monk chased them to within 150,000 miles, Su Yuming had already torn the cracks in the void with his bare hands and took them away. Bai Yinhui fell into the Bihun beast control flag, and his breath dissipated. The golden ring snake puppet is a puppet. If it does not move, it naturally has no breath. As for the last megalodon, it escaped to the deep sea. With the breath of the demon clan, the Wendao Palace did not dare to chase it deep. Otherwise they would chase the demon clan's strongmen and attract the demon clan's revenge. There are also many Yuanying's Henjin on the demon clan side, and they cannot provoke public anger. Boom! The sudden burst of the Yuanying great monk's breath swept hundreds of thousands of miles. Mang 8-foot was so anxious that he was fooled by someone. He thought carefully. The golden ring snake demon puppet not only has more powerful means, but also has a huge body. But why is there no life? It is clearly a puppet. It is impossible for the demon clan to refine a puppet. The only possibility is that the giant beast in the sea, that is good at using 1 yuan heavy water, is also controlled by someone. Damn it! Someone actually dared to plot against my Taoist palace. I want to see if you dare to come to my Penglai Island. I have remembered your aura. If you dare to show up, I will capture and kill you with my own hands. Although he did not have time to plant a mark on the ghost cultivator, the snake demon puppet, and the deep sea beast, he also remembered their aura. For such a strong man, remembering their aura will definitely help them recognize them the next time they meet. Shui, moreover, Mengbachi also followed the spatial fluctuations and appeared near the secret room where Su Yuming was. Strange. This is a secret room rented by Penglai Island. There is not even a 5th-level spiritual spring. Could it be that the Black Hand lurking behind the scenes would practice in such a place? Thinking of this, Mengbachi shook his head, because according to the manager here, the people living here are at most fake infant cultivators. With their abilities, they are not qualified to control any puppets of the great cultivator level or ancient beasts of the late nascent soul stage. Could it be that the people living here are his juniors? He did not leave, but found a tea house and sat opposite to observe. This made Su Yuming, who was hiding inside, feel a little uncomfortable. Why was a great cultivator of the nascent soul stage playing dirty? He hesitated for a moment, but decided to come out calmly, but it was after the auction started. After all, in such a grand auction, if the Deo Palace did not show up, there was no reason for a great cultivator of the nascent soul stage like Mangbachi not to take action. More than 10 days passed in a flash. Before the auction started, Mangbachi also received a message from the sect he left indignantly, creating a majestic aura that instantly swept the entire secret room, and wanted to see everyone inside and out. Junior brother, don't go too far. There are mostly independent cultivators here. Although my Deo Palace is a big family, it is not easy to bully independent cultivators. Otherwise, how can I be the leader of the righteous path of the independent cultivator? See people, a voice rang in his ears, and Mangbachi stopped. Brother Jinayan, can you just watch this thief go away after committing a crime in my Taoist palace? Just find him. My Taoist palace wants to arrest him, and this man can't escape from our grasp. Besides, you know how Haining died. Whoever has the immortal amaranth should be the one who killed him. Mangbachi's eyes suddenly lit up. Then I'll go and catch that blind old man. Blind fought from my Taoist palace in his early years. If you catch him, won't it make the outside world say that my Taoist palace attacked an old man who had made military achievements? This will make the old cultivators in the sect feel disappointed, and the outsiders will laugh at it. You can't do this or that, it's so unpleasant. As Mangbachi left, Shui Yulong put on a cloak and appeared on the street. In secret, Mangbachi was still standing in the void and observing. Fake infant cultivation? This person has already given up the Deo and should not be able to control that kind of fierce beast. In his eyes, Shui Yulong should be the first batch of cultivators to be excluded. Penglai Auction House. This is a gorgeous cave of money that the Wendeo Palace spent billions of top-grade spiritual stones to build. As soon as he arrived at the door, Shui Yulong saw at least tens of thousands of beautiful female cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Even in the Yandang Mountains, there are few with such beauty. There is no plastic surgery in this world of immortal cultivation. Relying on the nourishment of spiritual energy, spiritual fruits and spiritual springs, as long as you don't practice evil exercises or are harmed by ghost Qi and poison, you can basically look good. After Shui Yulong stepped inside, he paid an entrance fee of 100 top-grade spiritual stones and was led to the hall, but he still chose to pay 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones to enter the Ding-level room on the bottom floor. Senior, this VIP room is divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. There are a total of 4,000 rooms in a hall with 100,000 seats. The price is 100 top-grade spirit stones. The price for D is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. The price for C is 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The price for B is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. And the price for A is 1,000 spirit crystals. Aren't all the people who came to this auction Yuan Ying's engine? Why are there so many golden elixirs? Shui Yulong asked a female cultivator who was standing by the door. She didn't have any patterns of the asking Deo Palace on her body, but had patterns of other sects and forces from the outside world. It seemed that she should be a female cultivator from Zio Penglai who came to make up the number. Seeing the spring light in her beautiful eyes, it was obvious that she wanted Shui Yulong to take her down. There were so many female cultivators who came to try their luck. Of course, they are looking for an opportunity to attain the nascent soul stage. This Penglai auction house is known to be the place with the most nascent soul opportunities in the sea of free cultivators. Most of the genius cultivators who take part in the Penglai competition in the sea of free cultivators will come here. Oh, Shui Yulong invited her in and saw that the female cultivator tactfully took out a cup of third-tier spiritual tea and brewed it for herself. It was obvious that she had spent a lot of money on it. Tell me what good stuff this auction has. It's mainly about wealth, law, companion and land, the 4 essentials for cultivating immortals. Although the Deo Palace is the leader of our righteous path, it also sells external items such as elixirs, magic arrays and talismans, and also sells some independent small islands, all of which can be protected by their Deo Palace. Over the years, many immortal cultivation families have flocked to it. As for companions, they are female cultivators from the 10 major sects on the Penglai Fairy Island. And there are also male cultivators. They are all first-class geniuses. My name is Wang Yinruo. If the senior likes you, I am willing to offer myself to serve you. Shui Yulong was unmoved. Tell me more about it. Yes, Wang Yinruo was also tactful. She knew that the other party, a false infant cultivator, would probably look down on herself who was in the early stage of foundation building. She pointed outside and said, The auction will later put treasures of the same level on display in the air, and let us bid. A Yuanying cultivator will make a bid, and the highest price will be counted. Of course, the most precious treasures will still be bid by the audience. It is said that in today's venue, there are 7 colored phoenix lilies that increase the chance of forming a fetus by 70%, and a broken sword move left by the sword emperor who was once half a step to the 5th step. Sui Yulong raised his eyebrows slightly. This thing actually interested him a little. His attainments in swordsmanship have always been mediocre, but if there is a real killer move, he is still quite excited. In addition, there are elixirs. I heard that this time there are more than 30 fetus-transforming elixirs alone, and there are also many elixirs that improve magic power and prolong life. In addition, there is a medicine king with a year of more than 20,000 years. Finally, there are exercises. I heard that the Dao Palace took out one of the 9 chapters of Dao and sold it to the right person. I don't know if it can be auctioned with spirit stones. This is the news they deliberately gave you, Sui Yulong asked subconsciously. Yes, Shui Yulong threw out 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. This is your reward? Thank you, senior. The other party took a look at the spirit stones and was very excited. Almost 100,000 spirit stones were enough for her to practice for a while. It was not in vain that she followed a senior in. It was just a pity that she could not go further with him. Sui Yulong waited in the venue for most of the day. After dark, it was pitch black all around. On the exhibition stand in the center of the venue, an elderly cultivator appeared. He was wearing a Taoist robe with money and a big smile on his face, and he bowed to the people around him. Seniors, I am True Lord Jinqian, and I am hosting the Penglai auction for the first time on behalf of my master. I hope you will take care of me and come and support me, fellow Taoists. No problem, let's get started. We can't wait. Jinqian, your master, Senior Jinian, was already a great cultivator in his early years. Hasn't he broken through to the stage of God transformation yet? With the noisy voices all around, Sui Yulong also heard clearly the guy behind True Lord Jinqian. It turned out to be True Lord Jinian, who was known in the Palace of Wandering Dao for having the greatest hope of becoming a god, and who was also good at the art of splitting himself. This made him a little afraid. He never knew if there would be a great cultivator Jinian who had transformed into a beggar or a female cultivator around him. It seemed that he had to be careful in the future. There must be no shortage of senior masters who play the game of mortal world in this sea of casual cultivators. We must not kill people on Penglai Island next time. Sui Yulong took a deep breath, stared ahead, and saw that Jinqian's Henjin was holding 3 pill bottles in his hands. Seniors. These are 3 low-grade infant transforming pills made from plants. They were refined by the great elder of Dan Pagoda of my Taoist palace. He wants to seek these 3 things to increase his grandson's chances of winning the Penglai competition. They can be regarded as a warm-up item for this auction. No problem. What does he want? Yes, just ask. Even if it's 1 million spirit crystals, we can give it to you. The crowd started to make a fuss again, but Jinqian's Henjin was not angry. His voice even drowned out everyone else's every time. My fellow Daoists, this first herb transformation pill will be given to the person who presents a 4th step sword energy. If there is a sword intention seed that can help others cultivate to the 4th step of the sword, it would be the best. Your price is too high. That's right. How can it be so easy to reach the 4th step of the sword? I'm afraid there are only a handful of people in the sea of casual cultivators. 1 transformation pill is like exchanging for a sword intention seed. Do you think this 4th step sword cultivator is a cabbage? The meaning of my Danta's great elder is that if someone can take out a sword intention seed, he is willing to give a top-grade transformation pill. Hiss. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Although the 4th step sword king is hard to find, it doesn't cost much to just 1 sword intention seed. You can pick up a top-grade transformation pill and a low-grade transformation pill for free. Isn't this a huge profit? I'll exchange. As soon as Sui Yulong made a move, he directly threw out his 4th step golden snake sword intention. After placing it in front of the door, a deacon from outside came in to check. Congratulations to the fellow Taoist in room 919. The 4th step of the golden snake sword intention can be exchanged for 1 high-grade infant transformation pill and 1 low-grade infant transformation pill. Countless cultivators in the field sighed with regret. These were 2 infant transformation pills, and they just missed them. However, there were cultivators who wanted to peek over, but they were shaken away by Sui Yulong's burst of nascent soul aura, and no one dared to continue coveting. The fourth step Sword King of the Nascent Soul Realm is not easy to mess with. Chapter 397, Travels in Zhongzhou, Map of the Immortal Cultivation World. For the second low-grade infant transformation pill, I want a magic weapon that can resist the attacks of a late nascent soul cultivator. Wow, the auction hall was suddenly filled with noise. Fellow Taoist Jinqian, your asking price is too high. How can a low-grade infant transformation pill be exchanged for a high-grade magic weapon? If you want a medium-grade magic weapon that can resist a few attacks from a late nascent soul cultivator, it's barely enough. That's right. The great elder of Danta is just planning for his descendants. We won't argue with him, but the asking price is too high. It's a bit too much? Just when there was a lot of noise around, a terrifying aura directly suppressed all the voices. Just look at what I'm going to take out. If you want to exchange it, just exchange it. Don't talk nonsense. This was the dissatisfaction of the great elder of Danta, who was hiding behind a low-grade defensive magic weapon that can resist an attack from a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Is it worth exchanging? As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately called for a price. This incomplete top-grade magic weapon can be used 10 times and can withstand 10 attacks from late nascent soul cultivators. Can it be exchanged? Yes, these two fellow Taoists can each receive a lower-grade nascent soul pill. They didn't expect the old man to be so decisive. The nascent soul cultivators present all side. Here, true Lord Jinqian landed on the stage with a smile and bowed slightly to the people around him. Fellow Taoists, now that the appetizers have been eaten, no matter how bitter or sweet it is, today's Penglai auction has officially begun. The first item to be auctioned is a travelogue of Zhongzhou with the imprint of spiritual consciousness. This is a travelogue left by Lord Gixo of the Taoist Palace when I went to Zhongzhou in my early years. It contains reliable records of the Zhongzhou continent 500 million miles away from here. If you are interested, you can bid for it. There are a total of 10,000 copies, all of which are jade slips with spiritual consciousness imprints. They cannot be passed to a second person for spiritual consciousness to consult. The price is 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Swish, swish in an instant. Countless cultivators attacked at the same time, and Su Yuming also grabbed the copy in an instant. He must go to Zhongzhou. After all, Yandang Mountains is very important to him. If he can obtain its subsequent cultivation methods, it will help him in Jinhao Killin's future practice. It seems that all of you Taoists are quite fond of the outside world. Then, the second item for auction is the complete map of the world of cultivation. After 150,000 years of my Taoist palace and the help of many gods and countless friendly sects, the complete map of the world of cultivation has finally been completed. There are a total of 100 copies, with a price of 1 million top-grade spirit stones. First come, first served. Swish Su Yuming did not rush to grab it this time, because the complete map of the world of cultivation will be passed down sooner or later. Apart from his interest in the Zhongzhou continent, he is also interested in the sword domain. If there is a chance in the future, he will look for the complete map. It is not impossible to imprint it. Perhaps the cultivators who buy these complete maps at this time also want to make copies and sell them for money to make a fortune. Congratulations to the 100 fellow Taoists who took the full picture. Perhaps in the future, there will be more cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation who will go to other foreign lands to search for treasures and the remains of senior masters. If someone can walk around these places and send them back to Ardeo Palace with a photostone, Ardeo Palace will definitely reward you. After saying that, Jinqian's Henjin waved his hand and continued to throw out 100 streams of light. These are 100 top-grade spiritual treasures refined in the weapon refining valley of Maidao Palace. They can charge up and burst out with a strike comparable to that of a nascent soul. If there are cultivators among you who are going to participate in the Penglai competition, they will have such powerful top-grade spiritual treasures to protect themselves. At least they don't have to worry about being eliminated by the opponent with one strike, and at least they have the chance to save their lives in the life and death arena. It's still a fixed price, 20 million top-grade spiritual stones each. Wow, the price is almost 20,000 spiritual crystals. Even Su Yuming couldn't help but frown. This price is a bit too high. Ordinary spiritual treasures can be bought with hundreds of thousands of top-grade spiritual stones. 20 million top-grade spiritual stones can buy this, and I'm afraid some weak magic treasures can also be bought. In the moment he was stunned, these 100 top-grade spiritual treasures had been bought. He also paid attention and noticed that 1/3 of them were defensive magic weapons. If the cultivator on the opposite side survived his attack on the arena, it was most likely because of this thing. You fellow Taoists have such fast hands. The next treasure is the so-called golden elixir of the small best grade. This is the first round of our offering of best grade elixirs. There will be many more rounds to come. The price will definitely satisfy you fellow Taoists. This is the nascent soul key, extracted from the deep sea unconscious beast, a strange and pure monster that can devour its soul infant key for our human race. There are 10 bottles in total. The nascent soul key is priced at 100,000 spirit crystals. Please take action, fellow Taoists. Shui Yulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He watched as all 10 bottles of nascent soul key were bought away in one breath, and he was not interested. This nascent soul key is certainly good, but asking him to accept the refinement of the demon race's soul infant key is clearly a method of demon cultivation. He directly plundered it, and he still said it in such a high-sounding way. My fellow Taoists, the next auction is for 10 Qi Refinement pills. Just one of these pills can instantly restore all the spiritual power in your body within a breath. In the upcoming Penglai competition, swallowing pills is not prohibited. If you have this kind of magic pill in your hand, I think it is not a problem to win this competition. The price is 10,000 spirit crystals per bottle. Shui Yulong made a move this time, but he didn't get it. Those who were faster than him were at least in the late Yuanying stage. He looked around and couldn't help sighing. He didn't expect that there were quite a few Yuanying seniors who were interested in this pill in this auction house. Most of them were for their disciples and juniors, so it was normal that he couldn't get it. If you fellow Taoists didn't get the key restoring spiritual pill, it doesn't matter. I still have 10 blood exploding spiritual pills here. They burn the spiritual power potential in your body, allowing you to instantly recover at least 50% of your spiritual power, and also giving you an absolute upper hand in the fierce fighting. The price is 10,000 spiritual crystals. Shui Yulong successfully grabbed one. Not many people took action this time, or rather, those old guys in the late nascent soul stage were not very interested in this kind of pill that consumes talent potential. On the other hand, Shui Yulong, because of his strong physical body, had this pill in hand. Others recovered 50% of their Danshan spiritual power, but he had 18 times the Danshan of others. If he recovered 50% of his spiritual power, that would be 9 times the spiritual power of others. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to increase one while decrease the other? The 4th round of pills is presented, which is the first level Yuanying Hu pill, which is the abbreviation of the 2-turn Hufa pill. This thing can restore at least 30% of your spiritual power within 10 breaths, but, if it is just a pill of this level, then my Taoist palace will generally distribute it to disciples for training, or sell it directly in the market, and will not be put on the auction for show. The pills we want to sell are 3-turn Hu pills, which are good things that can restore your 9th level of magic power within 10 breaths. If you Taoist friends want them, then rush to bid. 1 Hu pill, 80,000 spirit crystals, a total of 100. Shui Yulong hit it casually and grabbed one directly. This Taoist palace is really amazing. After handing over the spirit crystals on the spot, Shui Yulong couldn't help but sigh that the other party was really good at making money. This method is similar to the auction of Juxin Manor, but the Taoist palace has more good things. The 5th round of elixirs dedicated to you is the spiritual root purification liquid. As the name suggests, there is only one dose of this spiritual liquid, and the highest bidder wins. It can purify the spiritual roots of cultivators below the heavenly spiritual roots once, purify the mixed spiritual roots to the upper middle spiritual roots, and the upper grade spiritual roots to the best spiritual roots. The best spiritual roots have a chance to become the best mutant spiritual roots. How many opportunities you can get depends on you fellow Taoists. This is also the proud work of the 2nd elder of the Dan Tower of this sect. The starting price is 200,000 spiritual crystals, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 spiritual crystals, 210,000. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately raised the price. There was no other way. Good things that can purify and promote spiritual roots will be fought over in the outside world. 510,000. In a blink of an eye, the price reached a point that made Shui Yulong couldn't help but be surprised. 880,000, but within 100 breaths, he couldn't help but make a move. 1,000,000 spirit crystals, but soon his voice was suppressed. After 50 or 60 breaths, the voices of bidding gradually became less, but the price had already climbed to 3.2 million spirit crystals. 5 million spirit crystals. With a VIP sitting in the top floor room A speaking, The price directly reached a critical point, which was almost the price of 5,000 spirit jades. 6 million, 6.5 million, the fierce fighting made Su Yuming calculate the value. If it can make my earth spirit root break through once, even if it is 10 million spirit crystals, it is worth it. But, he looked around. If he exposed his wealth here, could he walk out? It seems that he really has to participate in this Penglai competition, otherwise it will be difficult to get away. With a powerful incarnation sitting in the Penglai Fairy Island, no one should dare to attack the participating monks after the Penglai competition officially begins. Thinking of this, Su Yuming has decided to take action. 10 million spirit crystals, hiss, the whole audience could not help but burst into an uproar, and their eyes turned to the room number 919 where he lived. 10 million spirit crystals for the first time, 10 million spirit crystals for the second time, 11 million. Just when Su Yuming thought that the elixir was about to be in his hands, an old voice sounded. I am the true lord treading waves of Tide Valley. I hope you will give me a favor. My great-grandson is the only bloodline of my family. His spirit root is too poor, and he must get this thing to be baptized. If you are willing, I am willing to do you a favor. You can come to find me at any time. Su Yuming was silent for a moment, and then a female cultivator outside the door brought a tray with the old man's thank you gift. This is a tide summoning spirit art that can be cultivated to the late nascent soul stage. He hesitated for a moment and spoke in a hoarse voice, since the senior has something to ask, then I agree. Getting this pill may not necessarily allow his earthly spiritual roots to break through the shackles, but the two magical powers of walking on the waves and tide breaking the sea and this tide summoning spirit art will enhance his combat power after he uses the 100 Thoughts Sea God talisman, so he can't give up easily. In the end, this spiritual root purification liquid was successfully taken by this true lord treading waves. If Su Yuming's perception is correct, the other party should be a real nascent soul cultivator. No wonder the cultivators present did not dare to compete with him after he exposed his identity. The Great Elder of Tide Valley, one of the 10 major sects of Penglai Fairy Island, is also at the level of a nascent soul cultivator. Who dares to provoke him easily? The 6th round of elixirs. Are you annoyed about being trapped in shackles, fellow Taoists? Or even about to go crazy? Then today I, the Taoist Palace, will take out 3 kinds of elixir, all of which are forbidden breaking elixirs. The thought-breaking pill can allow you to directly break through the spiritual realm trapped in shackles. The law-breaking pill can force your current cultivation level to advance to a small realm. The body-breaking pill can raise your physical body to a higher level. Of course, the premise is that you haven't entered the 5th level realm yet. There are only 3 of these 3 kinds of elixirs, and the starting price is 1 million spirit crystals per pill. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 spirit crystals, and the highest bidder wins. Then what if you have reached the 4th level limit and can't break through? As soon as the words fell, someone immediately questioned. Jiqian Zhenjin narrowed his eyes and smiled. Perhaps you can break the ancient shackles, from the great perfection of the golden elixir, to form a soul power in advance, and it is also possible for the physical body to break through the 5th level. After all, the limit of our Penglai competition is only that the mana cannot be promoted to the nascent soul realm, which does not mean that your spiritual consciousness and physical body cannot break through. Hiss. For a moment, many cultivators were tempted. But Su Yuming shook his head. His spiritual consciousness and physical body had already entered the 5th level early. As for the mana, there was no hope of breaking through. As long as the skills were successfully cultivated, the breakthrough to the nascent soul would be a natural result. In the end, the 3 pills were sold for 6.78 million spirit crystals, 7.78 million spirit crystals, and 9.12 million spirit crystals respectively. Su Yuming did not expect that the most popular one was the body-breaking pill. Perhaps it was because the cultivator who wanted to buy it was just about to reach the physical realm and wanted to take the opportunity to enter the 5th level. If I can meet a 5th level physical cultivator in this Penglai competition, it would be a kind of luck. Su Yuming also wanted to try his own fish dragon dance to see how much combat power it still had. Next, we will auction one of the 5 treasures that will be the finale of this auction, which is the 5-leaf samsara grass that you have been thinking about, which can increase the chance of forming a baby by 50%. The starting price is 10 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. Su Yuming shook his head. He had one top-grade infant transformation pill, which was enough, and he could still take one back to give to Mai Shen's Henrun. In the end, This 5-leaf samsara grass was directly sold at a sky-high price of 100 million spirit crystals. He even suspected that a cultivator from the Taoist palace had made a move. Otherwise, a 5-leaf samsara grass was worth 100,000 spirit jades. This price was too outrageous. How many low-grade infant transformation pills would it take to buy it? Next, we will sell talismans for everyone, including 3 4th-level top-grade talismans. Su Yuming's heart was instantly moved. The Wendao Palace had the only 5th-level talisman king in the world of wandering cultivators, and he also wanted to see the 5th-level talismans they refined. Chapter 398, the world's #1 talisman, long-lasting. Su Yuming has 3 4th-level top-grade talismans in his hand, the 6 Desires Pure Heart Talisman, the 100 Thoughts Sea God Talisman, and the Cloud Dragon Talisman, which can be called the 3 Absolute Talisman Kings. But now he has to take out multiple 5th-level talismans on the field, and he is really tempted. If I can become a 5th-level talisman maker, I can completely make a name for myself in this casual cultivator sea and be admired by thousands of people. Su Yuming still lacks a righteous identity. The 5-beast sect is too small, and it is really not worth mentioning in the casual cultivator sea where the nascent soul has grown into a forest. Give him another 10 years, and it won't be difficult to surpass the moving mountain master. As everyone knows, our great elder of the divine talisman has a natural spiritual root and is naturally good at refining 5-element talismans. So the first round of talismans are the 5-element talismans of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. They are the lower grade 5th order golden light purple gold body, Yin Yu Chang Hai talisman, whale shark escape shadow talisman, 3-colored glazed talisman, and sea reclamation and land reclamation talisman. The golden light purple gold body strengthens your physical body to the 5th order, and you can even use your physical body to withstand attacks from lower grade magic weapons. Yin Yu Chang Hai talisman, in one breath, turns a tree net into an ocean, sealing the sky and locking the earth. It is a first-class trapping and killing method among the 5th order. The whale shark escape shadow talisman is refined by the whale shark's own soul shadow, which fits the power of the innate water veins. It can be invisible for thousands of miles if it lasts forever. 3-color glazed talisman. The weakest fire in the world is yellow, followed by red. No matter how bad a multicolored flame is, it is still a spiritual fire. But this 3-color glazed talisman is made by the great elder of my family's divine talisman, who mastered 3 kinds of 5th order spiritual fire. It is unique in the world and has infinite power, enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Talisman for filling the sea and creating land. It is suitable for opening up caves and creating footholds. It can also expand the land area of the family sect and the sea. Of course, if you want to deal with a huge sea beast, this talisman can directly suppress it under billions of pounds of rocks, and can also shock it to death. There are 12 of each of these 5 talismans, which is 100 pieces. The price is 1 million spiritual crystals per piece. Start bidding now. Swish, swish, swish. Various soul consciousnesses flew across, and in a blink of an eye, Su Yuming had 5 talismans of different colors in his hand. Among them, he was most interested in the 3-color glazed talisman, which should be the easiest talisman for him to master. The auction below is the experience of a 5th-level talisman maker. There are only 10 copies, and each copy is also 1 million spirit crystals. Of course, the bidder must be a talisman maker, and a 4th-level talisman maker, and willing to accept the call of our Wendao Palace when the scattered cultivators are in danger. Otherwise you cannot participate in the auction. This means that if you want to bid, you have to leave your identity. If they want to call you, they will directly send an envoy to the place where your sect and family are located, and you can't refuse. After all, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. If you get someone's inheritance, it's good that they didn't ask you to become a disciple and work hard for you. If you don't want it, there are many people rushing to hug the thigh of Wendao Palace. So how do you choose? The first private room of Xianzi has always belonged to the god of Wendao Palace, but the one standing here at this time is the beautiful woman in palace dress who had tested Su Yuming before. Shua. Hundreds of people bid it the first time. Although there were no 5th-level talisman makers present, there were many 4th-level talisman makers. Thank you for your enthusiasm, fellow Taoists. However, we only select the talisman makers with the highest cultivation level, so Elder Shenfu has prepared a set of 4th-grade top-grade materials for each of you, so that you can use these materials to refine on the spot. After the refining is completed, The strength of this talisman will be compared. The top 10 can obtain these 10 5th grade talismans. If the talismans you refine can be recognized by Elder Shenfu, there may be some unexpected surprises for you. The beautiful woman in palace dress glanced at the Xianzi number 2 room next to her. Wasn't the old man Shenfu hiding in there pretending to be pretentious? He was still testing the younger generation. It was clearly looking for a successor for himself. But if Su Yuming really became his successor, the beautiful woman in palace dress was a little absent-minded. With Elder Shenfu's status in the Taoist palace, Su Yuming might be a little worthy of her Yuiao. In room 919, Su Yuming hesitated for a moment after receiving a set of 4th grade top grade talisman making materials. If he wanted to be absolutely sure, he would have to refine a 4th grade top grade talisman. But wouldn't this refining be exposed? Will he be summoned by the Taoist palace at any time in the future? It's better not to have this inheritance. If fellow Taoists can refine a talisman that satisfies me, I will accept your talisman and give you a method for refining an equivalent talisman. As the elder of the divine talisman spoke, there was an uproar at the scene. May I ask, Senior Divine Talisman, if we refine a 5th grade talisman, can you also give us a method for refining a 5th grade talisman? Of course, if this was said by someone else, they would not believe it, but this was said by the great divine talisman cultivator, who was known as the number 1 talisman maker in the San Xiuc. Who dared not to believe it? According to legend, he was already a 5th grade top grade talisman maker. This level could be called the Talisman Emperor. Su Yuming sighed, thinking that he was shrouded by the Taoist palace and was on the Jiandan Xianjiao list, and he couldn't get rid of it. He was afraid that his whereabouts had already been exposed. Then let's refine the 100-year Sea God Talisman. Su Yuming exhaled a breath of dragon soul energy and injected it directly into the talisman paper in front of him. The cinnabar was crimson, and the cursed water sealed his soul. The talisman was firmly formed on the ground, but he didn't hand it in immediately. The auction was still going on, and the speed of his talisman making could not be exposed. Then the 3rd round of the talisman auction will auction 2 5th level middle grade talismans and a 5th level middle grade talisman array. The first talisman is the Sudden Enlightenment Talisman, which was made by the great elder of the divine talisman by soaking and refining the tea leaves of the 10,000-year-old enlightenment tea tree. It is absolutely effective. There are 10 pieces in total, with a starting price of 5 million spirit crystals. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 spirit crystals. The highest bidder wins. The first 3 pieces were sold for 14.02 million spirit crystals, 13.21 million spirit crystals, and 13 million spirit crystals respectively. It must be said that the Sudden Enlightenment Talisman is still quite popular. 14 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming made a move. He suspected that this thing, like the Awakening Enlightenment incense, could charge him with a flash of inspiration. The first 3 pieces were sold, because the buyers were all great monks, and he was not easy to bid. Starting from the 4th piece, he was ready to take all of them. Sure enough, after he called the price, no one spoke, and it was successfully sold soon. 13.5 million spirit crystals, 13.3 million spirit crystals. After bidding 3 times in a row, he also attracted the attention of many cultivators. Almost 40 million spirit crystals. This is not a small amount. Even many nascent soul cultivators don't have so much in their lifetime. How can a mere fake infant come up with that? Even if it's not a fortune saved by some shitty luck. Shui, after watching the 3 flash of inspiration charges that were instantly lit up after using the talisman, Su Yuming was overjoyed. 14 million spirit crystals. When he bid again for the 7th talisman, a voice of dissatisfaction came from the opposite side. Taoist from room 919, I am Han Jiang Xiao of Xiaoxiang Sword Sect of Xiao Penglei. Taoist, you have already bought 3 enlightenment sense talismans in a row. Why don't you leave us all some chances for enlightenment? I am willing to bid 14.5 million spirit crystals. I will definitely not take advantage of you at all. I am speaking in all fairness. Su Yuming frowned. Where did this old bastard come from? He was actually acting arrogantly. However, he could tell from the other party's aura that he seemed to be at the 9th level of the nascent soul. What a guy, a peak nascent soul expert. It turned out to be Han Jian Wang. I am so sorry, Han Jian Wang has come out. This kid is probably going to give in. Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? There are hundreds of nascent soul cultivators. If you dare to bid for all these good things at will, wouldn't you offend everyone? How can you get out of here? 15 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming didn't waste any words and continued to bid. Han Jiangxiao frowned immediately. This kid dared not to give him face. After all, he was an old sword king who had been famous for many years. How could he bear this grievance? Dao in room 919, the 4th grade top grade talismans you made are very popular with me. If you are willing to become my disciple, I am willing to teach you everything I know. In the future, you can become the great elder of my Taoist palace, and at least become a 5th grade talisman maker. A voice spoke before him. If someone interrupted him, Han Jiangxiao would definitely shout at him. But this person's aura and spiritual thoughts were superior to his. He carefully sensed that this guy was actually the #1 talisman maker in the San Xiuc. A great cultivator who had reached the 5th level of perfection. And what was he talking about? He wanted to accept the kid in room 919 as his disciple? Wow, as expected, the whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my god, I heard that the great elder of the divine talisman only took in disciples twice in his early years. Now these two are both 5th level talisman makers in the Taoist palace. This sword king in room 919 of Dingxi actually has such a talent for talisman making. It's okay that he has achieved great accomplishments in swordsmanship, but he can also refine 4th level top grade talismans. This also makes him a talisman king. He has achieved the title of 2 kings in his secondary profession. He is unique among the casual cultivators. If he were not on the false infant realm, I'm afraid his future would be limitless. Even if he is a false infant, he can live for 1,000 years. At worst, he can live for a few hundred years. With a nascent soul cultivator as his backer, I'm afraid we can't have any tricks on him. He can refine 4th level top grade talismans by himself. As long as he is willing to make this rare talisman that is no less powerful than a 5th level talisman, I'm afraid there will be countless nascent soul cultivators in the world who will fight for him. At first, all the nascent soul cultivators present felt that Su Yuming was too arrogant. He actually wanted to buy all the enlightenment talismans. They were dissatisfied with him. Some people were even amazed by his wealth and wanted to record his aura. At this time, a nascent soul cultivator, the first talisman master in the San Xiuc, stood up and wanted to take him as his apprentice. Moreover, after his identity as the 4th step sword king and the 4th level top grade talisman king was exposed, which sect would not be a guest of honor? Who dares to provoke and offend him? 15 million spirit crystals for the first time, the second time, and the third time. Deal. 14 million spirit crystals for 3 consecutive bids. Congratulations to the Taoist friend in room 919 of Dingxi for bidding 7 enlightenment talismans with 97.8 million spirit crystals. I also congratulate this talisman king for entering the 5th level as soon as possible and becoming the 4th 5th level talisman master in the San Xiuc, while the whole audience applauded. Su Yuming sat in the box, sitting upright. It was also the first time he knew that nascent soul cultivators would applaud. Perhaps, they were all trying to please him and the great monk Shenfu. I'm going to participate in the Penglai competition. If I'm lucky enough not to die, I'll come to visit the elders of the Tao Dao Palace's talisman-making lineage. After Su Yuming spoke in a voice transmission, the great elder Shenfu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Okay, then I'll welcome you at the Tao Dao Palace's Shenfu Peak. During this period, if anyone dares to attack you outside the arena, it means they're attacking the Tao Dao Palace's Shenfu lineage. They won't be able to buy any 5th level talismans from the outside world, and will be hunted down by my Tao Dao Palace law enforcement team. Hiss. This is seeing the boy in front of him as his must-win disciple. Otherwise, why would he, the great elder Shenfu, personally speak to win him over given his status? The Tao Dao Palace law enforcement team was dispatched. It was said that only the peak giant in combat power could be selected. There were at least 12 outstanding Yuanings in the Tao Dao Palace law enforcement team. It was rumored that the great law enforcement elder was a great monk of the 5th level great perfection. It was unknown whether it was true or not. But after the words of the great elder of the divine talisman, no one dared to provoke Su Yuming. Shui in front of the door, Su Yuming threw out a spirit crystal to receive the talisman, and received a jade slip at the same time. After a spiritual thought, he saw a complete 5th level middle grade inheritance, which was a few points stronger than the 5th level low grade talisman maker inheritance that was auctioned off before, and it also included the method of refining the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, Fire and Earth talismans, which were all 5th level low-grade talismans. If placed outside, it would definitely be priceless, and it was a private talisman-making method that the Taoist temple would never sell to the outside. And at the bottom of the box, there was a talisman paper, on which was engraved the treasures of the great elder of the divine talisman. It was a test and reward for him, and also a true trust and expectation. One breath eternal talisman. After seeing this name, Shui Yulong took a deep breath. This talisman is called the best talisman in the world because it needs a 10,000-year-old Yinhui wood as a primer. Even if a cultivator has been dead for 100 years, relying on this breath long-lived talisman, it can attract and nourish a trace of soul power, slowly nourish and grow strong, and can ensure that the residual soul of the cultivator does not die, and gradually recover to perfection. It can even be transformed into a ghost cultivator. Moreover, as a combat aid, the one breath long-lived talisman can preserve a trace of soul power for you in any place in the world of immortal cultivation. Unless a cultivator with the power of cause and effect can chase your soul thread and kill you to the place where you hide your residual soul, otherwise you have the chance to reincarnate. It just so happens that it is a piece of 10,000-year-old Yinhui wood that nourishes the old man by Yinhui. Shui Yulong flipped his hand and took out a palm-sized piece of 10,000-year-old locust wood. Judging from the size, at least 10 breath longevity talismans can be refined. And this breath longevity talisman is hard to find on the market. I don't know whether it is because the 10,000-year-old locust wood is hard to find, or whether the Taoist palace deliberately wants to whet the appetite. Which cultivator does not have relatives and children whose lifespan is exhausted and whose soul power is about to collapse, and whose cultivation potential is too low to climb to a higher level in the future? I'm afraid that one of this breath longevity talisman can be sold at a sky-high price. If I have 10, I can definitely invite many nascent souls to serve me. Divine talisman. Is he a good person or an elder with some expectations? Or hypocrisy? Thanks to Brother LWH 513,520 for the 500-point reward, and thanks to Brother 20230708105614264 for the 100-point reward. Thank you both, I am very grateful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, The Three Realms of the Way of Talismans, Using the Universe and All Things as Talismans. Everyone, the 4th round of the talisman auction is here. There are 3 5th-order midterm talismans in total. 2 of them were made by the great elder of the divine talisman, and 1 was made by his eldest disciple, who is also at the peak of the nascent soul realm and is a 5th-order mid-grade talisman maker named Fu Hunzhenjin. There are only 10 talismans in total, and the starting price is 5 million spirit crystals. Each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. The first one, Qianji has his own heart, and the end of his bloodline is deep love. It is Qianji's amulet. This talisman can be worn on your direct descendant. If he encounters a life and death crisis, you can make a move once through the air. Although it only lasts for 10 breaths, with the realm of all Taoist friends, you can protect your descendant within 10 breaths and escape far away, or you can kill the enemy for him. There are a total of 5 talismans. The bidding starts now. Shui Yulong's eyes widened. He said that the seniors left not only guards, but also talismans and spiritual tools for their descendants. It turned out that there was such a high-level bloodline protection method. Shui Yulong thought that he could prepare some for his children, and subconsciously prepared to bid. But the price outside has been hyped up to a sky-high price. 31 million spiritual crystals, 50 million, as the Yuanying Peak Masters in the Xianzi room made their moves. Shui Yulong shook his head and could only wait for them to decide the winner. 75 million spiritual crystals, it was crazy, almost 75,000 spiritual jades. Shui Yulong's total assets were only 500,000 spiritual jades. The previous auction consumed 1/5 of them, and he had to save the rest. Thinking of this, he exchanged for the steward outside the door. "Excuse me, senior, what may I do for you? This is the talisman I made. I would like to consign it for auction at this auction." The person in charge was just a Jindan's Henrun. He stretched out his hand to take the talisman and explained with a smile before examining it, "Senior, you are joking. For an auction of this scale, Even if you take out a medicinal king, you cannot intervene in the auction. You can only wait for the next auction. It turns out to be the long-lasting breath talisman. The next moment, his eyes widened, and he looked at Su Yuming in front of him with some disbelief. "Excuse me, senior, is this talisman really for consignment?" "Of course, then we have to charge a 5% handling fee. I wonder if senior can agree to it." "Of course we will follow your rules." "Okay, senior, I'll take it out and temporarily insert it into the auction." Watching him leave quickly, Su Yuming was also vaguely looking forward to the value of the long-lasting breath talisman. 71 million spirit crystals. Congratulations to the Taoist friend in room 21 of Xianzi. As he came back to his senses, the third 1000 machine amulet had already been sold. The average price of the 3 talismans was more than 70 million spirit crystals. It was indeed the best talisman for protecting descendants in the world of casual cultivators. It could be used at will in any confined space or any formation space to protect descendants. How could such a good thing be measured by spirit crystals? The 4000 machine amulet. The bidding starts now. 70 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming, who was not short of money, bid again, and raised the price from 5 million spirit crystals to 70 million spirit crystals at the beginning. This was almost the price of buying this 1000 machine amulet. Sure enough, the whole audience was silent. After being shocked by him, no one said a word. 70 million spirit crystals once. Jing Qian's Henjin was very sensible and started to call out Su Yuming's name directly. 70 million spirit crystals for the second time. He looked around and saw no one answered, so he immediately made the final decision. "Deal. Congratulations to the fellow Taoist in room 919, who won 1000 machines amulet. Now let's start the 5th auction." Soon, the price was raised to more than 60 million spirit crystals, and finally it was even bought for 81 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming did not bid. For him, having a talisman for research was enough. Fellow Daoists, the second talisman is the Yangguan Triple Talisman, which is made from the innate magical power of the Great Elder of the Divine Talisman. This talisman can improve your cultivation level 3 times, which can be regarded as a means of explosion. The first time you improve your cultivation level, you can cross 1 or 2 small realms, mainly burning your blood and flesh acupoints. The second explosion can also improve 1 or 2 small realms, burning your talent potential. The last explosion can burn your spiritual roots and lifespan, and you can almost fight across levels. There are only 2 talismans, and the highest bidder wins. Please bid freely. 10 million spiritual crystals. As soon as the voice fell, a cultivator from the Xianzi number 1 room immediately started to bid. 30 million spiritual crystals. Su Yuming made a move. This Yangguan Triple Talisman is also a good thing for him. If he improves 3 times in a row, he can almost reach the realm of the middle stage of the nascent soul. With his combat power, it is enough to burst out with strength comparable to the 8th level of the nascent soul. As for burning lifespan? Sorry, he does have a lot of lifespan now. Once he breaks through the nascent soul stage, his lifespan may exceed 5,000 years. 31 million, 31.5 million. However, Su Yuming seemed to underestimate the enthusiasm of these cultivators for this kind of life-saving and anti-killing talisman. In a blink of an eye, the price climbed to more than 50 million spirit crystals. 60 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming's bid was still so decisive. After this bid, the cultivators who followed suit seemed to be more sober. Who are they bidding against? A young talisman king. Even if everyone is a nascent soul, can you compete with this guy with cheating financial resources? 61 million, 61.5 million, 2 guys were unwilling to give up and Su Yuming spoke again. 70 million spirit crystals. No one spoke this time. After all, the price was really a bit outrageous. Su Yuming also did not make a move for the second talisman, because he had offended enough people. He could also refine the Yangguan Triple Talisman, so buying 1 for research was enough. Fellow Daoists, the third talisman is the 3 absolute spiritual water talisman among the 5 elements. Like his master, the Great Elder of the Divine Talisman, the true Lord of the Soul of the Talisman also mastered 3 kinds of spiritual objects of heaven and earth, but they were 3 kinds of 5th-level spiritual waters, namely Fengxi Divine Tears, Zuanshan Heavy Water, and Pure Yang True Water. These 3 kinds of spiritual waters, when combined, are not as good as the Samadhi True Fire, which can burn everything, but it can also make the entire sea work for you, instantly detonating all the water vapor within a radius of millions of miles. If you are trapped by a powerful formation, if you want to destroy a sect, this kind of talisman that can destroy the world should belong to you. The starting price is 5 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. There are a total of 3 talismans, please bid. 3 talismans were sold for 64 million spirit crystals, 61 million spirit crystals, and 60 million spirit crystals respectively. Su Yuming shook his head. It was not that this Fuhun's Henjin was not as good as the great elder Shenfu, but that the talismans created by Shenfu's Henjin, after refining the 5-element 5th level inferior talisman, had jumped out of the scope of the 5 elements. They were truly useful talismans, so they were more popular. Among those who could cultivate to the nascent soul realm, who didn't have 2 powerful 5-element magical powers? To be honest, even if you gave them the 5-element divine talismans, they might not want them. Most of them were bought as the foundation of the sect, or rewarded to disciples. After getting the Yanguan triple talisman, Su Yuming felt its material, which was clearly a 5th level dragon flamestone. Wow, this great elder of the divine talisman is amazing. He has actually broken through the realm of making talismans with talisman paper, flowers, plants and trees, and can even use all things in the world to refine talismans. This is already the 3rd level of the talisman. Compared with him, the only thing I lack is not the 2,000 years of experience in making talismans. I didn't expect his comprehension to be so high. Su Yuming glanced at the 7 times of Flash of Inspiration in his hand, thinking that if he could take the opportunity to master the 2nd level, he would not lack any talisman-making materials in the future. As long as he found the 5th level spiritual water, 5th level spiritual soil, and 5th level spiritual objects, he could make talismans anywhere. 3 consecutive Flash of Inspiration were consumed by him, and he finally saw a brocade box on the stage being brought up again. Fellow Daoists, I'll temporarily insert a talisman below. It's the One Breath Eternal Life talisman, which is known as the best talisman in the world. I didn't expect that this talisman could still be made by other talisman makers many years later. This is a talisman created by the great elder of the divine talisman. It can preserve any soul power that has fallen within 100 years. As long as there is a wisp, it can allow it to switch to the ghost path and live another life. This item can be said to be a treasure that can live a second life. The starting price is 10 million spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. You should know that this is a talisman that can save your life. There is nothing wrong with being a ghost cultivator. There are many ghost cultivators in my Dao Palace. After these words were spoken, the eyes of the nascent souls around became hot. There are many cultivators whose lifespans have been exhausted and whose vitality has been greatly damaged. If they can get this item, even if they can't find the opportunity to prolong their lives and break through the realm in the future, they can have the opportunity to switch to the ghost path and continue to live in the world. 11 million, 12 million, 30 million, Su Yuming was somewhat stunned. Although he knew that this breath-lasting symbol was the best talisman in the world, he did not expect that it would attract so many Yuanying cultivators. 50 million, as the cultivators in the Xianzi room made their moves, Su Yuming even felt the auras of several powerful Yuanying cultivators. 70 million, as the price climbed to such a high price of 70 million, those cultivators who knew what was good had already left the venue. 100 million spirit crystals, I don't have much time left, are you fellow Daoists going to compete with me for it? As an old voice sounded in the venue, countless cultivators turned their eyes to Xianzi room number 10. It looks like the old man Gulan from Geelong Island. This guy is a true nascent soul cultivator, but I didn't expect he couldn't make it past the chasm of the god transformation stage. He probably killed too many people in his early years, so he couldn't transform himself into mortal and overcome the hurdle deep in his heart. He couldn't face his true self, so how could he be qualified to transform into a god? What a pity. But he wanted to pave the way for himself. I'm afraid the entire Geelong Island's wealth depends on him. I'm afraid we can't compete with him, so it's fellow Taoist Gulan. My name is Kanglanzi. I only have less than 100 years left to live. This thing will be of great use to me. You and I are both for our future generations 160 million spirit crystals. If fellow Taoist offers a higher price, I will give it up on my own initiative. Wow. Almost 160,000 spirit jades, which is almost half of his wealth. This Kanglanzi is a good man. The ancestor of Kanglan sect, a top-level sect below the casual cultivator Hehuishan, seems to have risked everything. Kanglanzi, you also want to compete with me? Very good. After the auction, we will go overseas to fight and decide the winner. Alright, since fellow Taoist thinks it's a grudge, then we will have a bloody battle. The loser will give his life and property to the other party. Isn't that perfect? 160 million spirit crystals for one time. 160 million spirit crystals, third time. Deal. Jinqian's Henjin smiled widely. He didn't expect that the Breath Eternal Talisman, which he had temporarily added to the auction, could be sold at a sky-high price. They could get 8 million spirit crystals just from the commission from the auction, which was a huge profit. Soon, the storage bag converted into 160,000 spirit jades was delivered to the room. Su Yuming was a little confused. Didn't we agree that there would be a commission of 8 million spirit crystals? Reporting to the senior, you are the one chosen by our great elder of divine talismans, which means you are the VIP of our Daowen Palace. You are also a rare talisman king in the sea of casual cultivators. If possible, we will not charge you a commission for future auctions in the Daowen Palace. The Golden Core manager had obviously received instructions from above, and after this trip, he was even more respectful. Su Yuming nodded slightly. Okay, then I can also find your Daowen Palace when I auction talismans in the future. Thank you, senior. At the scene, all the nascent soul cultivators opened their eyes, because they saw a jade box that was different from the past, which was now filled with 108 talismans and appeared on the auction table. Fellow Taoists, the following is the painstaking work of our great elder Shenfu, who is striving to become the #1 talisman maker in the sea of casual cultivators. It is also the 108th one that he practiced by using talismans to enter the formation, the 100 Beast Sea Suppressing Talisman. This thing can summon up 108 souls of 5th tier sea beasts. The strongest of them is a dragon-bearded ancestor whale, whose cultivation has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. It was killed by our ancestor Shenzhen in his early years, and his soul was taken and refined into this talisman. To say that this formation is a 5th tier upper grade is really too much of an insult to it. It's better to say that it's a 5th tier top grade talisman. What do you think? Hiss. For many years, many people have only heard of the name of the great elder Shenfu, the talisman king of the Taoist palace, but have never seen his talisman making skills. They never thought that he has gone a step further and stepped into the realm of a 5th tier top grade talisman maker. Moreover, it is not that no one outside has ever done it. Even Su Yuming, who was sitting in the VIP room at this time, had used the spirit gathering talisman to refine the formation, which was used to cover and protect himself after he opened up his cave. I never thought that this elder of the divine talisman could actually refine such a talisman that could control the heavens and the earth. This talisman formation is one of the highlights of this auction. The starting price is 200,000 spiritual jades, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 spiritual jades, 210,000, 220,000, 370,000. The bidders were all the leaders of a large force. After all, only they needed this kind of 5th level top grade talisman formation to guard their homes. Su Yuming touched his wallet. Counting the 160,000 spiritual jades that had just been received, he only had 450,000 spiritual jades on him. These guys were too rich. But think about it, I have only practiced for 100 years, what can I use to compete with these old monsters who have practiced for thousands of years? Chapter 400, the second realm of the Way of Talismans, a 5th rank lower grade talisman maker. The 4th, Flash of Inspiration, disappeared, and a 10,000-year-old ghost-faced stone appeared in Su Yuming's palm. This was one of the spoils of killing the black and white evil spirits. The 10,000-year-old crystal stone can be regarded as barely entering the 5th level. He began to try to make talismans. After just a few dozen breaths, a freshly baked 1-breath longevity talisman appeared in his palm. Looking at the talisman that looked like a piece of iron, he used a talisman pen to carve it into a hollow shape, floating in the air, and being driven by magic power. It was also lifelike, like a real fresh talisman. The second level of the talisman path, using flowers, plants, trees, mountains, rocks, water and soil as talismans, should be considered successful. If I can refine mountains, rivers and seas into talisman, I can easily suppress a sea area, then I will be in the 3rd level of the talisman path. However, with his current cultivation level, he is too far away from this step. How about trying to refine a 5th level talisman? The next auction was for 5th level refining materials, which were about 1,000 pieces, with an average price of about 1 million spirit crystals. Sui Yulong made a little effort and bought 20 of them. Spending 20,000 spirit jades was not a big deal for him. Squeak! When he wanted to continue making talismans, the giant and manager suddenly walked in. Senior Fu Wang, may I ask if you can make another move and refine a one-breath eternal talisman? As a reward, I can give you 100 million spirit crystals personally. Oh, Sui Yulong was a little curious. You are here to see me for someone else, right? He was now pretending to be an old man. His mind was originally quite mature, so he pretended naturally at this time. Yes, but I cannot tell you his identity. As long as you are willing, I will prepare 5 sets of talisman-making materials for you free of charge. How about this? The price of these 5th-grade talisman-making materials is about 5,000 spirit crystals per set. If you can find 20,000 sets for me, I will refine this talisman for you. Senior, do you want to reach the level of a 5th-grade talisman maker? If you are willing to join my Taoist palace will definitely fully support you in breaking through the realm. It's just that there are too few of these 5th-grade talisman-making materials. Even if they are circulated on the market, there are only a few thousand sets a year. If you want, it's about 10,000 spirit crystals per set. I can get you 2,000 sets, and the rest can be settled with spirit jade. How about that? Sui Yulong shook his head and said no more. At most 3,500 copies, and this is the limit that the buyer can only take out with all his resources. If you want to give me the talisman-making materials and the spirit jade, I will leave you a breath longevity talisman before leaving the auction venue. Thank you, Senior. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. If this person is willing to agree, they are naturally not afraid that the other party will go back on his word. After all, the person who can take out 100 million spirit crystals is also a big shot in Penglai Fairy Island. By the way, since this person has a lot of financial resources, why doesn't he go to the Great Elder of the Divine Talisman to buy talismans, but comes to me? Sui Yulong was a little curious. The other party must also know that he is the one favored by the Great Elder of the Divine Talisman. Looking for him to buy talismans at a high price, isn't it trying to get close to him? Senior, you may not know that the Great Elder of the Divine Talisman has not made talismans for many years, and his 2 disciples cannot refine this breath-lasting talisman now. The main reason is that the 10,000-year-old Yinhui wood is not easy to find. Those who can possess this thing are all great masters of the ghost cultivation side, and each of them has the ability to escape from the hands of the nascent soul cultivator. I see. Sui Yulong nodded slightly. Then if there is such a good thing in the future, you can come to me. As he said, he threw a conch to the manager, but the rule here is that you must pay the full amount first. After all, my cultivation is too low, and I am worried about being ambushed. Senior, you are joking. You are the guest of the Great Elder of the Divine Talisman. If you encounter danger in the future, you can call on the strong men nearby in my Asking Deo Palace to rush to help. No one dares to hurt a distinguished guest like you under the noses of our Asking Deo Palace. I see. After sending him away, Sui Yulong was somewhat moved. It seemed that this Great Elder of the Divine Talisman was really a very good backer. He had clearly done nothing, but just showed his talent in making talismans, and he had won his favor and generous gifts. Start making talismans. I still have 3, Flash of Inspiration, left. I must quickly master the newly acquired 5th rank inferior golden purple gold body, Yimu Chenghei Talisman, Whale Shark Escape Talisman, 3-color glazed talisman, and Sea Filling and Land Reclamation Talisman. After just 100 breaths, Sui Yulong had an extra golden purple gold body talisman in his palm. His control over his physical body was unmatched even by the nascent soul great monk. He had mastered the talismans that increased the strength of his physical body, but he had not used up all the Flash of Inspiration. In a blink of an eye, he also mastered the 3-color glass talisman. The 5th level Immortal Dragon Flame can be divided into 3 layers of fire waves, 1 layer of Earth Core Magma Fire, 1 layer of Beast Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire, and the last layer is the Fire of Thunder Tribulation. It can be said that in terms of the power of the flame, it is no worse than the 3-color glass talisman refined by the Great Elder of the Divine Talisman. After using Inspiration 3 times in a row, Sui Yulong successfully mastered all of them except the last Yimu Chenghei Talisman. As for the Whale Shark Escape Shadow Talisman, he was already good at shadow swordsmanship and mastered a trace of shadow rule power. Using it in the talisman is like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. As for the Land Reclamation Talisman, Sui Yulong was good at developing the 3 talismans of gold, fire and earth in his early years. Land reclamation is nothing more than moving the excess mud from the deep seabed out of thin air, and quickly condensing a mountain standing on the sea surface. And he mastered the power of the earth's rules, which was even more outrageous. He could actually rely on the power of the rules to condense an island in the void, and condense the mud of hundreds of thousands of miles into an island. Such means should be beyond the scope of the 5th grade lower grade. So, my land reclamation talisman and whale shark shadow escape talisman, I am afraid they have reached the level of the 5th grade middle grade. Why not call them the Void Escape Talisman and the Void Land Creation Talisman? If old Zixu knew about it, he would definitely laugh from ear to ear. I have developed a new way for his Void Talisman. Su Yuming narrowed his eyes and smiled, thinking of the Zixufu sect, which was a powerful talisman sect he had joined. If his strength was stronger, he could integrate the Zixufu sect and his Yandang sect. He thought that old Zixu would definitely not refuse. This old guy was just waiting for him to take the initiative to ask to inherit his Zixufu island. I must get the Enlightenment Sensing Talisman, a 5th level middle grade talisman, as soon as possible. Otherwise, if my flash of inspiration cannot last forever, it will still hinder my understanding of the skills and cultivation of the talisman. Su Yuming thought for a while and felt that the awakening enlightenment incense seemed to be easier to get. After this auction, it seems that I have to return to the Zuanjing Lake world as soon as possible. Returning to the Zuanjing Lake world to break through the nascent soul is the safest place for him. The only 6th level creature that threatens him is the giant monster of the North Country. Before going back, it seems that I have to find the descendants of the enemies who destroyed the 4 Symbols Holy Sect in the past. At least I have to capture a nascent soul alive and take it back to extinguish his anger. Otherwise, I won't have an easy time with him. Thinking of the terrifying existence of the 6th level, Su Yuming couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. A turnover could collapse a quarter of the world space of the Zuanjing Lake world. It was simply too terrifying. Next, we will auction the 5th grade magic weapons directly. After the major forces of my Penglay Fairy Island joined forces, 300 5th grade magic weapons will be auctioned here today, including 200 low-grade magic weapons, 80 mid-grade magic weapons, 18 high-grade magic weapons, and 2 top-grade magic weapons. Don't miss it, fellow Taoists. 4 low-grade magic weapons. The starting price is 500,000 spirit crystals, and each increase in price must not be less than 10,000 spirit crystals. 4 mid-grade magic weapons. The starting price is 1 million spirit crystals, and each increase in price must not be less than 20,000 spirit crystals. 4 high-grade magic weapons. The starting price is 5 million spirit crystals, and each increase in price must not be less than 100,000 spirit crystals. 4 top-grade magic weapons. The starting price is 10,000 spirit jades, which is 10 million spirit crystals, and each increase in price must not be less than 200,000 spirit crystals. Fellow Daoists, please look at the first item, the 9-bend yellow river bell. This item is a top-grade magic weapon that can be used to form the 9-bend yellow river formation. This is a 5th level top-grade formation that can trap and kill at least 2 or 3 cultivators of the same realm. If you refine it and find a 5th level divine sand, it will only take a few dozen days to turn it all into a ball of pus and blood. The auction starts now, and the highest bidder wins. Good guy. This auction is not in accordance with common sense at all. 5.1 million, 5.2 million. In a blink of an eye, the price climbed to more than 11 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming shook his head immediately. These people are really crazy. For a mere top-grade magic weapon, you took out so many spirit crystals. You don't even consider your own wealth and look at the prices of these magic weapons in the market. The auction house is creating an atmosphere and deliberately raising the price. Su Yuming even suspected that there was a nascent soul cultivator who was good at bewitching and creating illusions in the auction venue, and he was invisible to the countless nascent soul cultivators in the venue. 23.1 million spirit crystals. Congratulations to the fellow Taoist from room 25 of Xianzi. Next, we will auction the low-grade magic weapon Fiant Sleeve. Su Yuming had no interest in watching dozens of low-grade magic weapons in a row. It was not until the auction of 100 magic weapons that Jinqian's Henjin, who presided over the auction, took out a sword talisman. This is the Fiant sword talisman left over from ancient times. It seems to be related to the ancient Fiant sword sect, the disciples of the other side. Even if they are refining Qi and building foundation, they travel by stepping on the sword light. They are high and high. This is the Immortal. This is a top-grade magic weapon that can store endless sword energy. It is a kind of hidden sword technique. The starting price is 10 million spirit crystals. Each bid must not be less than 200,000 spirit crystals. All sword cultivators, you can make a move. 20 million spirit crystals. Han Jiang Xiao of Xiaoxiang Sword Sect of Xiao Penglai, the fourth step sword master who had ill intentions towards Su Yuming, actually spoke first. 30 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming was not to be outdone. Since it was an ancient sword talisman, there might be one or two ancient sword intentions in it. He naturally couldn't miss it. 35 million spirit crystals. Han Jiang Xiao was also stunned. This kid actually had the financial resources. He was just a false infant realm. Shouldn't he come to participate in the Penglai competition to compete for the identity and reward of the strongest golden elixir? 40 million spirit crystals. Su Yuming was not at all inferior. If he couldn't get it, he would forget it, but he couldn't let the Fiat sword talisman fall into the hands of this old guy. You are arguing with me again. Do you think that since you're already at the level of the Talisman King, I dare not provoke you? Since Senior Guling and Senior Kanglanzi have an appointment before, how about you and I have a sword battle? If you can defeat me with sword intent, I am willing to hand over this sword talisman to you. Okay, then let me bid first. Senior, you are at the peak of the nascent soul realm, so you are not afraid that I will run away. If you lose, you still need to give me 40 million spirit crystals. Even if you buy this thing, is it okay? Su Yuming also accepted it calmly. He has never been afraid of anyone in the sword intent competition. Although they are all fourth step sword kings, I am afraid that I have comprehended more sword rules than you, an old guy. Okay, in a few words, the two sword kings made a sword agreement, which made the whole audience lively. Compared with the fight between two rotten wood nascent soul masters, the fight between the fourth step sword kings also made them curious. Brother Han, please don't hurt the junior. This guy is the heir of the talisman path designated by the great elder of the divine talisman. Of course I know. Han Jiang Xiao snorted coldly. Being teased was one thing, but the kid in front of him now had the great elder of the divine talisman standing behind him. He really couldn't just snatch the Fiat sword talisman from him at will. He could only use fair means, but he was not worried. It was easy to defeat the opponent with his swordsmanship. After all, he had mastered 13 sword intentions. Not long after, Su Yuming received the Fiat sword talisman. He took this 3-inch flying sword-like thing in his hand and looked at it. It turned out to be carved from a crystal stone. It was refined by a 5th-level talisman master of the 2nd level of the talisman path. The material is actually 30,000-year-old meteorite iron. This thing is a piece of heavy iron that fell from the sky. It was soaked in the spiritual veins of the deep sea 10,000 feet below for 30,000 years to form a good thing. It's really luxurious. If it is the size of a palm, it can even be used to refine a top-grade magic weapon. Su Yuming shook his head, feeling the sword intent that can be stored in it. I'm afraid that if the hundreds of sword ki that are squeezed and contracted by the sword are thrown in, it can still accommodate thousands of sword ki. Could it be that this is actually a treasure worn by a sword emperor who has squeezed into the 5th step? Su Yuming used his heart to comprehend it, and actually felt a strong and domineering sword intent in it that had gone through countless years and lasted for a long time. He looked ecstatic until he knew that he had picked up a good thing, and then quickly began to mobilize 1900 sword rules to comprehend. But the next moment, his face became a little bit ridiculous, because his 1900 sword rules were directly crushed as if they had met an emperor. He subconsciously looked in front of him, and the inspiration charge was gone. Otherwise wouldn't it be a matter of time before he could master this sword intent? Although he didn't comprehend it, he also knew the name of this sword intent, Fibe sword intention. One sword floats in life, the world is Fibe. Just these two swords are enough to express the mystery of the world of swordsmanship. This person. I'm afraid that his swordsmanship attainments are thousands of years more than his. Thanks to the Buck Friend 202103011065673790444 for his 700-point reward support. Thank you, fellow Taoist. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.